Welcome, ladies and gents, to day 2 of the Freestyle Weisenhaus Grand Slam. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me, International Master David Pruce, as we will observe the scintillating knockout phase. It's a 2-day event. Today we will have the round of 16 and the round of 8. Tomorrow, the semifinals and the finals. David, good morning to you.
Good morning, Danya. We watched a thrilling event yesterday, 9-round Swiss, a slugfest of qualifiers. And today they are trying to feed our 4 qualifiers to the wolves. They've brought in a dozen super GMs, and it's going to be a knockout format where players go head to head in these 2-game matches. Let's have a look at the bracket and see who's facing who.
Yeah, and some very unknown names, David, who maybe will get some new fans. I'm looking at Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
Ian Nepomniachtchi. Not sure who that is.
That one gets a lot of people.
Might have played for the World Championship a few times. He faces off against one of the 4 qualifiers. We congratulate once again Bortnik, Javahir Sandarov, Denis Lazovic, who won on demand yesterday with the black pieces, and of course Vladimir Fedoseev, who scored 8 out of 9 and emerged in sole first place. But he is one of the 4 qualifiers, and he will face a difficult challenge as well. And look at that Vietnam versus China matchup. Lei Kwang, former World Blitz champion, he faces off against Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, I think Lei Kwang beat China in the Olympiad. He played the decisive game in a Vietnamese win there, 2.5, 1.5 against China. We've got Wesley So there, who has been Fischer Random World Champion before, when FIDE organized such an event. And he's playing against one of the qualifiers, Denis Lazovic, and then we've got the all-Indian matchup, Praggnanandhaa versus Vidit.
Indeed. They have faced off in so many different formats, and now yet another format. We'll see the all-India matchup. For Vladimir Fedoseev, his gift for winning the play-in phase is to face off against Lenier Dominguez Perez. He is a stalwart, a mainstay, not just in the U.S. Championship, of course, where he has made his mark over the years, but hopefully also in this tournament. Hello, Praggnanandhaa. Let's see what you can come up with today. We will have so many cool matchups. And of course, David, MVL versus Hans Niemann is a rematch of their Speed Chess Championship first round, which Hans Niemann won in crushing fashion. Well, not really in crushing fashion, but hey, when Hans Niemann wins, it's usually in crushing fashion.
It does feel that way. There is that I like to crush my opponent's spirit kind of feeling to him. And looking him up, his his Chess 960, I guess it's called on chess.com. Chess 960 rating on chess.com is very high in live chess. So Maxime's going to have his work cut out for him against the young American today. Do you have any thoughts about the favorites for today? Does anybody stand out to you among, within that bracket?
I would say, Fedoseev for sure is among the more experienced players. He mentioned in the interview yesterday that he actually trains his classical chess by using Fischer Random as a tool. So he integrates it into his sort of daily training routine. And he is very acquainted with sort of the non-standard ideas that are inherent in a lot of the arrangements. But so many interesting names. I'm looking forward to watching my friend Sasha Bortnik. He's got his work cut out for him against Jan Nepomniachtchi, of course. But let's take a look at the pre-qualified players, those who have been pre-invited to Weisenhaus. You see some mouth-watering names there, David, including, of course, the legend Viswanathan Anand.
This is what the players are playing for today and tomorrow. If you emerge from this 16-player bracket, you get to go to Weisenhaus and compete with Magnus Carlsen, Gukesh, Nakamura, Abdusattorov, Fabi, Aronian, Firouzja, Kamer, and the legendary Vishy Anand. So that is a mouth-watering prize.
Yeah, that is exactly 1 month from now. It starts February the 7th in the beautiful, picturesque resort of Weisenhaus, made all the more picturesque by the presence of so many legends. But only one ticket will be punched, and we will find out who that is. Let's talk about the format. It's a pretty simple format, folks. These are 2-game matches between all of the players. The time control has been expanded from yesterday. Yesterday was 10 plus 2. Today, it's 15 minutes per move for the whole game, plus 3-second increment rather than a 2-second increment per move. Obviously, 1.5 points wins the match. And in the event of a 1-1 tie, the time control is shortened, and they play, I think they play another 2-game matchup with a blitz time control.
Yes, it'll be 5 plus 2 if they have a 1-to-1 match. And that'll be quite fast, but if that's tied 1-to-1, there will then be a splitting of an Armageddon match to decide which player goes ahead. And here we see another
those backgrounds,
pair.
Black and white. Look at the contrast. It's actually quite pretty.
It's like chess art here.
Yeah, there's probably a subreddit for this, like unintentional webcam art.
Yeah.
And
so I think the 15 minutes might be a pretty big difference, an extra 5 minutes per player in the game. That's 50% more time. And I think some of those end games that we saw people grind out yesterday will be a little bit less scrambly. There'll be maybe a little bit more time to play out those end games today once they've navigated their openings and middle games.
And I got 2 other twists for you. First of all, the players have 3 minutes after the position is revealed and before the clocks are started. So the players, under supervised fashion, they can't use the engine, but they have 3 minutes to acquaint themselves with the position that they are about to play. And the second twist is that the position is not repeated between the 2 match games. So, Bortnyk and Nepo have one position, and then when the colors switch, the position also changes. So you do not get to play the same position with white and black. That way we can keep exploring new positions, and that way the players keep facing fresh challenges and have to stay on their feet. So what an interesting format, David. Get ready for lots of tactics. We will have to stay on our toes because every position in freestyle chess brings with it a completely new package of scintillating ideas and tactical patterns.
Yeah. If all goes well, we will get, 1 or 2 or even 3 minutes ourselves to look at the position before the game start, just like the players do. And so we'll get a chance to orient ourselves as well, see if there are some undefended pawns where you could get smothered mated, see which side of the board the bishops are pointing at, and so forth, and just be a little bit oriented when the game gets started. And I think that's nice for the players too, because sometimes on the first move, you're kind of, if you just see the position pop up and you don't even have 1 or 2 minutes to absorb it, you're kind of rushed between, should I just smash out some kind of simple move or should I look around a little bit? And I think this will be a pleasant wrinkle for the players.
And Bortnyk will be very appreciative of these extra 5 minutes because yesterday, even though he was a magician, quite often by move 3 or 4, he had burned over half of his clock. And, there are these 2 schools of thought. Fedoseev, he tends to play quite fast in the opening, make some common sense moves. Of course, the most important thing is to identify the hanging pawns, to identify the sort of basic tactical patterns. We saw a 2-move game yesterday with a trapped rook. And do not blunder your A2 pawn. It was like an epidemic yesterday. One after the other, the pawn on A2 fell. Don't forget about the corner pawns.
Until the queen took it and found a knight on C1.
Oh my gosh. I was telling all my friends about that moment because, rare is the occasion when a GM blunders a queen in one move.
Yeah.
In a
the
series.
Harvest if A pawns had to end somewhere. And I spent all day yesterday racking my mind if I've made a similar blunder because you'd asked me, and I couldn't come up with one. That was just unusual.
Yeah, I've had a handful, which I don't know if I want to remember, but it's definitely happened. We see some camera adjustment going on there.
Nice work.
Who is this? Is this Yu Yengi?
That's my guess.
Kwang Lim. Yes, that's Kwang. His opponent.
Kwang Lim. There he is. Camered up. In some shows, you get mic'd up before the show. Here, you get camered up.
Exactly. Got to make sure the phone is stable. Kwang is such a nice guy. He, of course, was the, coach of the Webster University team. He is just a classy dude, and he lets his moves do the talking. Honestly, one of the most underrated positional players. That guy is an absolute boa constrictor.
Yeah.
Anytime he's got D4 and G3 in, you might as well resign. But we might see a different kind of fianchetto.
and he was on form throughout 2024. So
2024.
yeah, I think that this bracket has a mild seeding to it, even though Vladimir told us in the interview yesterday that all the matches would be quite close at this phase. There are no clear favorites in such a short match. But there is a kind of seeding to it where Nepo is the first seed and Wesley is the second seed, I think, in the brackets. And so they're on opposite sides of the bracket. And so the qualifiers are facing the top 4 seeds by seeding. So there you see Lazovic is going to go up against Wesley So. And Wesley has won a Fischer Random Championship before. In both years that FIDE ran sort of a cycle for it, 2019 and 2022, he was in the final 4. So I personally think that Wesley and Jan are slight, like if there are any favorites today, I think those two might be slight favorites. And getting fed to them in the first round could be seen as sort of an extra level of challenge, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fair to say, I mean, Jan is just by definition sort of the favorite. He is the co-champion of the World Blitz, and of course also performed excellently at the Rapid. I think he got second place. But Bortnyk is, I mean, he is a dynamo. And we know from his Title Tuesday results and just his playing style that he can defeat anybody. He's not afraid. And he is not someone that you get paired against and you're like, okay, I get Bortnyk, I can relax. Like nobody has ever thought that.
Thank goodness I've got the first seed. I can just chill and wait for next match.
No. No such luck. And I agree with you. I think, okay, Hans versus MBL is probably about evenly matched. Lazovic and So have a bit of a history. Lazovic won a very nice game with Black in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour Finals in Oslo. But I feel like all of that is sort of water under the bridge because we're talking about a completely different type of chess. And so your head-to-head record in classical or even in rapid play is... it's just completely different. I don't think the players are thinking of it that way.
Yeah.
The slates are wiped clean.
Yeah. When you play people in different formats, you don't refer back to your results in different formats.
Well, is it bedtime for Denis Lazovic already? He may be still jet lagged.
Yeah. I mean, in this case, being on US time would be fine.
It's 7 o'clock in Minsk.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you've rested, it wouldn't be too bad to still be a little bit on New York time.
Yep. Honestly, I mean, 7 p.m. sounds like a perfect time for me to start a tournament.
Right.
I know that not everybody shares that opinion, but I would much prefer definitely 7 p.m. over 7 a.m.
Right.
And honestly, I'd prefer 11 p.m. That would be just ideal.
That would be ideal. Yeah. Well, the players look like they're just waiting for the freestyle to begin.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the stragglers. So,
yeah.
And the position is getting generated, we are being told. Also, folks, we thank everybody for joining us. Yeah, the format, very simple. 15 plus 3 if you're just joining us, and 2 game matches between all of the players. We will be toggling between the matches and capturing the interesting moments as they happen. In the event of a 1-1 tie, the time control is shortened to 5 plus 3, and a 2-game match is repeated. And we will certainly get at least one, I would imagine, at least one 1-1 result, given how evenly matched some of these matchups are, David.
Yeah,
I think that's a safe prediction.
I think that is one of the safest predictions you could have made. And Danya, since we're sort of sitting here right before a game starts, what do you do right before a game starts? Like if you're at a tournament, if you're at the tournament hall and there's maybe a small delay with the TD or something, like what do you do during those last couple minutes when you're ready to go and then forced to wait?
I used to have like a piece adjustment routine. Like I would adjust the knight's last, and I had a whole system worked out. But when I got older, that kind of fell off. I stopped being, the guy who brings the lucky pen to the round. So all of that sort of, I got too old for that. But yeah, I mean, I just try to focus myself, eliminate distractions, just gear yourself up mentally. And I tried to do all of that during the World Blitz and Rapid, but honestly, when the clocks are started, you still feel that anxiety and that rush of nervousness. No matter how you try to settle your nerves before the game,
Yeah.
it's impossible to imitate the conditions when the clock is started and there's that total silence,
Yeah.
mitigated only by the sound of the clock being pressed.
Right.
That is
Things start. The
haunting,
clicking begins. The clicking begins.
but not on your board because I never know what to do on move one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Duga,
I like to calculate if I'm just sitting there. I just start calculating moves from the starting position. So I try to, like, have the engine running, so to speak, as if it were a getaway car or something. No experience with heists myself, but just sit there and start calculating, E4, E5, knight F3, etc., and stay warm.
yeah, try to solve math problems in your head. Try to
Yeah.
go through the list of world champions, which I always get confused, by the way.
Mm,
I think I can
yeah.
name less consecutive world champions than American presidents, which is quite embarrassing from a wannabe chess historian.
Interesting, but it makes you a good American historian.
Well, I'm not saying I can name a lot of presidents either. Man,
Yeah.
everyone's yawning, and Parham didn't even go to New York, so he's got no excuse. Of course, Hans,
Right.
he jet sets around. He is an inveterate traveler, so he's got the routine down. He's even played from bed a couple of times.
Mm-hmm. Still, I saw him bouncing a little bit. I think there may be a little bit of nerves. Like waiting is almost more nervy than playing for some people, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. No, you want to get into it. Like the anticipation, it's like the
Yeah.
roller coaster rising up the hill. That's the
Yeah.
scariest part because the scariest part is what's going on inside of your brain. And hopefully, we get the position momentarily here. Looks like we're having some internet problems with a couple of the players that we're getting squared away.
Mm. That's unfortunate. I hope that's even worse than sitting around waiting nervously, is like struggling to get connected, fumbling with your
Oh
cameras,
gosh.
your cords and stuff. Like, oh
Yeah, it's the worst when one thing fails, you know. It's like what Dr. Tarash said, one piece stands badly, the whole position stands badly.
hmm
You try to reset your router and then your phone falls out of your pocket and cracks,
yep,
and then your camera falls off of its stand,
yeah,
and then there's a power outage in your city. On and on.
yeah.
But we're being told that we need some time to resolve some technical issues with a couple of the players. So we thank you for your patience. We will go on a short break as we get that squared away, and we promise to be back momentarily with the commencement of the knockout phase of the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. we have a position, and it is going to be the first position that will be contested. We remind you, all of the matches will play this position, but when the colors switch, they get a different position. So we have just about 2 minutes to get our bearings. David, I'll give you the mic first. What's happening here?
All right, so the first thing that I note here is the quadruple bishop fianchettos. It is my least favorite feature of a freestyle position when all 4 bishops are like this, because sometimes you'll end up playing moves like g3, g6, b3, b6, and trading all 4 bishops and playing the whole game without the bishops. So if I had to reduce the 960 possible positions, these are the positions that I would axe, actually, are the quadruple fianchettos. Not to be like a bummer, but just to be honest.
We will get a lot of bishop trades. I would just add that the h7 pawn and correspondingly h2 pawn is hanging. So if white pushes the c pawn, be very careful, and that is something that you want to do. It's good practice. I mentioned the checklist yesterday, and one of the items has to be identify hanging pawns and identify pieces that could get trapped or pieces that could get heavily restricted by a pawn. So I wouldn't be surprised if g4, kind of a Fedoseev-esque approach, is played on some of the boards.
Yeah. Also note that the bishops on h1 and h8 are undefended. So if you are somebody who wants to trade bishops, you have to start with your g pawn. If you want to avoid bishop trades, start with your b pawn, right? So for example, white plays b3, black can't play g6, and black will probably play, b6 or b5. And then you might keep the bishops on the board. The other thing you can do in these quadruple fianchetto positions sometimes is place pawns in the center and just block those bishops from the beginning and not trade them. But it can be a little bit risky in that your pawn can get pinned and pressured. Like if you play e4 and black plays b6, and then you play g3 and black plays f5, like you just come under fire immediately. So there are some positions where that works, but a lot of them where it doesn't.
Yeah, you can get very overextended in the center. And if you want like a regular position, like a chess position, I think you would go like knight f3, King's Indian attack style, g3, and then short castle. If you want to be creative, I mean, my inclination would be to play 1b4, which in Russian-speaking circles, of course, in like regular chess, the move 1b4 is known as the Sokolsky opening.
Right.
I think it's the orangutan in sort of the English-speaking world.
It is.
Of course, here it makes quite a bit more sense. Although I have to say, I've had some pretty bad results with black against 1b4.
Before I actually, I had a former student who got quite good, who played it against me in a tournament, and we had a very, very tough and interesting game. And he said, he prepares, practices, studies it, and it's just fine. And in a way, it shows that if you really want to, there's room to play freestyle chess in like sort of the old classical kind of chess position. There is still some room for it.
Oh, absolutely. And not sure why the games are not getting started. The roller coaster is suspended at the top of the hill.
Yeah. Apologies,
which actually
folks.
Happened recently a couple of months ago at Carowinds, which is the local amusement park. The scariest ride, one of the scariest roller coasters in the world. It got stuck at the top of the hill. So there was a crack. Scary. There was a crack that was discovered. And Hans Niemann will try to make sure that his position doesn't have any cracks, that his moves speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Fascinating. All right, David, I think it's time to wrap up the show. A great match. Honestly, like, really the tactics in this first game. It's going to take a while for me to process all of it, yeah?
0 average cent-to-pawn loss. First time ever in professional play. But the chess.com fair play team is all over it, so I'm sure it's legit that they made no mistakes today.
I wouldn't jump to conclusions, David. I mean, perfect games like this are quite rare, and for both players to simultaneously demonstrate such excellence is quite the red flag.
Yeah. Right. Maybe they pre-arranged something.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Like but in any case, it was a great show. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll go play some.
We can late join title
chess ourselves. Or late join title Tuesday.
Well, this is the real title Tuesday.
Wouldn't it be great if they had a freestyle titled Tuesday,
Honestly,
like tomorrow or something.
yeah, freestyle title Wednesday or like once a month instead of regular chess, or one of the title Tuesdays could be freestyle. I would actually love that.
Yeah.
3+1. I've even played 32nd Fischer Random, but that's because I'm a psycho.
I mean, I just assumed you've played 1 second Fischer Random even before you said anything.
Exactly. But 3+1 I think is, on the lower end, but still reasonable. I would totally get behind that.
All right. Yeah. Whereas I need 3 hours. I'm so old. My brain falls out otherwise. 3 minutes. Oof. It's rough.
Yeah. Looks like we have started a couple of the games and we are working to start the others. But in the meantime, we do have Vidit versus Prague underway.
Yeah.
And in the candidates tournament, of course, Praggnanandhaa won with black using the delayed Schliemann. That was a very memorable game.
Yeah.
But a different landscape here to start the game off. C4 by Vidit. And David, as you predicted, exactly as you predicted, we will potentially get a trade of bishops, although, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if black plays knight f6.
And white could have had almost the same position by playing b3 on move 1 and then c4 on move 2, right? So Vidit has actually encouraged this dark squared bishop trade. He's sort of walked into it with the c4 move order. And that tells me he's actually happy to make this trade. And Prague hesitated a bit, like, oh, he wants this trade. Should I maybe play knight f6? And what do you think, Danya? Should he have played knight f6 instead?
I actually like the way Prague is handling this. Very dynamic, b5.
Mm-hmm.
And just immediately inviting the tension on the queen side, just trying to activate his pieces as quickly as possible. And that's something which can catch you unawares, right? Is how the pieces can sort of get tangled up and how quickly the attack can get started, because pieces are developed unconventionally. So it's easy to underestimate the activity of your opponent's pieces. But by that point, it's too late. So c takes b5, David. I mean, is he just recapturing with a queen?
Yep.
And where is that queen going to go?
The banco with a6 doesn't look too good here, so I imagine the queen would be coming out.
c5.
Wow, keeping that queen locked in. You will not bring out your queen early.
Now watch Prague like a5, queen a7 or something.
I mean, he's definitely going to have to start thinking about his queen already here. Normally in the opening, you think about where your knights and bishops are going. But potentially this queen might not be happy here. She doesn't have an obvious route back into the middle of the board right now because c6 is super undesirable for black's bishop on a8, right? So the c5 move actually gives black a lot to think about.
Okay, knight f6. I was sort of partial to the move f5, kind of Dutch style, grabbing some of the central squares and then playing knight f6.
Yeah.
But Prague prioritizes his piece development. Yeah, very kind of a vague position. Now Vidit has to decide what his priorities are. Like he can go d3, e4 and try to build up a solid pawn structure in the center, or he can focus on his development and bring his own knight out.
Yeah.
But then he would have to reckon with bishop takes f3, which is a very serious damage to his pawn structure.
Yeah. And he played more cautiously.
Wait, knight g4. Knight g4, and how do you defend the pawn? Oh my gosh.
Normally knight f3, but there's already a bishop ready to trade.
This is what we talk about, David. Even c6 here is now in play because it's amazingly... Well, there you can play g3.
Yeah.
But let's put this on the board.
Or knight f3 because it blocks our bishops. So knight g4, knight f3.
Yeah, I just want to show for people like how easy it is to get a piece trapped in this game.
Yes, show us.
But knight f3, I think white is okay.
So you can, if you take on f3.
Takes. I go rook e1.
And now the knight just long-term has no way to get out.
And the position is equal, of course. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, I mean, black's finally free to play c6 with no bishop on a8, at least prevent queen e5. But I don't know how we ever get that knight back into the game. I don't think anybody would consider playing that variation as black with the knight on h2.
No, that looks a little too brazen. And Prague taking a more prudent approach, or a more pragmatic approach, I should say.
Uh-huh. You scored the first one.
Yep. But
there goes all my preparation for today.
Hey, it's a long affair. We got a lot of games. And Vidit has a lot of pieces to develop. So this is my worry. He's falling behind in development. The center is opening up.
Right.
And I don't know if he has the time to kind of complete the pawn bulwark that he set out to construct with his previous move.
Right. Yeah, I mean, my strong instinct last move was to play knight f3 and just play the developing moves that I feel like I need to play. To keep playing pawn moves here is going to become problematic pretty quickly. You know, knight e6 is going to come with a tempo. And white doesn't seem ready right now.
White doesn't seem ready? Yeah, there is no knight on f3.
Yeah.
And DC followed by the knight coming out to e6 with tempo is a problem. Vidit in some early trouble, and a couple of the other games are underway. So let's zoom out to the bird's eye view.
Yeah.
We have 4 games currently underway, and quite a different picture on a lot of the boards. I mean, on the bottom right, David, if you showed me that position, maybe with the exception of a bishop on h1, I would say it's a pretty regular English or ready type position. I actually wouldn't be able to guess that it came from freestyle chess.
Yeah, if you just put that bishop on g2, because the bishop on h1, you're like, in what world did you choose to play that? But yeah, put the bishop on g2 and you wouldn't know.
Yeah, and Lazovic has a very Lazovic-esque position. They have traded all of the bishops, which is exactly the kind of scenario you predicted.
Yeah.
And I like where this is going for Denis so far. Can we take a closer look at this position, which is devoid of a lot of the minor pieces, only 11 moves in?
Yeah, it looks technically pleasant, but very strong move from Wesley, in my opinion, just like what you'd suggested for Prague in the other game, taking some space in hand and preparing to play knight f6 without a potential doubled pawn. So he would have been a bit worse probably if he'd simply played knight f6, let white trade everything, and then play d4 and open the d file.
Yeah, it feels like white has a very narrow opportunity to create dynamic counterplay, because if black is allowed to play knight f6, if the knights are swapped, it's just a draw. Like, it's just a dead draw, totally symmetrical position. So I would be considering moves like e4, queen e3 is a prophylactic move. Like, please play knight f6.
Yeah, this move definitely suggests e6 for black as the response.
Maybe queen e5 is what he's aiming for, because the dark squares are weakened.
Trying to keep that knight from getting off of g8.
Lazovic is such a good positional player. Some of his games, you would think he's like the long-lost son of Magnus Carlsen crossed with Anatoly Karpov. Like that boa constrictor style. And suddenly Wesley has a hard time getting his knight out if he goes for this.
Yeah.
King f7, maybe?
Yeah, the knight can't stay on d5 forever.
e6 was played, and he actually went rook a d1. He's saying, no, I don't care about the knight coming out to f6. I want to open up the center and target the backward pawn on d7.
Yeah, by getting that e pawn to advance, it's made the d pawn a little bit weaker. That's how pawns work. You push one, you weaken the ones next to it.
Wow. I really like this for Lazovic. I mean, obviously, Wesley should be able to hold. We're not talking about anything more than a smidge, a pull. But this is how it always starts. And Wesley definitely with some problems to solve. Let's have a look at our marquee matchup between MVL and Hans Niemann, which has just gotten underway. Let me take us to that game where 6 moves in, we look at the bird's eye view really quickly here. And it's on the top right, David. It's the red board.
They are freestyling.
And a lot of red moves by Hans Niemann early on. What in the world?
Crazy. He chose to play basically, I think it might be called like the Fred. Like he's played an E4 F5 pawn sack.
Trying to thread the needle. Yeah.
Yeah. And the chess.com board disapproves. It just dumps one of those auto annotations on the move.
Okay, it needs to relax because, yeah, it's like question mark, question mark. Han's deciding not to recapture on F5. He wants to preserve his castling rights. It is very reminiscent of the Fred.
Also, if he'd played rook F5, he might have immediately lost the pawn on H7 anyway to something like bishop E4.
Yep.
Or C4 followed by bishop E4. So,
but look at this. Here, there was the move C4, which connected the queen and the pawn and prevented D5. Instead, MVL defended the pawn inaccurately, and Hans apparently missing the opportunity to advance the pawn to D4, which is quite natural.
This position here is a hot contest for the light squares, folks. Like, the light square bishops have just been traded. The E4 pawn's gone to F5. They're fighting over these squares. That's why C4 is a great move, even though it looks weird to leave the D pawn behind. But it's all about grabbing some of these light squares.
Wow. This is horrible for Hans. And Knight H6 is a very sloppy move because MVL not usually in the business of giving you two chances.
Yeah, and he's gone. Do you notice? He's just left.
Okay, there he goes.
Yeah.
Looks like he needs an espresso. The way this game is going, he needs to get cracking because it's only a two game match. That's the thing. You make one mistake, and whoa! Long castles.
Comes into White's weak square.
Why is it's not D4. A bullet game though? MVL should slow down.
Oh, that's true. He's still got more than 14 minutes. He's almost too chipper. But when you've got the advantage, it's a great time to play carefully, right? Because you've got so much to.
I don't know. Like F6 here had to be calculated at least. F6 was, to my eyes, the most natural move, going after the H7 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And it also looks like the eval bar doesn't hate it, which is the more important part. Castle's queenside. Okay, makes sense to get the king out of the center, but at the same time, he's actually leaving the pawn on pre. Is he not?
I guess so. I guess he's saying if you take on F5, he's going to be able to get sort of a development lead, right? A more classic kind of position going. Maybe play D4 in response to that, or rook E1.
This makes very little sense. Are we sure that he intended to castle? Because I remember I had a match with Alexis Serrano once, and he castled. It can be a type of mouse slip. Like he castled queenside and started cracking up because it was very obvious, like he castled into mate. And then I messaged him in the chat, novelty of the year. So sometimes you can accidentally put the king on top of the rook.
Yeah.
Whoa! Bishop takes D4 was possible. Hans
and if
took
knight
the wrong
takes
knight.
Queen H7.
But this is an incredibly sloppy beginning. Like MVL is he needs to slow down, hold his horses because literally hold his horses and take some of Hans Niemann's horses.
Yeah.
He's missing some big chances here to basically put black away.
Yeah, and now, okay, what he's got to do now? Play either F4, knight F3. I mean, he kind of wants to get control of the D4 square. It's not so easy. You think maybe G4 and just go for Queen H7 again?
I mean, I'm a simple man. I like the H7 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, I like light squares, and the H7 pawn's defending light squares, so I guess we could agree on it.
Our interests are aligned. I go for the material, which also grants us the squares.
Yeah.
But of course,
I mean, it's such a big deal whether or not black's able to play G6 with that bishop on H8, right? So if you get Queen H7 in, maybe Queen G6. Oh, Maxime realizing something that's upsetting.
Okay, so G4 played. Yeah, I mean, Hans's position is not, the definition of, I mean, it's still painful. It's still miserable, but compared to what could have been if MVL had played F6 or taken on D4 imagine if there was like a knight sitting on E3 and he had access to the outpost on D5.
Yeah.
At least he can breathe here. And maybe like knight D6, queen takes h7 and queen e4 can be considered. Maybe that's the lesser evil.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep your eye out for surprising moves, but Maxime has nothing more valuable than a pawn hanging right now. So it's hard to imagine a move other than retreating the knight.
Yeah.
It's basically between knight d4 and knight d6, and
yeah, I'm looking at this option, and I mean, no, this endgame looks terrible too, because takes and like f4, and I mean, it's just a pawn down endgame.
mm-hmm.
No, I'm still quite worried for Hans here. Just
Right.
that pawn sacrifice with f5, kind of too aggressive, too ambitious, and didn't have enough pieces out. So we'll see how he handles the defensive task. I also want to take a look at Bortnyk versus Nepo, if that's cool with you.
Oh, yeah. Very cool.
Well, Bortnyk is off to a pretty cool start here. The queens are off the board. This one looks very symmetrical, but White's got the upper hand here in this symmetrical looking position because he's got his eyes on the a7 pawn. Jan has some problems to solve, apparently.
Yeah. Also with that Reti feeling where you've got the D and E pawns untouched. Some pressure on the queen side. Yeah, very pleasant. So what does Black want to do? I mean, the obvious move is rook to c8. Going after the first rank because it's White's a4 rook, which is better than your rook.
I didn't know you were
so
the Nepo whisperer. Uh-huh. So rook a7, bishop f3 is the trap. But okay. Can I show that on the board? Because it's so easy to blunder like this, thinking, rook c1, okay, the rooks get traded, and then the bishop will hang on 8. But Black can even start with rook c1.
Yep.
And the power of a well-timed intermediate move. You can also start with this move, bishop takes f3, and the bishop on a1 falls. White loses a piece. So you cannot take on a7. What kind of prophylactic measures would you be thinking about here with White?
I mean, the obvious move is bishop c3, but then Black can presumably move the knight from f6, and I don't think the c file is likely to hold.
Mm-hmm.
So without that, another move that had occurred to me was bishop g2 to bring the bishop to f1, but it doesn't defend the bishop on a1. So that said, you could even consider bishop takes f6, like bishop takes f3, offloading the piece that is
absolutely
tactically problematic. I don't know how good that extra a pawn will be in a position where our king's on g2 and bishop's trapped on h1.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if bishop f6, Black presumably will throw in a check, and this is really unpleasant. Because like takes, either you have to bring your knight back to f1 and self-pin, or you have to like freeze your bishop on self-imprison your bishop on h1.
You entomb him, right? I mean, you put that bishop in a sarcophagus, you wrap him in
self-sarcophagusing. I was going to say self-immolation, but that's something else.
Yeah.
So what's the move here? And he does play bishop f6.
Yeah.
And Nepo, he will give a check on c1 at some point, I assume. There it comes.
And knight f1 is the lesser of those evils. But yeah, somehow, it doesn't feel like this is it. We didn't find what the right path was, nor did Nepo in this case. So it was nor did Bortnyk. So it was a really tricky situation there.
Though I'm sure some of the luminaries in the chat will fill our gaps, fill the gaps in our understanding momentarily. I think Black has full compensation for the pawn. Probably not more than that.
Right.
I would imagine like a draw is the likeliest result.
Yeah. But so active that you can't really get around to converting the a pawn. Luckily, Black has no pawns on the queen side, so White's not risking too much. Like even if you lose the a pawn, the bishop pair is unlikely to pressure you very much on just one side of the board.
And lots of transformations on the other boards. So can we zoom out onto the bird's eye view? Because we also have this Parham versus Duda game that has gone haywire, as Parham games tend to go. But unfortunately, not in his direction. Looks like Duda with the big advantage. And Hans still kind of holding MVL's advantage at bay. But let's have a look at Jan Krzysztof Duda. He is an absolute beast in all formats. And of course, he qualified to the final 8 in the World Blitz. So fresh off that confidence boost. It is only move 11, believe it or not, in this insane position.
Yeah, and he's got a big time advantage. Magsudlu's been going for a big space advantage. And it is a little bit tricky to hold it together when you claim this much territory.
White's first 7 moves are all pawn moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
8. The capture.
Oh my. Yeah,
no,
and
the capture was only
this was the 7th move. Yeah, knight e2. Yeah. Bishop c3, and black just has a massive, and white just keeps shuffling the same pieces back and forth.
Yeah, he wanted to put a knight on c3, and black played b4, just sacking the pawn to prevent it. And he decided he didn't have time.
Yeah. So how does Duda press the initiative here? I mean, knight e6, like the knight on d8 is rearing to go. It is asking to be, led into the party.
Yeah.
Of course, what hurts white also is that you cannot castle. Well, you can, but that would hang the knight on e2. Whereas if the knight on e2 moves, then the queen would actually make castling illegal.
Yeah. So white has to figure that out. They don't have tons of time. If you ever move the knight east, the d pawn would be even more sensitive, and d4 and e4 are both pretty creaky. So
I would even consider the move e5, although allowing white to close the center maybe not the wisest idea. But then c6, just blast open that center.
Mm-hmm. That should be playable. My instinct is that moving the knight off d8 is even stronger.
Yep. You got a pleasant choice here, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, I think very simply knight e6 or knight c6, and I don't see any joy for white. Any way to unravel in a reasonable number of moves.
I had the pleasure, or I should say displeasure, of playing Duda in the Rapid Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he is the responsible party, the guilty party. He took the wind out of my sails, and he is definitely my worst opponent in Rapid play. I think I'm 0-4 against him. He just has this, and Bortnik was making me crack up before the round, because when I was paired against him, Sasha was like, this guy, literally in Russian you say he spins, but that basically means he makes something out of nothing, like maneuvers and maneuvers and maneuvers and maneuvers, and eventually he exploits the tiniest mistake. And it looks like the game is turned around. He did play knight e6, and I completely missed this move. It looked like Duda does as well. What a move.
But Magsudlu was ready for it, right? Because he just banged out c6.
And David, it's not d5. I think Duda might have seen this and concluded that, okay, bishop b5 for tonight.
Hooray.
But white actually starts with rook c6. What a tricky guy this Magsudlu is. He should consider a career in professional chess.
Mm-hmm.
And white will get 2 pieces for a rook.
Yeah.
And after d5, speaking of entombment, hello.
No, I mean, you can't let the bishop get stuck there. You have to either take on c6 and allow that rook c6 stuff, or play d5 and sack a pawn horribly. Uh-oh.
Or go back to d8 and then try to play e6.
Oh, do you think you might ever be able to dig out?
I mean, yeah, I might have to sacrifice something if I want to keep digging. It's crazy. How can such a natural move completely flip the evaluation? It's like a 180. Black is presumably close to winning.
Mm-hmm.
And just like that, White closes the center, buries the bishop.
And it looked like a perfect clean move, developing the knight, connecting the rooks, pressuring the sensitive center.
It's just unusual, once again, to have these tactics. Of course, like,
Occasionally,
I'm not the fork, but this type of fork.
yeah, occasionally chess makes no sense, right? Like someone with bad development is suddenly winning against somebody with good development. Things like that do happen, and they don't really make sense.
Chess is a fundamentally concrete game. By the way, Vidit still in big trouble. Really, since the opening moves, that hasn't changed. Hans Niemann, though, is very close, I think, to holding a draw, which would be a huge, we can call it a save,
Yeah.
but he still has some work to do. So maybe one more look at the bird's eye view, because obviously all the games going on at the same time, folks. We cannot be everywhere at once, but we will come as close as we can to doing just that. What
Yeah,
catches your eye, David?
he went for that pawn down ending that you had suggested that he go for, and he's still down a pawn, but it seems with an active rook and bishop that if he keeps defending well, it will be holdable. If he makes any mistakes, white has enough to pounce.
Still 9 minutes on Maxim's clock. In the meantime, the games we haven't looked at, it looks like Bortnik will draw. Sindarov versus Wei has also been a very balanced game throughout. That also looks like a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And Lazovic still with that tiny advantage against Wesley, and he's also got Wesley in time pressure. So they have that heavy piece endgame. Wesley's king is a little bit dicey on h8. That's on the lower left for folks at home.
Yeah.
Lazovic.
To me, the game between Vidit and Prague looks pretty interesting still. With that bishop still trapped on h1, knight a little bit weird on a4. And
let's have a look.
Yeah, I think Prague might be preparing to play h5, h4, sort of playing against the bishop on h1. And Vidit's got to make a critical decision right now. Do I play g3? Do I play h4?
This is how you know it's not a real chess position, because the bishop mathematically could not have reached the h1 square. But I am keeping an eye on the eval bars. If we get a big development in one of the other boards, I might quickly flip us on over there. But everything is stable for now.
Yeah. We are also going to start getting into some time scrambles. I noticed Prague under 2 minutes. So,
So let me get this straight. Duda has a bishop on a8 that's buried, and Vidit currently with a bishop on h1 that's buried.
Yeah, so he prepares the route for it. Now he can always control the g3 square and play g3. Had he played g3 himself first instead of h4, then presumably he was worried about the move h4. Hurting his structure. Also, maybe his bishop takes h3 would have been hung, huh? So, okay, so he had to play this.
1 minute for Prague, who has to figure something out right now, because, g3, and then the b4 pawn will be hanging. He goes bishop d7, presumably trying to move the queen away and threaten to cripple White's pawn structure, and most importantly, get rid of the knight, which would allow the queen to infiltrate c3.
Right. And to me, I see an idea like queen c7, knight b2, queen c3 in the offing, but against knight c4, I'm not sure how he...
Tactics alert also. Queen takes b4. Let me quickly show for people. Queen c1 check. Fantastic tactical eye by Prague. Look at that bishop on d7 making moves. Boom, boom. And this is checkmate, with or without the knight on g4. Yeah. So you mentioned knight b2, but black might be able to beat White to the punch.
Yeah, but here's where I hadn't seen further, Danya, when we were looking at bishop d7, is if knight b2, queen c3, knight c4, I didn't see how black was going to progress.
Well, there's the same tactic, queen a1, I think. King g2, h3, again.
Into the first rank from another angle. Okay, so this is surely Prague's idea.
Yeah, by the way, White has to go king h2, and then provoke knight g4 and then go king g2. But obviously this is not the picture of heaven for White. I mean, black could even make a slow move.
Yeah, it's like that moment we had in the Nepo game, right? With the bishop on h1, king stuck on g2. You just
Hmm.
can't play this.
Yeah, even like bishop b6 takes c4, something very positional. But we'll cross that bridge if we get there. We've crossed a different bridge. He has
Yeah.
allowed bishop takes a4 out of necessity.
Yeah, I think he
And
didn't see a defense to that queen c3 move, so he brings the bishop here so that on queen c3, he can trade and play bishop d1 and prevent the queening. But he's under pressure. He's
then
under
d5
pressure.
might be really unpleasant.
Yeah.
Ay. I don't like this at all for Vidit. This is going to take some very precise defense to save. A draw in Bortnik Nepo, as we expected. Very even game. And it will all be down to their second match game. Surprisingly balanced evaluations on most of the boards. Denis Lazovic is still pushing. Can we quickly check into his game? Because they've got an all-out time scramble.
Okay.
Looks like Prague is, I think, going to win this game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, as Vidit backs away from that queen trade, that's really bad news for him.
But Wesley
to give up that kind of territory.
Wesley is actually down a pawn currently and at 28 seconds, so I will have to defend very precisely here in order to hold the draw.
Yeah.
King g2.
So the biggest danger is that h-pawn. He's put it on h5 to defend it laterally with the rook. Tuck the king to defend the d-pawn.
And precise is his middle name. I think Wesley is
White's looking for rook takes d7.
But then,
even against king d8 or king e8, he has rook h takes d7.
Very good. And I think Wesley's just saying he's going to put his rook on a4. His rook will be active, and he will trade enough pawns to make a comfortable draw.
Mm-hmm.
I would... Actually, wait. Which rook do you take? Maybe it doesn't matter.
Like you said, the one on d7 to play rook a4. Because if you take the one on d4, then white can defend a4. And the rook on the fourth rank for white is on both sides of the board there.
This is where you cannot trust the eval bar. I mean, it's obviously going to say 0.0 because an engine draws this easily. But would you like to have this on the black side against Denis Lazovic? I certainly wouldn't.
I wouldn't like to have this on the black side against anybody, Danya. I mean, yeah, pick anybody from chat and I'd be terrified.
Oh, yeah. No, chat. I mean, then I would have no chance probably with either color.
Yeah. We have our first decisive result.
We do?
Yeah. Yu Yang against Lei Kwang Liam. And I noticed that he was sort of slightly pressuring him. It was an opposite colored bishop middle game. Mm-hmm. The eval bar wasn't excited, but he was sort of gradually encroaching on black through the A file.
Wow. I didn't even notice that game. There's so many interesting positions that, no disrespect, of course, Yu Yang, one of the mainstays of Super GM chess, and now a must-win in Game 2 for Lei Kwang Liam. Looks like Wesley's getting the job done. And it's crazy because Parham and Duda still have an incredibly sharp position. Man, I don't know where we should go. Let's go back to the Prague game for a second because they've got under 10 seconds.
Oh, man, he's got the d4 square for the knight now.
Oh,
it's beautiful.
Juice. Oh, that's a cool resource by Vidit. Trying to muddy the waters and getting his king to b... Oh, no, knight c5!
Knight c5 keeps him out now.
Oh, my God, he should have gone king d3, and I'm actually not sure that e takes d4 was correct, but he misses his chance, and now it should be easily winning. Hans holds the draw against MVL. Wow, what a save by Hans Niemann. MVL will be kicking himself.
Not sure where the king's headed. 3 seconds per move. Online, you could build up 5 or 10 seconds if you need to.
Look at that clinical. I mean, that's why he was bringing his king to c6, to preserve the pawn chain.
Okay, he had the plan the whole time.
Yep. And I know all about time scrambles with Prague. We had a time scramble, and he converted with similar scientific precision. A pawn up endgame against me in the Rapid Prague is a fantastic blitz player. And what on earth is happening here?
Well, the bishop got off of a8 the only way it could have. By giving its life.
I'm still counting the pawns. Okay, 3 pawns for the piece. Yeah, I mean, I would take black any day, especially given the big time advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So Duda got out of it.
Mm.
He extricated. Well, he just got rid of his queen side.
Yeah, he just got rid of it.
He was just like, yeah. Blast.
I like that super focus mode, the hands on head. That's one of my favorites in classical chess. And to be doing that here with just a minute or so on the clock for the opponent, and you go into full focus mode. Very nice. The rook goes to the open file.
E5 is very tempting, but also very weakening. So
yeah,
pawns don't go backwards, even in Fischer Random. Duda, of course, has to be careful because like these queenside pawns are all on their lonesome. Currently, there is no threat, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But rook c4 is not the most pleasant prospect. I would be tempted to try to find a better role for the bishop and maybe even move the knight back and centralize the bishop. But if you're Duda, you have to put your minor pieces to the best possible use because you don't have that many of them.
Right. Yeah, that bishop on h8 needs to be hitting d2, e3, or f4. Those are white's tactical spots.
Also, e6 and knight d5 looks interesting as well. So a lot of options, and the time situation's starting to level out a little bit.
Yeah.
Still up a minute, though.
But if he can come up with something original here, then when he starts moving, he'll have that extra info, that pre-calculation, instead of just the time on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
He'll know what's coming a little bit better, unless Parham can predict it.
Sindarov, by the way, draw against Wei Yi, and Lazovic draw against Wesley. So I'm stunned at the number of draws in the first game, but I'm not complaining. That means we might get some decisive matches. And the blue arrow telling us that Parham must find bishop d5. It's mission critical.
I like this move, knight e8. It sort of does what he needed to do, right? It gets that bishop going without trading anything or messing anything up.
Found it. And I guess the point is to set up a blockade on the c4 square after e6?
Yeah. Also, that bishop is going to forever keep black from going... Well, not forever, but it's restraining black from playing moves like e5, f5, and trying to roll the center pawns.
I would actually go bishop b3 in response to e6 to keep the c4 square vacant for the knight, and also to set up, in the future, maybe bishop a4 related ideas.
Right. Plus, at some point, you want to take the c-pawn, right? You don't want to just blockade it. You want to...
Yep. And a positive byproduct is that by inducing e6, like maybe the knight can access some of these juicy dark squares. Like even right now, knight g4 is potentially in play. But then knight f5.
I guess that's why he played knight d6 before bishop d4.
Knowing Parham, he's probably going to go knight g4 and then sack on f5. 6 seconds. Got to move.
Oh, goodness.
4 seconds for Parham Maksudlu. Got to make a move.
No. Oh, God.
Barely gets it off, and that seemed to be just a pass move, just to avoid losing on time.
Yeah, the move does not look amazing. And Duda says, now I'm going to spend some time and find a problem with it.
He's going to start... This is where Duda starts maneuvering and squeezing and massaging and getting into all those weak squares.
Yeah.
This process has been done to me several times.
Knight b5 to d4, bishop c3, bishop d4.
I feel like Duda, he better come up with something good because he's frittered away his entire time advantage here.
Yeah.
Let's see what he comes up with.
Okay, I would go bishop d4 and king g7.
Yeah, get out of the checking zone of the knight.
My real thought is I want to advance my e and f pawns. I can't accept that bishop's stopping me. I've got to get these pawns moving.
Knight f5 by Duda with 3 seconds he made the move. And it's an all-out time scramble. Seatbelts fastened, folks. No, I still take black here any day, David. Despite the swings of the eval bar, it's the king safety that's the most important factor.
Well, yeah, there's like rook d6, g5 kind of themes to look for now. Okay, he cuts off his own h-file use there and goes for just the pawn attack.
Oh, gotta keep the queens on the board, one would think, but with 1 second.
Oh my gosh.
Back to e2. Maksudlu doing an amazing job so far. Maybe bishop b2 to simplify the position.
Yeah.
But then rook... Oh no, rook d2, queen takes e2.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Oh, he wants to play the bishop here. He wants to sack the exchange, perhaps.
Maksudlu making progress. He's gaining the upper hand here. And he can sack on c3 and go queen e7. I think he's winning.
Gives the bishop trade instead that way. I would have given my rook.
Oh, yeah, that was winning on the spot. Now the game very much continues. Does he have rook c5? No, he does not.
Queen e5? Queen e5?
Queen e7, and he blundered c4, shutting out the bishop.
Ouch.
1 second. And he recovers.
Now he goes queen e5. One move too late.
Rook e4, queen b8 check, but black's king will be very safe on h7. 2 seconds again. What a move.
Oh, that's a nice move. It stops. I was hoping to start setting up some mating threats with g5.
Oh my gosh, and there's going to be mates somewhere.
Rook e3?
Maybe it takes an f5? No, queen d2, infiltration. I think it's over. f5. Or just push the c pawn.
I think anything can happen still. I guess the bishop's not doing anything.
Look how safe black's king is on g7. It's infuriating.
So he's preparing rook c3 to try and stop that pawn, but there will be rook e3 check, right? That'll be pretty simple.
Rook e3, rook takes f3 even. Or you can promote at any point.
Yeah.
Mate, queen h2, queen h6 mate.
Oh, that's bad. Wow. And your instincts were good, Danya.
What a game. And that was just excruciating for Maksudlu. He was 1 move away. He just had to give up his rook for black's bishop.
Yeah.
And the rest was easy. But Jan Krzysztof Duda, he never gives up. He keeps on fighting and he wins with the black pieces. Looks like Fedoseev has a win here. But can he find it in time?
Yeah, it's the knight pawn.
Takes. Takes in queen d1. Yep.
Finds it. Beautiful. So time scrambles are nerve-wracking, but that one was also instructive because, Danya, you told us like the king safety would be like the key factor in terms of, you disregarded the eval bar. You're just the king safety. I'd rather be black. And that was really kind of borne out in how that scramble went. And other instructive thing was that the bishop was better than the rook. Like, he traded bishops. He should have traded his rook for the bishop, and then his dark squared bishop would have just ruled.
Yeah, you need to just make the decisions that are going to allow for the easiest moves, and the less mating patterns, the better. We had plenty of patterns in that first game. All games concluded, which means we can look at the bracket here. A draw between Bortnik and Nepo. So we had a tale of 2 different types of games. There were the peaceful games. Lazovic put pressure on Wesley So for the whole game, but to no avail. Wesley with some great defense. He holds the draw. Sindar Avway is a very even game. And then the decisive games with Yu Yangyi scoring a nice positional victory. Of course, we just watched Duda win with black. Vladimir Fedoseev, the winner of the Swiss Plane, won with white. And Praggnanandhaa just squeezed the life out of his compatriot Vida Gujarathy, who will have to win with black, David.
Yeah, which will be a tall order, but it is more achievable in freestyle chess than in classical chess because your opponent can't aim for simplifying or drawing variations or structures that they know as easily with the white pieces. They can't control the game so well.
Yep. It's almost doesn't matter which color you are, but we will find out if the players who lost are up to the task. Can they force a second time control? Well, we will find out when the Waisenhaus Freestyle Knockout stage returns. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Want more chess on the go? Check out all of our essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Learn with Dr. Wolf. Tackle new chess challenges. Entertain your kids with Chess Kid, and level up with fun and adventure. Download them all at chess.com/apps.
I want to get a few truths in first. Okay, do you think you are a good dancer?
No.
Lie.
What? I knew this. You are a terrible dancer, but you have high confidence. That's important. So you are decent.
I actually think I'm a bad dancer. It's one of my pet peeves.
No, but I knew that it's gonna show that. And please.
Wait,
So,
I have to make moves also.
it's time. It's time for the question.
He's getting nervous even when you just said that you were going to ask him a question. He's
No, because
really nervous.
Because the thread is stronger than the execution. It's one of the chess things. Do you consider me a friend?
Yes.
Yes, true.
Good friend is a different question.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna push it. Obviously, I've had my. Have you ever, as a spectator, rooted against me when I play chess?
Maybe. It could have been. Not sure.
Yes, he did.
He did. I know he did. Okay, that's fine. That makes two of us. Did you hate me for making you walk from Hotel Hoogedaan to our house in Wijkenzee when you were my second?
Briefly, very briefly.
But very intensely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no.
No,
it's
hate
fair.
comes naturally to me.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of friends, do you consider Samay your friend?
Yeah.
True.
Oh, I thought it's gonna say.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Do you?
The long pause really.
Okay, but that's an easy one, but Samay, the hard one now. Do you actually find him funny?
Yeah, he's extremely funny.
Sometimes.
Do you consider Sagar Shah your friend?
Yeah, very good friend.
Well, sometimes.
Oh my god! He did! Look what he has done! He just lost the pawn and the friend too! Okay, no, but it's fine. Do you think Sagar Shah is a good commentator?
Sometimes. Sometimes he gets very excited, but I think most of the time he's a good commentator, but he has to learn the variation in pitch. Like, not always be on
Wow,
extreme
so
excitement.
much criticism. We got an expert on commentary here.
I have told him, so it's fine.
Do you think that you're a better player than I am?
Welcome back to Freestyle Chess. We're watching the knockout portion of the Grand Slam Tour to determine the single qualifier who will join the long list of legends at the first Waisenhaus event exactly a month from now in February at the Waisenhaus Resort. I am David Pruss and GM Daniel Naroditsky. We thank you for joining us as we watch these scintillating matchups get into their second game. David, we're about to get the position reveal. Of course, different position from the first game. This is the most important part.
Yeah, every game a different position. No chance to get comfortable, or chances to get comfortable are few and far between. Every now and then the players may find themselves in a structure that they know, but it's a lot of nerves and a lot of work to get out of the opening with a good position. How did you feel the first round went? Any surprises there?
I was kind of shocked by the start of MVL versus Hans Niemann because it just seemed like they were kind of in bullet brawl mode. MVL missing several chances early in the game, and Hans, he got the memo. He kicked it into high gear, and he held a really nice draw. So a good confidence boost there. Bortnyk obviously was hoping to extract more from the white pieces, but as we talked about before the break, you know, white, black, and Fischer random, the difference is fairly negligible. And what a time scramble in Maksudlu versus Duda.
Yeah.
Just classic vintage freestyle action, the kind that we expect.
Yeah, that was really thrilling. They had a crazy position. You could have given them each another 15 minutes, and it would have still been crazy and hectic and hard to play that position they had precisely. One result that stands out for me, Danya, is that Vladimir Fedoseev, who we spent yesterday watching dominating the Swiss portion, he was the only qualifier to win the first round today. So his good streak is continuing for now.
And I'm trying to find the next set of games because it looks like the players will get their 3-minute allotment to review the position.
Yeah, the fresh positions are there.
I'm just...
And I'm going to click on Prague and Vidit because of the extra thrill of the must-win situation, and start to orient myself to the position, look out for which pawns are undefended and so forth.
There we go.
You've got it.
Still not seeing the games. I mean,
Okay.
this is a familiar position.
You want to play some blindfold freestyle chess, and I'll tell you where your pieces are?
Oh my gosh. Blindfold Fischer random. That is what I've been missing from my life.
Yeah, the new Melody Amber. Gonna restart it with these positions.
It was such a complicated position, just the server couldn't take it.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't want to analyze this.
I see that.
There we go.
So I think what we saw was really good resilience from Hans in that game. Didn't get dispirited at all. Obviously, at some point, you know, he had some ideas with the pawn sack. Then things were looking disastrous, but he just held things together. He didn't let any emotions affect his play. And now he'll be encouraged by that. And it'll be a question of Vidit's toughness, I think, this round. And everybody else who lost in the first round, it's going to be a big toughness check for them.
Indeed. And we have the position here in front of us. A toughness check. I mean, the players who have a must-win situation are approaching this very differently. They have to analyze this differently than someone like Hans, who can afford to play solidly. So the kings are on their standard square. They're bordered by the rook and the queen. So what am I seeing? Any hanging pawns? No hanging pawns.
I haven't found any.
Potentially, you have to watch out for like a fianchetto of a dark squared bishop, and then you might see b3 and c4, because that is one easy way to involve both bishops. So also, I would keep an eye on the a1 knight, because as I mentioned yesterday, you often get a situation where one piece is left out of the party, and that's something you want to be aware of. It's not always a bad thing, but maybe this knight needs to join the action in a creative manner. Yeah, this is not an easy one. Not an easy one to figure out.
For me, I'd be planning to move my e-pawn to develop my queen to e2. So I'd start thinking about actually central pawn moves here, like e4 and d4, to kick off the game potentially.
Yeah.
And maybe play kind of classically, see if you can get a nice position in the center with e4, knight f3.
Nepo's going to go f4 because he's a King's Gambit guy through and through.
Yeah, he might. I'm also a King's Gambit player through and through, and I hate the King's Gambit.
Man, like if this is an elephant gambit, is that what it's called in the e4, e5, knight f3, d5? It's like an Elephant Gambit player's dream, where you get to go d5 and like you already have a rook on d8.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind.
Are there any Elephant Gambit players still out there
I have a
dreaming?
book on it, and behind me actually, it's a 400-page It's a tome on the Elephant Gambit. What is this called? I think this is called apparently the Gundaram defense in regular chess.
Okay. Yeah.
My very first coach, old Russian master named Igor, he played this as his main opening: e4, e5, knight f3, queen e7. It's actually not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
And the ideas here, David, are pretty similar. Like you're going to go d6, knight f6, just play the sort of Philidor style. And I assume both sides will castle to the king side.
Yeah, in that case, you might even think about playing a6, bishop a7 at some point as your way to bring out the bishop. Man, you can see what I'm going to say before I say it.
We have that Bay Area wavelength, even though I'm all the way on the opposite coast.
Amazing. Yeah, so I mean, sorting out the bishops is what's going to be slightly tricky here for both players, I think. Like finding a way to have open diagonals for both of them.
Ugh. No.
Jeez.
Not a fan. And I would actually definitely go like a4, bishop a2 now with white and remind MBL that Aaron Nimzovich in my system, you know, he said something about weak squares, outposts, something.
I just don't know where the c5 move comes from. I guess he was terrified of a scotch. I guess he was terrified of a quick d4 coming. But I mean, even a move like knight f6, just gently reminding you of your own e-pawn would prevent it.
Whoa. We got to go to Bortnik Nepo. We have to go to Bortnik Nepo because it's move 2 and Nepo has already blundered.
What do you mean? What's happening? He's got queen b4
he played a
check?
London system.
The London system is that bad?
Apparently, well, I've been waiting to say this my whole commentary career. He just didn't play the Jabavlan and he needed to play knight a1 to c3. He played bishop f4. What could be more natural? And look at this by Bortnik, the awareness. And why is this so bad? Well, black could potentially start with f6, or black could give immediately the check on b4.
Mm-hmm.
And white just has no good way to block, because if you block with the rook, you lose the game, because both minors are hanging.
Yeah.
So you have to block with the c-pawn, but now the c-pawn is hanging.
Right.
And
you have to go for knight b3, queen c3, knight d2.
Ugh.
Pretty much, which is like you've moved more minor pieces than black, but you didn't get any of them to good squares, huh?
And f6, you have to potentially leave another pawn hanging. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. I mean, I wouldn't say this is losing for white, but this is as close to an opening disaster as it gets, and this is on the board.
And they're heading this way.
Yeah.
Ooh la la. And with the first game a draw, it's sudden death here in this match, you know? Like you cannot...
Yeah.
There's no takebacks. There's no time to recover.
There's no take back. And this is the thing with Fischer Random, right? I mentioned there was a 2-move game yesterday. You never get this in chess. On move 2, you can make a potentially game-deciding blunder. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And for a world champion challenger to do that shows you how devilish this game can be.
By the way, you know how crazy this position was? Like 2 moves ago, he could have considered leaving the knight hanging on a1 and playing bishop takes g7, right?
Yes, but then I would have taken the pawn first, I think. If you had done that, I would have taken the pawn, repeated once,
d2,
and then taken the knight.
Yeah, repeat once, then take the knight.
Yeah.
I have to go back to d1. And now it's just a matter of getting that bishop from b8, swinging around from 8.
Maybe there was like some creative way to defend, but I mean, knight b3 is by far the most natural move, just bringing everything on deck.
Yeah.
And I think the one good thing for Nepo here is that he does have potentially a development advantage. Like if he can get his knight out quickly, Bortnik can't, you know, just like rest on his laurels. He needs to get his own pieces out.
He's got to play super precisely, right? His pieces, he has to remember his pieces are disorganized, just like Nepo's were, right? It's an unfamiliar situation, and now you're basically playing, you know, queen takes b2 in a London. Okay, a favorable version, but white's going to have the pieces coming raging out, and you've got no pieces out, so you could easily lose in one move yourself.
Absolutely, and he's up 2 pawns, which is why I don't see a reason to grab a third one. my inclination would be either knight h6 or knight e7, and just get the bishop to f5. If Bortnyk is, if he crosses his T's and dots his I's, I think that he's got great chances right out of the gates here to score a victory. And what an upset this would be if he can complete the task.
Yeah, I love knight e7 and just quick castling, and then start sorting out the queenside pieces. Wow.
Incredible.
That was a shocking tactic, e5 on move 2. I mean, that's going to go into freestyle chess textbooks at some point, right?
Oh,
where they
yeah.
sort of teach you, like, here are like the basic opening patterns that can come up, like unusual new patterns we need to learn to play this game.
And the queen is like a one-man wrecking crew, and it's also crazy how bad it is. Like, sometimes in those situations, okay, you can bail out and give up the center. Like, no, you actually lose material. And
yeah.
Of course, the hardest part for Bortnyk is still in front of him. Let's be clear. Jan is not someone to go down without a dogfight. By the way, knight b2 is another one of those hidden threats that Bortnyk has just created.
Yeah, another move that'll cost you. But I mean, White's not in much of a position to do anything about this. Like queen d3 even looks like a blunder against queen takes d3, knight b2. Maybe bishop b5 check.
Wait, did you say Kavutsky's playing in this tournament? Knight b2 will cost you?
No, he's not.
Oh, it'll cost me.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
it'll cost. Yeah.
I didn't mean to accost you with that pun.
It's fine. It's fine.
Commentating does come at a cost.
Yeah. So what is White even supposed to do about knight b2?
Well, knight e2. But then black can actually go knight takes d2 and trade.
Mm-hmm.
Can I show a funny line?
Of course.
I briefly flirted with queen g1, and then I realized that the last time humanity had seen a mate like this was like Greco versus NN in 1620.
Yeah. Well, it's one of my favorite things, honestly, about freestyle chess is that you get to see these miniatures again, which have been so lacking lately.
Yeah, and bring the romance back into chess.
Yeah.
Queen
bring back
D3.
the 1600s. Speaking of romance and quick mistakes, we have a decisive result already in round 2.
What?
Danya, I know it doesn't make any sense.
No, we don't.
But it's true. Head over to Fedoseev versus Dominguez, and
9 moves.
Yeah.
And Fedoseev for the 3rd time. He won his first 2 games yesterday in 10 moves both.
Yeah.
He's done one better than that.
Yeah.
Beating Dominguez in 9 moves.
He also played this thematic e5 early on here.
And Dominguez also blundered a check. Same type of blunder.
Yeah, but look, he wasn't interested in pawns, doesn't take on d4, just pursues his development.
Okay, I mean, White is slightly worse here, but nothing disastrous has happened yet. But Fedoseev creating that pawn cube in the center. Okay.
Yeah. Ratchets up the tension. Dominguez
he
tries
just
to keep
blundered a
up
knight in one move. Oh my God.
Dominguez was trying to keep up with him on the clock, right? Because he's trying to play quickly, and oof.
Pain. I mean, White is slightly worse here, but like knight, obviously this was just like a freak blunder by Lenier. Resigned immediately. Well, that's how Vladimir Fedoseev gets the job done in 9 moves, and he moves on to the next, the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Man, if only I knew it was that easy to beat Super GMs. You don't even need to make it to move 10.
It's easier for some of us than others of us.
I'm mesmerized
on a very good run.
As is Bortnyk. He's got fantastic chances here. He's doing everything right, getting the knight out. If he consolidates, he's just 2 healthy pawns up against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. And did queen e2 even really stop knight b2? Like, he chose not to go for knight b2?
Yes, he was maybe hoping for some queen h5 business, but everything is 1 move too late. Yeah. I mean, he has to go knight f3, I think. No, but then again, knight b2.
Mhm.
Like Bortnick's not done eating.
No.
It's like all you can eat queenside.
Yeah, once the pawns are gone, then the squares come with them, right? And then once your pieces have the squares.
I know Bortnick really likes Fischer Random. Like we talked about it, he really feels that this is his type of game. He's not the biggest fan of opening theory, and anybody who's watched his streams, his games, knows how creatively his mind works. I consider myself, on a good day, a creative player, but he'll come up with an idea and like it'll take 2 minutes just to even understand like how the path, like how he led me out of that deep dark forest. So this is his bread and butter, and I know he's passionate about going as far as he can, hopefully all the way to Germany.
Yeah, well then he's going to be very, very motivated by this tour, and there's going to be qualification for every one of the events this year. Looking past Weissenhaus, right? There's 5 of these tour events in the freestyle tour. And so, yeah, many opportunities to play against strong players in this format now.
Speaking of strong players, let's maybe head on over to Mr. Hans Niemann, also known as Hans Niemann, whose knight is speaking for itself.
Yeah. I mean, the bishop on b8, if you put it on g7, black's position would be fine, I think. g7 or f8 or e5. But
always look on the king side of life.
yeah.
Always play the king's Indian.
Oh, the g-pawn is dreaming of harboring a bishop, but
it's like the gate is there. They've cleared the parking spot, but the car isn't arriving.
Yeah.
Now, the big thing for white, of course, is to decide like if and when he plays this move e5. The central breakthrough is very thematic, but of course it's not the only plan. You can also sort of sit on the position, make marginal improvements. But knowing Hans, he is just ready to play e5. He's going to, first chance he gets, he's going to shove that pawn through.
Yeah. I have a second plan for white, which perhaps only reveals my own problems. But I have this idea of playing like bishop a2
and knight d6.
Knight takes d6.
Unbelievable. I had the exact same idea.
And just seeing how far we can roll those pawns, what we can do with them. It's probably just silly.
No, I think that was a lovely idea. And let me just spotlight that really quickly, because if black plays, obviously here, it's not where we had intended it, but the point is rook d6 always runs into e5. And lovely proposal, David. If the bishop were on a2, e5 would be very strong. So why not start with this move? I think this would have been very powerful. But Hans choosing a different queenside approach and still turning up the pressure, or shall I say the Prussia dial, up to max. The Prus, sure.
Yeah, I mean, he could go a5 to look for a weakness on the queen side. Or he could play b5 to grab more pressure or block out the bishop if it ever goes to a6. So this is a nice improving move for him. There may even be a situation where he just wants to trade on c5, Danya, and then just, put a rook or queen on the b file.
Yeah. Hans in his element. Do you remember Hans from his time in the Bay Area? Like, did you
I do.
intersect with him?
Yeah. Yes.
Any memorable experiences, or just sort of surface level interactions?
Well, yes, but no, but I won't.
I mean, every interaction with Hans Niemann is a memorable interaction. I understand.
I clearly remember it. I don't want to say anything.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. A colorful character for most of his life.
Okay, so bishop d7 played.
Whoa.
Every move I'm looking at knight takes d6, because now if queen d6, e5, the queen has to go into f8, right? She's just
and also knight takes
in there.
Knight takes b6 has become available as well. It
Right.
feels like white is sort of knocking on the door, but these
Yeah.
Benoni structures are surprisingly resilient. Like you can take away, you can cut off a bunch of limbs and it'll stay alive. So Hans has to maintain his discipline. Wow, what a
Right.
anticlimactic Soviet schoolboy move, bishop c2. I was like,
Wow.
let's go e5. No.
That's that special Hans thing, where he has this instinct and plays certain moves that almost nobody else thinks of, right? Like
I love
knight
this
takes
move.
b6 to be followed by bishop c2. I think that's one of those things I would not think of. But his point is he
Mhm.
holds the tension on the light squares, and
Oh, he wants this, I think. And
yeah,
he wants
and he's
bishop. This
preparing
is
bishop
where it reveals
a4.
itself. Amazing
Yeah.
positional idea by Hans.
Yeah,
Obviously, this is like game over.
yeah,
And this is, people misunderstand Hans's style. I think at his core, he's actually very positional.
very positional. Yeah, but he has certain like positional insights that are non-standard. Like this idea here of holding that tension for the light square, stuff that to him it's like an instinctive idea that he can come up with in a rapid game, and other players it's just not on their radar.
I'm thinking like, who would I compare him to from the grandmasters of old? And almost like a Bent Larson, but like better. Like he makes better moves. Or maybe like Lubomir
Right.
Lubojevic, creative positional player. And
Right, or I would or even we could compare him to somebody like Nimzovich,
Nimzovich?
somebody who came up with new ideas.
yeah, he, of course, like can calculate. That's not what we're suggesting. It's like saying, yeah, well, Steph Curry likes to shoot threes. He can still make layups. Of course, all of the top players are extremely good at calculating. And I think he will carry out his idea in some form. And he always has e5 as a backup option.
Right, so black pre-defends the rook on d7, so a b5 followed by bishop a4 might be less brutal. But one little detail that I've noticed earlier was that a b5, knight b5, bishop a4, knight c3.
There was e5.
There would be e5, yeah.
Yeah, maybe Hans was worried about some like knight a8, knight b6 maneuver. And he didn't. He wants to squeeze more than just a pawn out of the position. Again, David, it's the same type of move, just sitting on the position and not forcing anything, watching MBL collapse, which he does. What is this? He's giving Hans the four square.
He thought the pawn was gone no matter what, right? Because there was the undefended bishop on b8. And so his idea is for that bishop to emerge on a7, blockade the a pawn, and be active.
Yeah, but he's giving away so much. He's giving this juicy square on d4. He's giving access to b7. There's also a5 and bishop a4. Hans just has to put the puzzle pieces together in the right order.
Yeah, and I think that after a5, he can also lock that bishop out with rook b6 at some point if he wants to.
Also great move.
Yeah.
Bishop prophylaxis. Bishop c5 runs into e5 now. He is suffocating MVL. This is positional mastery, honestly. Hans is threatening rook c6 and e5, trapping the queen.
He's getting very excited about it too there.
He's vibing. a5 is going to happen, I think. I mean, this is cruel.
Wow. Yeah, a5 and rook c6, both very strong moves here. I mean, rook b1 as well. Perfectly fine.
Choose your poison.
Right, because then you're threatening rook b7, and it's like, oof.
Uh-oh. Rook
yeah,
b1
so he had to avoid e5, but now he gets rook b1 as well with tempo if he wants it.
We might be close to resignation. He's like one or two accurate moves away. Like rook b7 is a fork.
Yep.
Stick a fork in it.
The f-pawn's hanging. The whole 7th rank is hanging.
Lazovic so is a draw, so they will move to the blitz phase. They draw both of their games. And looks like Maksudlu is much better in his must-win game against Duda.
So is there any move after rook b7, or will that be the last move of the game here?
Maybe bishop b8. And you know what Hans likes to do? I feel like Hans at some point might even consider trading queens.
Yeah.
Or like rook b7, bishop b8, and just push the a pawn, something like that.
Right.
Or is he going to win the queen somehow with like queen c1? Is he going to do him like that? Oh, he's going to do him like that?
Retreating.
He's trapped.
Does rook b8 not give it any breathing room?
Well, rook b8 I can play. Takes, and bishop b3. Queen e2. That queen slithers away. Okay, no, but I mean, there were like a million ways to win there. Bishop b3. Knight takes c3, queen takes c3 check. But bishop b3, there's queen takes b1. So you still have to be careful.
Why wouldn't he take the knight here?
I feel like rook e2 maybe.
Okay.
Pawn's doing the right thing to slow down and trying to find the most precise continuation.
Right. Rook a3, there's queen c4. Rook a1, there's knight c3. Takes, queen b2 check.
Well, knight c3 and knight e2 check.
Knight e2 is
check.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would actually consider something insane here. Like, just trying to find the right square for the rook. Like, I was even thinking just moving the rook away. But, you know, you can actually get too fancy here.
Yeah.
Also, bishop b3, I realize blunders f2. So, a lot to keep track of.
Yeah. And this is why Maxime played b4. To highlight these opposite colored bishops and get
I think I see a win.
Some tactical shots. All right, tell us.
ED, rook e2, and then bishop b3, because the rook occupies the retreating square for the queen. So obviously, if Maxime takes on d5, he's just down a piece, and rook e2 was the move I was scared of. I think bishop b3 wins the game. Yep, he has taken the knight, and Maxime was forced to take on d5.
Okay, and so now he just needs to safeguard f2 and e2. And he can get around to some technical chess, perhaps bishop d3. Perhaps he could be interested by that.
He's enjoying his position.
Cut off rook e2.
Honestly,
get access to c4 and b5. Open the second rank.
There we go. There's that queen trade offer.
Yeah.
No Russian schoolboy game is complete without the offer of a queen trade to top it all off. Okay. And flight attendants, get ready for landing. I think we're a couple moves away here.
Preparing rook e2.
Doesn't give up.
Okay, so he's got one pawn against a knight. But he does have opposite colored bishops. I feel like he's just going to keep playing, honestly. Like, what's the point of resigning? It's a two-game match. You're out.
Of course. Absolutely. You have to play until, as long as there's even a modicum of a chance.
Yeah. And if you could win the f-pawn, then you're in the game, right? Then the king's weak forever.
The patience he has exhibited has been just incredible. Like bishop d1, all these prophylactic moves that have taken the air out of the building for MBL. And his minor pieces are defending the two key infiltration squares. So even if it looks awkward for the rook not to be controlling the first rank, the knight is doing a perfectly good job of it. Bortnik, by the way, still pressing, still trying to convert against Nepo, but Nepo is, for the time being, holding his own. Ooh.
There's the dark squares.
What about rook d3?
I think if fe3, it's not bishop e3 check that's planned, but the second rook into e3.
Ooh. Indeed.
And like your c3 rook can't be defended while protecting your king.
Indeedovich. There's a crazy idea, but I would, if I was like Hans's coach, I would never, ever approve something like this, which is fe3, rook e3, and then No, why even calculate that? I mean, Hans is down to 3 minutes. Like, he can enjoy his position, but at some point he has to actually finish the job.
Okay, so how about rook takes e3? How bad is that as an option? Queen d2, knight d2, fe.
I don't like it because you're losing f2.
I am losing f2, but in an endgame scenario, right? So I bring my knight back to f3.
But I still feel
Put
like,
my
well, then
king on
e2
F1.
or ef. I feel like rook bc1 is an easy way to just avoid all the problems,
Defend the piece.
unless I'm missing something.
Okay. Oh, you played it. You got it.
Well, in that case, Hans would also be missing it. Just not enough there for MBL.
Yeah. That rook e3 might have worked if Hans had been under a minute. It took some time to absorb what was going on with it.
And Hans has to remain vigilant because this pawn in f4, it sets up always this mating net with the bishop coming around to g3. So you have, even in an endgame, you have to be super careful with white. And another prophylactic move by Hans, just getting his king out of the danger zone. By the way, we should check back into the Nepo game because Jan is making major progress, it seems, towards saving the game.
He's down a single pawn. I remember him being down 2 pawns.
Yeah, somehow he won a pawn back.
Oh, I guess e5 had sacked a pawn. He was only ever down 1, not 2.
Oh, sorry. That was misinformation sown by me. That was the commentators. Yeah. He was only up 1 pawn. Okay, being up a pawn against Nepo is not the worst thing in the world, but I guess I set up some false expectations.
Yeah, that reframes the whole question of whether or not Black should have taken the d4 pawn with the queen at the very beginning of that sequence, you know? Because when you have 2 pawns, you're like, 2 pawns is enough, I'll just develop, right? We were kind of assuming Black was winning.
Yeah. And actually, is Nepo Nepo has the upper hand now because look at his control over the dark squares. Looks like Sasha mistimed his queenside pawn advance, giving the knight this beautiful square, and Nepo's operating on both flanks right now and operating on the clock.
Yeah, the c6 pawn looks doomed.
Capturable, but then knight takes e3. Have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, maybe knight c6? And if knight e3, queen f3?
Apparently, blue arrow tells us queen f3 straight away. Might be the move.
I don't have one of those in my head.
Rook e4 instantly by Bortnyk. Great move. Setting up knight h4. Rook c6. And some fireworks are about... Wait, do you have... No. I'm trying to figure out knight takes h4, because then Nepo might sack the exchange and go after Bortnyk's king, and we're going to get just that.
I think it might be with knight d5, not queen d5. Because basically you're threatening knight e7, you're trying to displace the queen, which is keeping the rook defended. Oh!
It's so easy to miss that pattern.
Well, thank you for trying to make me feel better. I hope one other person missed it.
Thank you for trying to make me feel better? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
I actually think... Well, Jan doesn't have to take on h4. He can drop his queen back, but then Bortnyk will be like, well, thank you for the pawn. I'm coming back to f5.
Right.
I'm so happy I'm not playing. Oh, actually, you know what's interesting is queen e2 and then going queen h5. Maybe the absence of the h-pawn would have benefited white there. Oh, he does sack the exchange. He goes knight d3.
That is to prevent the queen b1 pattern. So Nepo saw it at least, and this is a very aggressive choice by him to give the exchange while trying to win in a 2-game match like this, right?
Yeah, clearly playing for a win is Nepo, and he's... Okay, if Bortnyk wants to make a draw, he can like take on d3 and go for the perpetual, but Nepo's kind of playing this game where he's tempting Sasha into taking uncompromising measures with a minute on his clock, which he does.
Rook h5, very natural move, despite the X on it, I have to say.
David, black had queen e4 there to force the queens off the board. Maybe that was a more
Ooh,
insight. Even that endgame wouldn't be easy to convert, though, with the knight coming back to b4.
right.
Typical Nepo move here. Another tricky little... Oh, you cannot move the knight.
Right, so looking at
Rook
queening the pawn.
b6.
I wanted to play, something like queen b5 or rook b6 a few moves ago, but at the time it was failing to queen b1. So first you put the knight on d3 to block queen b1. You just leave the knight hanging there.
And he finds it. And
Yeah.
two pieces are hanging, and yet it's Bortnik who's under fire. But why is it so bad after, like, rook c8? Are you telling me Nepo could get away with rook takes b4?
Presumably. He definitely can't get away with knight b4. That's been ingrained in me.
Yeah, we've been there before. But rook takes b4. Rook no further than that.
There he goes. Let's say, nope, back rank mate ourselves. Got to be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, he can
guess
rinse and repeat.
I guess rook a5 or something like that.
Or a3. I mean, I feel like Bortnik has to... He can't lose too many pawns, because then Nepo could just trade queens. And instead he goes h6, and he blunders knight f4, I think. He just blundered a fork.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and Nepo sees it. Oh, this is a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
Bortnik forgot that he just doesn't have access to the b1 square anymore. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is too easy for Jan, unfortunately.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're talking about one of the top players in the world here.
You could feel the slipping away from Bortnik kind of progressively.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for him, despite that genius stroke in the opening on move 2, that's what world champion contenders are made of.
Yeah. All he can do is chuckle it off and prepare for the next tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, trust me, off stream, he's not going to be chuckling. This will be a bitter pill to swallow, and he came so far. He qualified with that 4th spot yesterday. It took a lot of magic, but he has to bow down at the hands of Jan Nepomniachtchi. Whoops, sorry. What a turnaround in this game.
Yeah. Hans has won in the meantime as well.
And we have the Duda game, by the way. Maksudlu won!
Oh my goodness. Equalizes it with black.
And Vidit is also winning. So Vidit might equalize with black as well, if he completes the task. What is going on here?
Top level chess with a slightly rapid time control.
Will Yu Yangyi be able to
Be the last one, huh?
join the club of players who apparently make it look easy to win on demand with the black pieces? And Wei Yi lost to Sindarov. Javahir Sindarov has defeated Wei Yi. Let's take a quick look at how that game ended.
Oh, that means one of the qualifiers is through.
And it feels like Wei Yi lost a pawn in the opening. Where did he lose a pawn? Wow, on move 3. And he also blundered this idea with queen b4 check. Unbelievable. He blundered exactly the same check, which is the reason he ended up losing a pawn. So 3 players.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's the same idea.
There's bishop d2 and then c3, c2, huh? Oh.
I'm going to flip us back to the Pragnananda game, but it's crazy how these uncommon ideas are missed by absolutely everybody.
Yeah. So the basic move for Vidit would be to trade knights, but he's also considering knight g4 with, queen c5 or something like that to get the e3 square. White will have knight d4.
Visually, it doesn't feel that black is so overwhelmingly better because you're up in exchange, but you've got problems with your king. problems with their d5 pawn. And even if the queens are traded, it doesn't mean that's the end-all, be-all. Especially if white can keep a knight.
Mm-hmm.
So, still
Yeah.
tough. Tough road ahead for Vidit.
As long as queens are on the board, that king is going to be a real problem.
Yeah, and Vidit burning some of that time advantage, trying to find the best path.
The first thing to look for when you're up in exchange is how good can your rooks be, I've been told. And in fact, both rooks could be improved.
Okay, he takes on f3, very committal decision. I'm curious what his follow-up is. It could just be like rook d8.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, one rook could go to g8, the other rook could stand behind the d pawn. Obviously, you cannot take on d5 because of the fork on c5.
Yeah, I would have thrown in queen c5 check and then rook d8, but pretty similar move. And now the rook on h8 needs to be improved, but there is the isolated h pawn to keep our eyes on.
And
No easy.
Are there tactics here? Apparently there are, says Vidit. d4. C takes d4, and maybe it's like a positional idea. He's just giving away the pawn in order to make white's rook as passive as possible.
Mm-hmm. Also, did he have any way
Lovely.
to protect the pawn that he's sacking, or was it already dead on d5?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe he thinks it was dead, and so he's giving it away in the classic style, damaging his opponent's position along the way. C takes d4, a4 looks really nasty because the bishop will have no more access to c2.
Mm-hmm.
Another
Yeah.
positive byproduct of this move, the queen is even more active now. So bishop d5 is forced.
Yeah.
And then you have a pleasant choice. I think queen c2 would be pretty attractive, as would a simple move like rook g8. I don't see Pragg holding this. Unless he gets a miracle.
Targeting the d pawn.
Slightly lackluster move, but holding down the rook on d1. And white's clock continues to tick down.
Yeah, well, and also he's keeping the bishop on the slightly awkward d5 square because of rook d4.
It really helps black that white cannot go queen h5 because the queen is tied down. The rook is tied down to the pawn.
Unless white can go queen h5.
I would go rook e1 actually, and queen takes d4, maybe bishop f7 as like a last resort.
Uh-huh.
There are tactics related to perpetuals or even some mating patterns that black has to be vigilant about.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out for the g3 square now.
Right.
Queen d6 even.
He wanted to get rid of the back rank mates with h3. Now the rook comes to an active square, stopping queen h5. Takes issue with that. Rook
Computer
defends
should
the f
shush. How can it be bad to chase away the rook from g5?
Yeah.
Just know your place, man. Silicon. Fill in the blank.
Beast.
That's the word I was looking for. 7 seconds. Pragg doesn't know what to do. Holding the g3 square.
Yeah.
I
You
would
don't
go-
want to just give it away. Even if you're losing, you don't want to just flag or hang a piece.
Make your opponent beat you. And there is this idea to go h5 and rook g4. Well, not anymore maybe, but now there's a hanging pawn on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Pragg wants some queen e3 shenanigans. Ah.
And then rook d6.
Then I feel like the endgame might be a little dicey.
Uh-huh.
I actually would still consider h5. Because if queen takes h5, it deflects the queen, and then rook takes d4 might force the rooks off the board, which is kind of what I want. Instead, he just sits on the position.
Yeah.
Rook G4. He allowed it. Oh, and a turnaround in our other game where, oh, never mind. Lei Kwang is going to lose. Lei Kwang is going to lose, so Yu Yangyi will win both games and advance to the next round. And he's done it. Or has he? Rook D3. What would be your preference here for converting? I like Rook D3. Rook takes H4. Oh, looks like we lost David briefly there, but the game is over, and Pragg lets his time run out, but his position is hopeless, which means that match is going to the next stage. Unbelievable. So we have Maksudlu winning on demand with black. We have Vidit winning on demand with black, and already that is a lot, which means those matches, as well as the match between Lazovic and So, which was far more peaceful, 2 draws in that match, that is going to overtime as well. And overtime in this case consists of a second mini match of 2 games, but this time the time control is reduced to 5 minutes per player with a 3-second increment. So you have sort of generous increment blitz. And once again, folks, the positions change every game. So you do not repeat the positions from the 15-minute portion. You get a fresh set of positions. Let's see. Do we have a break? Okay, we will have a short break as we set up the next position. But first, remember, we have a lot of new merch, which is on the market now that it's a new year. Lots of discounts. And make sure to check out all of the new merch available at the store. Exclaim merch in the chat to check out all the new swag. I've got a clock in my living room. There's shirts of all sizes, chessboards. Go.chess.com/merch or exclaim merch in the chat to check out all the available inventory. And we'll have an inventory of overtime games. When the Freestyle Grand Slam returns, we will have several matches advance to the next stage to determine who makes their way into the quarterfinals. Stay tuned.
Were you ever leaning towards asking me to help you for the candidates?
Yes, I did consider it.
No, not just consider. Like, you were about to do it versus not do it. You just didn't think about the question, but you were like, at some point in time, you thought like, I'm going to ask him. Did you have that moment?
Not exactly how you put it, but I gave it more serious thought than you think. Yeah.
No, I think you gave it very serious thought.
Okay, maybe then less serious than what you think, but yeah, I did consider it.
True.
It was not entirely my decision.
Was Surya against it?
Something like that.
The backstab, yeah? Surya sir, you know, we've been known each other for many years. No, but it's fine, it's fine. I mean, I know Daniela has got my back, so. Now, some career-related questions. Would you rather win Olympic team gold, which is what you have done, or individual gold at Olympiad on board 1?
I think team gold. Individual medals are not as
on
worth.
board 1.
Yeah, but it's
no,
not.
But think about the whole thing. On board 1.
Yeah, I would still like.
No, but it means that you are playing on board 1. Plus, you have the medal.
No, I would feel good, but it doesn't hold the same value as team gold. Like team gold.
I'm calling this.
True.
Wow. Nationalism in there, yeah?
Of course. I mean, it has much more
wow.
value than an individual gold.
Respect. Are you intending to retire from chess in the next 5 years?
It's likely, but it's a thought that comes and goes. Like, I'm not certain.
Seems true.
What do you plan to do after that?
Something less stressful.
Yes.
Okay, true. Do you think you are lazy?
Sometimes.
Yes, you think so?
Would you call yourself greedy, like for money?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as philanthropic as I should be.
Yes, he is.
Is meditation the main reason behind your good results in the past 2 years?
Not necessarily. It's a catalyst, but not the main reason.
It is a significant reason.
Yes, yes.
We're about to find out, honey. We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebound to Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
Okay, Freestyle Chess returns. We have 3 matches going into overtime, and we've got I am David Pruce alongside GM Daniel Naroditsky bringing you coverage of the knockout stage. We've got the round of 16 as well as the quarterfinals in play today, tomorrow, of course, semifinals, and the final to determine the one player, only one player, who will punch his ticket to the Waisenhaus event in February and who will join the legends already invited to that tournament. Right now, we've got some overtimes to watch. A fresh position will be selected, and the time control, David, reduced to 5+3, which, in my opinion, is still a little bit too long for overtime. But hey, we live, we learn.
Well, yeah, we'll see if the players share your opinion afterwards. If they say we really needed a little less time for these tie breaks. We've got Denis Lazovic against Wesley So. We've got the 2 Indian players, Pragg and Vidit, going another round after Vidit won a must-win game with Black, game 2. Mm-hmm. And we've got Parham, who also won a must-win game with Black against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Yeah. Jan. So they're also about to fight it out in this 2-game match. If tied, they'll go to Armageddon.
My head is already kind of spinning from all the different arrangements, but really the biggest thing I'm seeing here is this bishop on g1. And the question will be on which diagonal will it operate? Like, will you play f3? Or I am always partial to these, like, even h4 move 1, like, non-ironically, is a candidate move. He plays f4. I would have considered trying to fianchetto the bishop on h2.
Right. Yeah, kind of like the side fianchetto.
He plays the bird.
Yeah, I would have probably tried to go for f4 and e4, ideally as they're starting here, and a reason to start. A reason to start with f4 would be that if you play e4 and your opponent plays e5, you can't play f4 anymore.
I feel like there's two problems with this structure that he's chosen. The first is the knight on h1 has now been deprived of, like, an easy way to rejoin the game.
Yeah.
And the second is that, yeah, this is excellent play by Duda. Black just has a more effective way to control the center with e5 and potentially d5. White, on the other hand, okay, White can play e4, but it just feels like Parham did this in his White game, where he got really overextended right out of the opening.
Yeah, it's like somehow you've been taxed this g3 move, right? And then you play an otherwise e4, e5 position. But maybe the g3 move won't be so bad. You know, if Black tries to play knight g6, the pawn will hold the knight off.
Yeah. Somehow Duda has played c6 and f6, and, like, his position looks amazing. I wish I could do that.
Yeah. Well, you just have to play more freestyle chess, don't you?
Yeah.
Because it's not going to happen for you in classical chess.
Hey, yeah, there we need to go c5 and f5, like the Clarendon court.
Definitely. He's thinking quite a while here. Unfortunate in a blitz game to spend a minute at this point. Do you know if the players still had a minute or two to look at the starting position before the tiebreak game?
They did, but I said 5 + 3 might be too long. I'm kind of eating my words, because suddenly you're down to 3.5 minutes, and, like, you've only figured out, like, how to castle. Like, you haven't even gotten your bearings yet.
Yeah.
He's gotten his pairings, but not his bearings.
Yep. Pairings always come first. A nice thing about playing these online tournaments, you don't have to go looking for your board. You're always right there. Chess.com sort of ushers you to your seat.
And the other games, are they underway, or do we stagger them? I guess we stagger them.
They seem to be staggered.
C4.
Keep an eye out for you over here.
Bishop takes c4, queen takes h7. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, that honestly does not look bad for Black. Like, then you can move the knight out. Okay, Lazovic's game has started, so we'll revisit that pretty soon.
Vidit as well, starting with e4.
Duda's a positional player. He likes stability. I think he is usually partial to, moves like knight g6, but he's definitely calculating bishop takes c4, assessing the pros and cons.
Yeah. I mean, one thing is it might be annoying for White to defend the c-pawn if you just play knight g6 here.
No, he waited for us to say that.
Okay, goes for it.
Even bishop b4. Okay, yeah, he does go knight f7. But knight e3 with tempo.
Right. Got to tuck the bish.
Wait, which way can you castle here? So you can castle queenside like this?
Queenside right now, yep.
Oh my god, to castle kingside, you're going to have to go bishop g2, like h3 and bishop h2.
Yeah. That's not happening very quickly right now with that bishop on g1, who's a problem, period. But castling queenside would famously hang the a2 pawn, because we've got a bishop that started on g8 here.
Yep, that poor pawn has been abused in this play-in. It's like, please leave me in peace.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my gosh, knight f5. Oof. That takes some balls to knight f5, just keeping the queen on h7.
Yeah. I was going to say I'm like slightly inclined towards playing bishop h3 in this position, develop a new piece, maybe weaken the opponent's light squares a tiny bit.
Ooh. Look at the blue arrow move. The blue arrow move is genius because if knight takes g7, there's rook to e7 winning the knight with a lateral pin.
That's pretty weird, but it is no surprise that knight g7 would be a bad move.
But don't go knight g5, I guess, because here the queen can slide back and suddenly the very same pieces that combined to pin the knight are now the bane of your existence.
Yeah.
Wow, this whole sequence should be accompanied by an Advil. Like,
it does hurt a little bit. It does hurt a little bit. I can confirm from my forays into freestyle chess, it does hurt a little bit to wrap your head around some of this.
That's why Fedoseev does this to prepare for classical chess. Imagine how good a workout this is.
Right.
And you sit down, you look at the normal range, you're like, this is easy. It's like, what was I worried about?
It's like walking around with weights on all the time, and then one day you take them off.
Mm-hmm. And you're just freestyling. Let's take a look at Lazovic versus Wesley.
Yeah, look at that a2, f7 diagonal pressure being stopped in its tracks by the knight on h8.
Oh, yeah. Hello. Didn't see you all the way in the back. But Lazovic is, and this is just luxurious.
Yeah, pleasantly better. He's even able to castle kingside, which is a real accomplishment in this particular starting position. I don't think anyone else is going to manage it.
But castle's queenside is going to complete the picture. And there's a certain, it's just this aesthetic satisfaction when all of your pieces are on the squares where they belong. And Lazovic is just this talent to, the pieces just gravitate toward the right squares.
Yeah. And I think Wesley has big problems here, and they stem from this space grab on the queen side. Mm-hmm. When you grab space like this, sometimes, you smother your opponent. Other times you're, overextended. Here, because Black's minor pieces are over on the king side, I feel like it's just all empty space waiting for white pieces.
And he did castle kingside.
Yeah. Because he wants to
maybe see that. Let me see that again. Whoop. No, one more time.
Yeah. Do it.
There we go.
Yeah. You got to see it a few times to really get used to it and get good at it. Here's my explanation of what he's up to, Danya. I think he's up to c3. He wants to take advantage of some weak spots on the queen side, plus the black king is going to have a hard time scrambling to g8 faster than he can open the c file.
Well, I completely agree. The Roman philosopher Robertus Hessus like to say that the side that controls the pawn breaks controls the position. So in addition to c3, the rook on f1 also has a purpose. I think he can open a second front at the right moment with f4. Yeah. I would seriously consider f4 in this position first because Black cannot play f6. Yeah. Because that's why Lazovic positioned the queen on a2.
Normally, you might have expected Lazovic to play, like you said, castle's queenside, double rooks on the d file, bishop c4, queen b3, just flow into nice squares. But here he's thinking he has an opportunity to just go for something decisive on the c file.
Great call, David. And he's just going to flatten Black's position if he's allowed to play c3 and double. Like whatever obstacle Black throws at him, it's like when you're barricading the door, but he's got a tank rolling through the front door.
Right.
Like all of his pieces, if necessary.
Yeah. You're putting up like plywood.
Exactly. And look at the time situation. Lazovic has spent under a minute. Oh, Wesley is just collapsing here.
Queen f8. What a contortion. What is that?
It's desperation. He wants to play f6 at all costs, but it's not going to help him.
Ah, it's f6.
Well, f6, bishop d5 even in response.
Right.
I think Lazovic is maybe deciding, yeah, there's c3. I would have considered bishop d5 first, but it shouldn't matter. I would play c6, still bishop d5.
Right. I think, he has to play c6 here, and then he can play bishop d5, or if he's had enough, he can play rook takes c6 at some point.
There comes the knife c5.
Oh, God. Asking you if you really want to trade bishops on b3. Answer, no.
He's hurting. He's seriously hurting Black, and he's about to hurt him further. By the way, speaking of hurting, Maksud Lududa are in a time scramble. We have to check quickly on their game.
Yeah. They've got so much less time.
And Vidit, by the way, also well, we'll get to his game later. Parham is losing control here completely.
It looks like nothing but weaknesses around that white king. No minor pieces. What? They were too excited about exploring the king side, and now they got to come back.
Yeah, that queen might still be on h7, like when we finish Tata Steel commentary. It's like it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh.
normal move would be...
Never mind.
Normal move would be d5, trying to explode the center towards white's king.
By the way, bishop a2 is finally in play, as is knight b3 check.
Mm-hmm.
So...
And white's position was so bad, I was calculating bishop a3. So I presume everything is good for black here. You can still come to b3 now.
Yeah. Don't overthink it, I think. If you're Duda, he's probably calculating bishop a2, but yeah, even bishop e3 looks good.
Yeah.
Even like bishop d3 looks good, honestly.
Yeah, no, I think this would be more interesting as a challenge where you try to find a bad move for black.
He might have managed because bishop f2 and he almost has Bowden's mate. Almost.
Right.
No, but he's going to win, of course. I don't know, like, he's got to move 2 seconds. Okay. Should be enough. And Parham flags. Too many threats.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop b6 in the final position. But anyways, I mean, position was dead lost anyway.
Yeah.
But Wesley is holding on with his last defenses here, with his teeth trying to hold the
Don't
fort.
trade queens, Dennis. I know it's your habit. Sometimes you got to hold back.
Oh, Dennis the man. He might open more files with b4.
That makes sense to me.
How about now?
Wesley with a sneaky threat. What's he threatening?
What's he threatening?
Castle's kingside.
Oh! I completely missed that.
Yeah, of course.
Wait a second. He can,
Very
he
sneaky.
can evacuate.
Yeah. It'll cost him only the d7 pawn. But
The genie flies in on the magic carpet. It's a, you know,
boom!
fairy
Out of there.
Sleeping Beauty out of the evil queen's castle.
We can see it didn't surprise Denis Lazovic. He is accustomed to freestyle chess because he played knight d7 in a tenth of a second.
Yeah, you get the king out of the queen side, but after that, there will be no more queen side. And rook d8, knight takes f6 is fantastic awareness by Lazovic.
Yeah. So creep the queen into c5 or double the rooks? No. Leaves the queen on a3 still.
Everyone put your Russian schoolboy hats on, because I think we might see a Dvoretsky move, such as queen b3.
Think he might play some queen b3 at some point here. No longer.
Amazingly, Lazovic didn't go for the queen trade.
Yeah.
What? But will he go for the rook trade?
He was in this different kill mode this game.
And by the way, Vidit versus Prague. Let's quickly check into that game because we want to give some love to these gladiators of Indian chess.
Yeah. The white king looks bad. He's going to play rook c8, right?
Knight f5, yeah.
Can he castle kingside? No. He's
Rook
already
f8.
moved that rook to d1, huh?
What a move by Prague, by the way. Just covering the e7 square. That takes some nerves of steel because CD, that's a fork. Nope. Your queen is going to be lost with check.
Yeah.
What a calm reaction. I don't see a way to stop rook c6. Oh.
To me, white's dead. I don't even know why we see an eval bar at all. Like, I expected just blackness on the side there.
Yeah.
Looking at queen d7 maybe in case of bishop c4.
Somehow Vidit is like flying the helicopter in to get his king out. And he blunders rook d6, I think. Rook d6. Knight d5 is forced. But then just some move now. Oh.
You like that one.
I love that the rook moved to e8 to cover the e7 square, and then it got rewarded for its selflessness. Even rook e2 check makes sense here.
I think queen a4 is killer.
Also this, because there's all sorts of forks at the end of the line.
Yeah.
Queen c6 is winning. But don't blunder mate on e8! There's a mate threat. Oh, Vidit might turn around.
The knight retreats. He sees it.
Vidit's in the game again. He's gotten his king to safety.
Oof.
How is this possible? And he's attacking.
They've got an entire new game to play with a second or so each.
Wesley's also actually fighting. That game isn't over either. Wesley might be saving his game. It's a draw.
He got the e-pawn off the board too.
Suddenly Lazovic has to think about. Wesley's getting frisky. Maybe too frisky.
Comes back to the 8th rank.
Queen e6. There is a perpetual if you move your queen away.
F4. I feel like Wesley wants to get out of this game. He is ready to take a draw.
Looks like Vidit, by the way, is going. Yeah, Prague finds a way to liquidate and win the game.
Oh, that's a nice move.
Wonderful. And that's it. Valiant effort by Vidit, but not quite enough. This one is still going.
Those felt like life or death games, but these are 2-game matches. So Vidit will have another game to try and come back.
Another rook endgame. Nope, not quite.
Wesley, by the way, avoided that repetition. Now the h-pawn. Does not want to give that h-pawn.
King g5, are you kidding me? So casual. Just like, all right, you got a job too. Mate threat. And he can win the pawn back.
There goes the a-pawn. Wesley correctly estimating that that a-pawn would be weak and he'd rather keep his h-pawn alive.
Lazovic can just sit. I mean, like, what, black cannot make progress.
Mm-hmm.
So a repetition is not unlikely. Yeah. Okay, that's like pro forma. Because black's king is... Actually, wait a second. Wait a second. F5 at some point?
Maybe. I would put my rook on d6. That would be my instinct.
Yeah, Lazovic trying to discourage f5.
And finally bring his king around to a normal square and they can sign the peace treaty.
Yeah.
Wow.
A slightly anticlimactic end to a scintillating game. And what a shame for Lazovic. He did absolutely everything but the finish.
Yeah, I think that's one of the better positions we have seen remain unconverted.
I can't believe he didn't win that after rook c1. That was like the tsunami was heading for Wesley's position.
Yeah.
But the evacuation, right, to the king side.
Mm-hmm.
One of the... I was totally oblivious to that resource, so thank you for filling me completely oblivious.
Yeah, it was good presence of mind by Wesley.
This is where your hands are shaking and you have to avoid a mouse slip. Oh. Reset the 50 move rule counter. And do not go f5 because that's a blunder.
Wow.
Okay. Diagonal opposition. Actually, wait. Can Wesley sack the pawn? No, he can't. He doesn't have time.
He could. It's unlikely to be good.
King f2. I think they've done like 8-time repetition.
Yeah.
Are we sure like the automatic detection system is there we go. It's awake.
Yeah. Yeah, computers are always awake. Always on the job.
Okay, so once again the black pieces prevail.
Yeah.
This one, a third draw in a row, but not for lack of fighting. Prague defeats Vidit with black. And Duda defeats Maksudli with black. So the scenarios are repeated with the reduced time control, David, and a different position. Can they score a second on-demand victory? Incredible.
Potentially. Potentially, yes.
Okay.
My question is, who's going to finally break through between Wesley and Dennis? Because they've had a very tight match so far, and Dennis has been getting good positions, but Wesley's defense is sort of like on the very highest possible level.
Yeah, I mean, the top guys just never die. They make you beat them. And they give truth to the cliche, don't beat yourself. Like they won't collapse and just kind of hand over the win. They will make you find that last tactical blow, that last finesse. And that is so often where even very strong players slip up. They do everything except that last move. By the way, Nepo Neiman, are you kidding me? That is, can I say that is a sexy matchup awaiting us in the next round, which of course is the quarterfinals?
Yeah. Well, all these matchups are juicy. There's so many great players. And then just having spent yesterday with the qualifiers gives me a small natural inclination to root for the qualifiers. You know, they're defending the world of qualification, or representing the world of qualification against these super GMs with their invites, you know, wild card spots.
And let me just point out Hans defeating MBL in the SEC match, and now defeating MBL in the Fisher Random mini match.
Yeah.
He just seems to have everyone's number.
Yeah, I mean, MBL's not necessarily going to be looking forward to playing him at the next event.
Okay, we have a position.
All right.
And
anything hanging? Any smothered mates available?
And yeah, bring out the checklist. Flaps are down. Landing gear up.
Yep. Knight D2 checkmate and winning the queen to boot.
Yeah, that's a very important pawn to notice.
Yeah.
What else do we see? Okay, again, we have this potential dilemma for the bishops. But be very careful about pushing the f-pawn, because again, you might run into the kind of thing that Parham underestimated. I think,
yeah, and you're going to have some weakened squares around your king again.
I prefer to play black, David. It's almost like, you know, when you're presenting a project in school, you don't want to go first because you want to know where the bar is set. Like, I think it's almost easier to react to White's plan and force White to fire the opening shot and make a fool of himself first. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense, but it's also like a slightly wild take, right? I have noticed that normally in these tournaments, you don't see your position in advance, right? And in those cases, I've often thought, oh yeah, you know, White has to think for a minute or two to orient themselves, and that can be worth being black. But here, White should figure something out. They've got 2-3 minutes to stare at the position.
Yeah, I think I definitely have better results with black historically in Fisher Random, but that's also because I just lack experience to kind of intuitively feel on which flank to operate, when to play in the center. And, you know, the theory of this form of the game is getting developed as we speak. These are the trailblazers.
Yeah, I mean, E4 could be a move as well in the starting position. Knight A to B3 is a very clean developing move. If you want to play kind of like your black as White, Knight A B3 is really not committal, and then it puts you in good position to respond to whatever black does.
Even H4, Rook H3, and then E4 in either order, it looks pretty interesting as a way to get your rook into the game quickly. And you don't even have to sacrifice it on that square.
Right. Yeah, no bishop on C8. E4 also gives you this look, bishop G4 at some point, poking at the weak
E4
on the board.
Somehow, this was less intuitive to me because... Wait, why does black have 14 minutes? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
D4...
F6. Okay, just making a little home for the king with the bishop on F7.
Inverted Caro.
F6.
I can't believe that. Even F4 is a possibility, but instead sort of a Panov attack. Okay.
Some
Might
flick-
have some. My internet might be down.
I still hear you.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah. The command center flickered twice, right? Scary.
Oh, yeah, but remained on its feet. What about h4 now?
Tempo kind of move. And in an exchange caro the other way around, you do sometimes see space grabs with a4. Hard to wrap our minds around everything, but h4 looks pretty good to me.
Also, f4 can be thrown in to cut off the bishop, but that's a good move to combine with short castles, and maybe f4, e takes f4, and bishop d4 to claim the long diagonal as like a positional idea. And then later you could go like b4 and queen b2, and that could be an interesting way to couple the bishop and the queen. Like you didn't think they'd be in early. It's like, you know, Jennifer, Ben Affleck, and whoever he's married to, Bennifer
Garner.
Garner, that's right.
Yeah, I was wondering about this bishop h5
I'm sure.
move. And I just couldn't decide if g6 actually weakens black or is something they want to play.
Gosh, Jennifer Lopez was the name I was looking for. The daughter of Ruy Lopez, of course.
Oh, right. Wait, isn't she the granddaughter?
Granddaughter. Sorry,
Ruy
my memory
Lopez
is not
is
what it
like, yeah, historical figure.
So h4 was played, but you know, he wanted to spice up the position by making sure his bishop was hanging first.
I thank him for that.
Like a danse macabre between the bishops. But of course, in all seriousness, he's provoking a serious weakness, which means that anytime black castles kingside, that side of the board is compromised.
Okay.
Black is in trouble.
I'm surprised he didn't bash out bishop h6. So tell me, like, what's the fear or the terror there?
I think just like bishop g4 and h5, and
then
let's
h5,
not forget also black needs to win this game, and f4.
Okay, well that makes things more terrifying when you mention black needs to win the game.
If you go queenside, though, okay, that is a little bit of consolation. Like black can go queenside, which doesn't entirely solve the king safety problems, but white should avoid burning too many bridges, I guess, on the king side, because his own king cannot really go to the queen side because of bishop g5 check, which is almost mate.
Right. I guess an interesting question for white is the bishop on g1. If we go to h2 and black plays d6, I think the bishop's just kind of biting it. So I think, therefore, you might want to play f3 at some point. So then you have to make sure that bishop g4 is happy and committed to that area, because there's no maneuvering.
You could also consider like playing on the other side of the board. And I noticed that super GMs do that very well, where they seamlessly switch to like the other side. And looking at this knight on b6, there's like this classic idea of b3, a4, and a5. You could also play b3 and c4 and try to clamp down on the d5 square.
Yeah.
But definitely white is in the driver's seat here, and he's got obviously the draw odds.
Yeah.
It really will take a big turnaround for Magsuglu to get chances here.
As the board insults him with a little question mark, I'll just mention my idea would have been knight to b3, knight b to c5, coordinating with the bishop to pressure d7 and the light squares. And then from there, I'm looking at a4, a5 after the knight gets up there. You trying to castle for him?
Well, yeah, because I really want to play f4. And knight c2 also possible to contest the d4 square.
Okay. Yeah. You want to start some action against that black king.
I'm just
not well covered.
I don't like this rook on h1. Can he please just get it to f1 so that the rooks are nicely coordinated?
But knight d4 looks like a nice square. I'm not happy about the knight on a1.
What knight on a1?
There we go.
Obviously, knight b4, I think, relinquishes the control of d4. And then maybe Duda could play d4, ed, and then e5.
Yeah.
And then,
he can also... Oh, wow. Yeah. If you could get there.
No, Duda's playing this like it's a must-win for white. Like he's playing like an artist in this game. He's feeling the position. And let's see. Are the other games underway? I think they are. Let's have a look at our other big matchup. Dennis has the black pieces, and they have made 3 draws. And this looks like a Rubinstein French. Or like some sort of a French structure.
Absolutely. Just that isolated c-pawn. That can be a slight problem, but here with the a-pawn moved, black can sort of play c4, target the b2 pawn, have a fair amount of space, anchor a knight on d5. So it may not be too bad.
Yeah, I want to say like Nepo versus Ding in the World Championship match had this structure out of a French, and black's knight has really nice posts like on d5, but wait a second, queen d7 by Dennis.
He's poking that a-pawn.
Really, Riley? I mean, someone hasn't had dinner yet.
Yeah. Okay, he prevents knight h5 temporarily, which might be white's idea. There is rook e4 to force it if he wants it.
He grabbed that pawn faster than a college kid grabs the last donut in the lounge. I mean, that pawn is gone.
Yeah.
Wesley's like, take more.
Yeah. Yeah, you saw knight f4. He didn't even blink about it. Like, whatever.
I think Wesley's setting up something very devilish.
Right. So queen c3, he could keep eating them.
And this is, I just want to showcase like the main idea, which is that the pawn is overloaded, but he can keep eating. And what if I slice you off?
Right. Then I start thinking about my life choices around there.
Can you take the rook in this? No, you can't, because takes there. No, there's going to be some rook left at the end, I guess. No, that's way too dangerous. Yeah, of course, it's 0.0. I mean, obviously, this position's equal. Why would you ever think it's anything other than that?
No, I was thinking it looked pretty boring, and we should switch to another game. Once I saw rook takes e6.
Rook c6?
Defending the 6th rank. Yeah, very simple.
And there's going to be some perpetual, probably with knight f6 and knight h5.
Seen it before.
Yeah, business as usual.
All right, Lazovic getting lower on the clock than we've seen him before, and finally takes the pawn.
Munch, munch, crunch, crunch.
You know what Jesse says when he's commenting my games, and I'm thinking on a move like that? He says, just take the pawn, Bruce. Everybody knows you're going to take it eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Just
like,
get it over with.
What are you sitting there thinking about? We all know you're going to do it.
Rip the Band-Aid off, and we're going to get this position. Wow! And rook c6? Okay, I mean, the computer slightly overexcited. This is a really nice move, but this is what he's been setting up all along.
Yeah.
I almost proposed queen h8 and then realized it is the worst move in the position because it walks into rook g6.
Taking critical freedoms away from the king.
Well, life, liberty, and the pursuit of the g6 pawn.
Yeah.
So king h7 is my other question. Is that also possible?
Right. King h7 or king h8. He's gone for h7.
Okay, now Wesley, yeah, he's got this check in his pocket, so white is not really risking to my eyes, but I would okay, check on f6. We're gonna get another draw, David. 4 draws in a Fischer random match? Couldn't draw it up any better.
Okay. Knight on e8, rook on e7, but then black will play knight d5.
Vidit has
split
lost.
Up the rooks.
Vidit has lost, by the way.
Oh,
Prague,
no.
And this was a fairly uneventful game. I think Prague just like confidently cruised to victory. Vidit unable to repeat a second on-demand victory. Quick status update. Duda is still dominating. So all of the intrigue is in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to quickly rifle through the games. It's just that...
No, that's good.
Decision time for Wesley. Does he repeat the position, or does he find a way to keep the attack going? I would play rook e3.
Just keep it going. So you feel comfortable from white's side here.
I mean, no, but I'd be too tempted to try to keep the flames burning.
Mm-hmm.
You are two pawns down.
The queen on c3 is a quite good defensive piece. This is the kind of position where I'd be confident.
Armageddon!
I would be confident that I was okay here as black with that queen.
It's a draw by repetition, and Denis Lazovic, with authority, holding the position with black and forcing an Armageddon, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as this final game concludes, I don't think we'll get an Armageddon in this match because Duda is in charge.
So he's got the H file, knight on f8, defensive, bishop on g4. Kind of good, kind of bad.
Duda's like, it's such a luxury to have a completely winning position and also have the potential to just make a draw by repetition.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d3, I mean. Well, I mean, okay. I mean, how does Parham play for a win here?
I think you just hang in there and hope the opponent, flags or blunders at some point.
It's so depressing that Duda, if he was playing a regular game, he'd be looking for a breakthrough, but here he's just sort of sitting, and it's Parham who has to try to manufacture chances, which is quite a tall order. Bishop e6. He's manufacturing chances for white.
Uh-oh. And then, white can clean up.
Oh, winning all of black's pieces in one move.
The massacre continues. Brief interlude of checkers there.
Yeah, that bishop just cleaned house. It ate like a, I don't know, first-class passenger on the Titanic. That was like a 10-course meal.
Yeah. Here comes the knight.
I think Duda will demonstrate the necessary technique.
Yeah, it's probably been a while since he practiced winning a middle game with an extra queen, but should still have it.
I think there might be a checkmate on the king's initial square.
Okay, so Duda is through and Pragg is through, and there is one Armageddon left in this round.
The two guys who beat me in the World Rapid are going to face off against each other. Potentially, I'm not sure actually. So how does the Armageddon work? Is it bidding, or is there a preset times and we sort of flip a coin?
That I don't know. It was only described as a 5-minute.
Yeah. I said before the show that I don't know the rules for the Armageddon, but they said, it's okay, it's not the end of the world. Sorry.
Very good.
They do bid.
So there's bidding. Yes.
And we will bid Parham Maghsoodloo adieu.
So the way that kind of bidding normally works would be that there'd be 5 minutes for the player playing white, and they bid how little time they're willing to play black with to get draw odds, right? Such as 4 minutes or 3 minutes and 47 seconds. The lowest bidder gets to be black.
Yeah, and they will do their bidding, literally and figuratively. We will let them bid for their times, and we will have the times for you, as well as the Armageddon, an unmissable Armageddon between these two gladiators, Wesley So and Denis Lazovic, on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned, folks. Armageddon coming your way very shortly, figuratively speaking.
I'm Levy Rosman, and right now I'm joined by Pragg Prague, first of all, very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Finally, I feel like I've covered so many of your games and read so many stories about you. I want to just start off by addressing an elephant in the room, which is, let's say, the photo of you at the airport coming back from, it was the Olympiad or it was...
World Cup.
Yeah, World Cup. It was the photo where, as a spectator of the game, it's completely fascinating. Like, it looks like you can't move. Like, the car cannot drive forward because there are so many people, right? Like, how has it been for you after the World Cup, qualifying, the wins against Magnus, all the publicity? What's that been like for you to handle?
Yeah, it's something new. It kind of started from 2022, and then I think World Cup kind of made it bigger. Yeah, people do recognize me a lot nowadays, and I see it as it's a good thing for the game. New people coming into the game. For me personally, I'm just focusing on my chess and working hard towards that. So it doesn't put me under any pressure as of now. Maybe it will change in the future, but for now I'm just doing what I do normally.
I guess last question on sort of the subject of let's call it attention, not from the public necessarily, but from, in this case, Magnus himself. Like, it's pretty rare to get on interview or at least on footage so much support from the world champion. Okay, he's technically not the world champion, but he's the best in the world. And there's a clip of him congratulating you at the World Cup, which a lot of people make a big story out of it, and it looks very cool. But it must be a little bit deeper than that for you. It must be just kind of a respect for your game, like respect as a competitor. And has that affected you in any way? Has it sort of like just made you go back to, you know, working as hard as possible and realizing like you really could be the next world champion?
Yeah, it feels good when the best player kind of acknowledges you. And yeah, whenever we have played, we always had exciting games. I think that's something that Magnus has himself said in some interviews. I've only had few moments to discuss some chess with him, but I've thoroughly enjoyed all of them to get to know his thought process. And yeah, it's always fascinating to hear from him.
Prague, you're obviously, you love chess and you're obviously very good at it, but is there something in your life that you love to do but are very bad at?
Oh, there are many. Do love to play sports, other
Which
sports.
ones?
Yeah, I do play badminton.
Okay.
Cricket, sometimes. It's not a usual one. Table tennis. And recently I tried volleyball.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that would work well because you're pretty tall.
I started playing very recently, so I mean, I'm still horrible at it, but I'm learning.
It must be a bit weird to be incredible at something, but then start something and be a complete beginner, or do you enjoy it?
I do enjoy it. I think it's much more fun when you play as a noob in some other sport than, you know, playing like a master. Yeah, because it's much more pressure there, because you feel like you're good at it and you want to show it. Yeah. But there, okay, you don't care. Even if you lose all the games, it's just you're playing it for fun.
All right, well, we didn't want to miss the end of the world. We bring you action straight from the Armageddon game, which has just gotten underway. Denis Lazovic, he bid for 30. Wesley bid 4 minutes, which means Wesley started the game with 4 minutes. Denis with 5 minutes, but White has to win. And folks, there is no increment in Armageddon. Very important to remember. Black advances with a draw. What do we make of the first 10 moves, David?
Yeah, we've got, again, sort of an exchange Caro-Kann reversed. A similar structure to what we were seeing in the game between Duda and Parham last round. And Wesley playing super, super fast right out the gate here. I think when you've got a match that's been a bunch of draws, you're kind of wanting that draw odds in the final game, no?
Yeah, in general, I think top players, they like to play black. And you can see here that neither player was too concerned about the prospect of the trade on c5. I feel like White should have taken on c5 and then played knight f5. Lazovic's going to be regretting it right about now as he's given Wesley this outpost on d4.
Yeah.
And it's...
when the knight comes back in.
He is keeping his time advantage. So now both players have spent about a minute. Again, no increment, which means flagging is very much on the table.
Yeah, I think that's basically White's main compensation for the draw odds, right? Is try to get some kind of drawn position where you can make 50 moves and flag your opponent. And that explains Wesley's haste.
Oh, no. Wesley's completely in control of this game. Lazovic is just not... I mean, this is not the way you have to win with White.
Oof.
Way too passive. And CD, the knight is restricted.
Yeah, that knight seemingly should have gone to e3 instead of g3 2 moves ago, and now it's like wishing it could get anywhere.
Even like d5 is a possibility for black, but again, Wesley managing his risk here. If he can keep the position closed, he's good.
There's a square on g4 maybe for the knight now after h4.
Good call. Rook c8. I wonder what he's cooking up.
d5.
Yeah. Or just treading water for now, preparing bishop f4. These dark squares are juicy. No. This is in the toilet for Denis, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately, that light squared bishop, right? It just has no way to contribute.
Yeah, it's an affront to bishops. And Lazovic maybe hoping for g3, but Wesley says, not on my watch. Oh, great move. Look at that prophylaxis. Just in time to protect h4.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does Lazovic just close his eyes, say a Hail Mary, and just go like g3 or bishop takes h4 at some point? That rook is like a CIA operative trailing the queen wherever it goes.
Yeah, his time lead has also evaporated, which is super important in this kind of format if neither player scores a knockout.
This might be the most solid position of all time after a5. And if he goes g5, almost all his pieces are in dark squares. Oh, yeah. The knight's coming around.
It's really perfection when it's just your light squared bishop on the light square.
g5 is would have just shut down any last hopes. Lazovic, great move, f4. That's his only chance. And Wesley might have just... Wesley a little bit cavalier here on the king side.
Right. Could he even consider f5 here, Danya, before going knight h4, just create some real imbalances?
Wesley could have played g5 there and prevented any of this from happening. He should still be in control, but now the margins have thinned a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen Wesley get nervous in these situations before. No, but still black is very comfortable. Excellent. Excellent.
That was nice. Unexpected. Unexpected that he come off of the first rank.
Bishop b2. Okay, knight c5. There's knight takes c5. Oof. No, now knight c5 because knight. Oh, knight c5 was just crushing. Now he again allows some activity.
Does he have
really
to play
sloppy.
rook f8? There's knight e6. He can't play rook f8.
I think the longer this drags on with the knights running around the board,
Yeah.
it's Wesley fans kind of holding their breath. b6 maybe at some point. It's getting tactical.
Oh, yeah. Anything can happen. Rook c5 threatened. Or knight e6 check.
Can you go knight takes e4, knight g3? Oh, no, knight e4, knight e6 is another easy thing. Wait, rook c5 is a threat? Oh, my God.
Yeah. Two big
Wait
threats.
a second.
And
What do you
Dennis
do?
reconquers the time advantage. He covers the e6 square.
Cold-blooded, but
Fantastic.
b6.
b6,
Gotta
b7
get that
is a
pawn
question.
moving. d2.
Right, d2, rook c1.
Yep.
Well, he tries to get out of the way of that. Nice.
Alert,
Nice.
alert. Dennis with an amazing prophylactic move.
Good foresight.
He's got winning chances. He has absolute winning chances. I don't know. I don't see a clear path for Wesley. b6. He's on the verge of losing control here.
Yeah, this is the move I wanted to play already last move. I wanted to poke that knight.
Yeah, but
take
now
an
this
e4
pawn is
with my
lost.
knight.
Wesley's losing the game. Rook c6 check. Rook c6 check. Rook c6
And then
is
rook
winning.
c7.
Or even rook takes d2. Or knight takes c5. I mean, Wesley's just hanging all his pieces. I didn't like knight takes d2. That was...
Now the pin gets pinned. Does he have to play b7 to unpin?
He does, but knight d2, and he finds it. Get that knight back to f3, Dennis. And back to h4.
Rook g6, even better.
I don't know. I don't know about this. He's trying to go knight
Yes.
f5.
Yeah, or rook e1.
45 seconds for both sides. It's going to be a bullet game. Rook a1 would be my inclination.
Setting up mating nets.
Gotta go, gotta go,
Nice.
gotta go. He's down 5 seconds.
And he's on your wavelength. The nervy move would be rook a2.
Now Wesley is
Wesley goes for it. Oh.
knight
White can double rooks on the 7th, setting up knight g6.
Oh, knight f3, king g3, and he escapes the checks. Lazovic is completely winning. King g8. Knight g6, can he do it? I don't think so. Knight g6, knight f1. Now it's over. It's mate. I cannot believe this. Lazovic's going to win. It's
Yeah.
forced mate.
Yeah, he could have even doubled rooks on the 7th there, right? And set up rook
How
g7,
did
knight g6.
how did this happen?
The turning point was that rook c7 pinning the knight to the rook, right? When you get your pieces tangled up in a time
mate.
scramble.
It's forced mate. Rook f6, rook e7, rook f8. I would argue, David, of course, not from an evaluation standpoint, as Lazovic delivers checkmate, insanity. This moment when he played f4.
Mhm.
Like Wesley in this position, if he would have played g5, and we see Dennis Lazovic on camera there, it's over. You can go home. Like you can literally autopilot the rest of the game. There are no more pawn breaks. That one sloppy move allowing Dennis a tiny glimmer of hope. And that's how it all started. Insanity.
But man, was he good at taking his chance and like finding, one thing after the next once the game was alive again.
The way that he first spotted f4, never gave up hope. You're absolutely right, David. Just when things seemed hopeless. And then, of course, continued to fight, continued to produce problems for Wesley until Wesley just collapsed. He just gave everything away. And beautiful nerves by Dennis Lazovic. I mean, this guy, he is truly a menace in the best possible sense. Dennis the Menace Lazovic dispatches Wesley So in an incredible Armageddon turnaround. And his reward is to face the Chinese Grandmaster Yu Yingyi. Sindara versus Praggnanandhaa. And of course, we will have Nepo Niemann, our 3 quarterfinal matchups. Unmissable action all around, ladies and gentlemen. But we will first have to go on a break. Oh, and of course, Fedoseev versus Duda. I forgot about Fedoseev. He won in 9 moves. We will have all of those matchups, folks. We will have another set of matches. All rinse and repeat, 15+3 coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned for more freestyle action.
I strongly suggest you stop banning me when my account didn't even have an entire game played yet. This seems very unfair. I'm better than 100% of your GM level players and you stupid banned me. WTF is your SU? I hope Bobby knows it and is auto-resigning in his grave. You.
Wow. Dan, you want to run with that one?
I thought maybe you would take it. I mean, he apparently, if we're banning him before he's even completed a game, I don't know. I mean, kudos to you and the crew, Casa. I don't even know what else to say to that.
A lot of times people that, you know, have played games, you know, they might finish them and they react and they're so hot. And step away from your laptop or your phone, decompress a little bit, give yourself the opportunity to turn that temperature down before you respond. Like that's the first, you know, bit of advice, because, you know, if you're dealing with, you know, support like that, you're going to have a hard time dealing with people in your own life. So, you know, take a moment, think before you make that move, and then, you know, maybe then, you know, the response will be a little bit different. Rest in peace, Bobby Fischer, one of the goats of the game. At the end of the day, I don't think he's auto-resigning in his grave. I don't believe that. I think he might have a lot of perspectives on the way the game has gone. I don't think he's thinking like that.
Why should I open a new account if you guys keep on closing them?
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, we're closing your account for a reason, and so the behavior has to change for you to, you know, keep an account open for an extended period of time. So clearly the behavior isn't changing, and that's, you know, why you're in the situation you're in. There's such a great opportunity to enjoy your time on the site. We have so many things you can do. You can play, you can talk to people, you can learn, you can watch top games. Your experience is going to be soured if you're, you know, making these decisions. So
do better. Do better. I like that. You know, maybe we'll get lucky and that user will watch this video. And just maybe that'll be all they needed to hear. Oh, do better. Okay.
Well, that was fun. Let's do it again, because it's time for the quarterfinals at the Freestyle Grand Slam, the very first event, the second day. And we are on the path to determining the single qualifier to the Waisenhaus tournament in February. What a punishing field. What a punishing journey the winner will ultimately have to go through. And we've already weeded out some very noble candidates, leaving 8 more. And then there were 8. David, only 4 matchups, and they have to reload their gas tanks because it's 15 plus 3, and they got to bring their A game yet again.
Yeah, especially Lazovic, because he just played a tie break, including an Armageddon, while some of the other players were resting, notably Fedoseev, who's had 2 hours pretty much.
Yeah, he won in 9 moves.
Get ready. So for him, it's a matter of staying warmed up. Others, they've got to reload. I think the story of the first round was that they tried to feed the qualifiers to the top seeds, so to speak, right? Nepo, Wesley, Lanier, but only Nepo came through, and 3 of our 4 qualifiers from yesterday survived. to play another premier marquee match in front of us here today. And, you know, I'm excited, and I root for a lot of people, but I'm definitely rooting for our qualifiers.
And do we have a position here? Let's see if we can load the position. We remind people just joining us that we have just witnessed an epic round of 16. Now we are watching the quarterfinals. Tomorrow we'll have the semifinals and the finals. But as it is a marathon of action today, the format, simple enough, 2-game matches all around with different positions every game. And the time control is once again 15 minutes with a 3-second increment. If the match is tied 1-1, then the playoff is another 2-game match with a time control of 5+3. Man, I mean, the players, they have time to rest. The commentators, they don't. I really want to thank you, International Master David Preuss, for carrying the show and all of your insights. I will admit I'm still dealing with the exhaustion from World Rapid and Blitz. That event lasted 4 days, and I feel like it took 4 decades of mental willpower. So I really appreciate.
It's my absolute pleasure to be here with you, Danya. And you know, I understand that time is measured partly by the intensity of the time and what that kind of competition could take out of you. And it also gives us a sign of what this means for these participants. You know, some of them are going to be looking harried here as they go through all that emotional ups and downs of these matchups.
Yeah, and this is a lot of money on the line, of course, not in this tournament, not in the playoff spot, because there are no other prizes. It's very simple. There is one qualifier into the February Weisenhaus tournament. Everybody else goes home, or, well, I guess stays home and logs off the Zoom call. But in the Weisenhaus tournament itself, where the qualifier will join such legends as Magnus Carlsen, Vishy Anand, Gukesh, and other pre-invited players, the prize fund is massive. It's like $200K for first. So this is a big deal.
Yeah. Each of these events is like $1 million event, pretty much. And speaking of money and the players, did you know that the Players Club for the Grand Slam, that anyone just by getting into that club gets part of the prize fund?
Yep.
Even if they're not playing in that event?
It's one of the innovative things. As the games get underway, it motivates players to stay active. And I feel like this is just like a collection of people that I played in the World Rapid, because I also played Sindarov.
Yeah.
So I played Prague. I played Sindarov. I played Duda, and Sindarov and I made a quick draw, which probably was not the wisest move on my end. But we have a Queen Spawn opening in Niemann versus Nepo.
Yeah.
Rolls right off the tongue.
It's not a coincidence, Danya, because this is the creme de la creme of, you know, chess, of the chess world. And especially a lot of these players are strong in Rapid and Blitz. And that's who you were up against, right? You were playing for the World Championships just a week ago.
No, it's crazy. It was my very first World Championship. Well, very first World Rapid and Blitz. And the pressure just from the spectators and just the fact that you're playing in a World Championship, especially if you're doing well, it makes you do crazy things. Yeah. And of course, the additional pressure that I won't get into, but that I think everybody is aware of, contributed massively as well. I felt like one day it was like the pressure from every final exam combined with, you know, every job application, all of that rolled into like 5 hours where I must succeed.
Now Danya's going to tell us what the 5 most stressful possible events are in any life, and then roll them all together.
Applying for consulting internships, just kidding. Watching Niemann Nepo in a time scramble.
Yeah.
But okay, let's get into the fight.
Yeah. One thing to note about these starting positions today, you can smothered mate the king or queen in the starting position with a knight on b7 or g7. So we've got 2 very, very weak spots. And once this knight gets to b6, white's got to keep their eye on b2. Harmless move like knight e3 or knight g3, you got to keep your eyes on g7. So be ready.
There is long castle in response to knight c4. So I think actually there might be some provoking going on, like you're waiting for knight c5 and then you're castling queenside. A big question for Jan is, do you take a page out of Bortnick's book and play like e5, or is that premature, and will that lead to like an explosion in the center and play into white's hands? Because, play into white's Hans.
Yeah.
Because this bishop on b1 has woken up, or shall I say has moken up, before it's vis-a-vis on b8.
Yeah. And needless to say, you don't want to be the one bringing out your opponent's pieces for them. So,
well, when in doubt,
be careful there.
If you can't beat him, copy him. So maybe c6?
Maybe c6. I think he's going to look for something even better than that here. But I was trying to copy you, so might work for him too.
People were enjoying my time scramble with Ivanchuk. Oh, that game took 5 years off my life. I mean, I feel like people were, in a very friendly way commenting on, of course, it was very, very sad to see Vasily and, all the emotions spill out. But my face was doing it was living a life of its own. And what I want to tell people is, if you were sitting there with 2 seconds in an end game where like 3 pawns are promoting, and if you win the game, then you have great qualification chances, and you've got 30 people breathing down your neck, and your entire tournament is on the line, I think you'd be doing weird things with your face too.
I didn't know. Never been there. But
Yeah.
I'm sure there are some people in chat who've been in a world championship situation. After 2 minutes, it just goes for symmetry. Just goes for symmetry.
Like I said, I mean, don't if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, if Hans played a move, it must be good, so you do the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and Hans looks like he's going to reflect on this one for a bit as well. Which direction for the bishop on g1 do you reckon? Or g8? Either one. Take your pick.
Yeah, I mean, this idea of like h4, bishop h2 is pretty congruent with White's strategy of fighting for some of these dark squares. At the same time, the question is one of like priorities, because is White's priority to exchange bishops, or is it to open the center? Or conversely, is it to like get a grip on the center with something like g3 and f4, which I don't like because it restricts the bishop. But a lot of these small decisions, and Hans making them very confidently. He's feeling it. e4 right away.
Yeah, I was feeling like it would be nice to play e4 or e5 from either side. But Nepo was not worried at all here. And he's happy to play an advanced Caro here with bishop h7. If it comes to that. The piece that'll be hard to sort out will be the bishop on b8 if White advances now.
A little trivia, David. The bishop h7 move, it reminds, well, it's similar to the queen g8, queen h7 maneuver. What is that one called?
Oh, there's a name for queen g8, queen h7?
There is. It's the Rubinstein maneuver.
Really?
It's named, well, at least that's how it was introduced to me after a game between David Yanofsky and Akiba Rubinstein, I think in like 1908 or so, where the queen was transferred into the game in this very unique way.
I'm going to trust you on all dates.
I definitely butchered it's sometime in the early 1900s.
F3.
After the U.S. Civil War, but before World War I.
That's safer. That's a safer range. So he plays like a fantasy variation without any sack. He holds his center. Bishop's going to come to h7. I feel like to make progress would not be easy for White here. It could be a general kingside expansion, g4, h4, knight g3.
Maybe some Mexican standoff happening here between the two bishops.
Yeah.
And yeah, Hans inching his way.
Well, White doesn't.
He wants a little more on the other side.
White doesn't want to trade those bishops, I imagine.
An interesting idea for Hans would be to throw in a check, provoke, and you pointed this out very astutely, David, earlier, sometimes these pawn moves look like they grab space, but they offer hooks for the enemy. So bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, and later on, like very Ruy Lopez style, you could play h4. Of course, in the Ruy Lopez, you do this on the other side of the board.
Yeah, but you do also move your bishop around and back and forth quite a bit to get it.
I really like how Hans, he's just so, I mean, his fundamentals are very sound, and he doesn't force the action. He forces his opponent to make a lot of decisions, and that is an incredibly effective way to play.
Yeah, also this move is just so nice and sound, overprotecting e4 because he doesn't want to be forced to play e5 or ed or anything like that when he doesn't want to. And then covering this knight c4 move.
My intuition's screaming for bishop h4, g5, bishop g3. Like I'm... Well, let's see. Are we on the same wavelength, Hans? Am I feeling his vibrations?
I mean, a nice thing is after that maneuver, black can't take on g3, so you kind of control the tension on the diagonal. Black has to always be ready to recapture on b8, which won't always be comfortable.
I'm trying to put myself in Hans' shoes. Like, if he doesn't play bishop h4, like, maybe he drives his pawn up to h5.
I could see him playing queen e2, Danya.
The thing is, like, another reason I like bishop h4 is because black actually is, quote-unquote, threatening to castle kingside. So this would be a huge asset because it would essentially cancel out that side of the board.
Yeah.
And I've really hyped up bishop h4. He better play it now. Hans's head has been sinking like deeper. He's like, it's going to be like underwater pretty soon.
Yeah. I would definitely have gone for g4, h4, knight g3. Once I have an idea, I stick with. I can't think of other ideas. That's a little problem. But you know, bishop f4 could have been annoying at some point as well with my way of playing. So I guess bishop c2 or bishop d3 could be played as well. But when he played knight d2, it gave me this feeling he was just going to make little improvement moves. You know, bishop c2, queen e2, just coordinating.
I'm stunned, honestly, because like castles is clearly Nepo's idea. So maybe bishop h4, f6 is what he's struggling to find a move against. But even provoking this is already an achievement. By the way, it's on the board. Bishop h4, f6.
You got what you wanted. Good job.
e5. Vamos. Vamos.
Yeah, e5, and if black goes g5, you can always trade on f6.
e5, we live. f6, we in the mix. Get all the heavy duty soldiers to the center of the board. Not the worst idea in the world.
The other thing I'm thinking is once black has played f6, f4 here hangs a pawn to bishop f4 for once I see that. But I would just say once black's played f6, structurally, I think you could play f4 for white at some point because de4 won't be too good for black anymore.
Yeah, that's a great point. This is like a backward pawn. And along the same line, e takes d5 positionally makes more sense because it opens the file. On the other hand, it does open a very nasty can of worms. I just want to very quickly show, in 2 seconds, that one of the negative consequences could be made in two. Just like that. So a small piece of advice for, well, not just Fischer Random, but anytime there's a pawn trade, which files are opened and reassess the tactical possibilities because they can come out of nowhere. Like he takes d5 even here, knight takes c3 again is nasty.
Yeah. But to me, this knight a4 move, Danya, partly suggests that he's even toying with knight c3 without the e-pawn moving.
Absolutely.
Because knight c3, pawn c3, queen a3, king c2. It's like that king g2, bishop h1 thing we talked about a couple rounds ago, right? It's like, how do you untangle that situation, right? And then black could bring the next knight to b6. then to c4 or a4. Probably you'd play knight b6 before knight b2. But if he brings the next knight to b6, cutting off the knight on a4's retreat, you better be terrified as white.
Yeah. If Nepo takes the upper hand here in this game, this will have been the turning point, because I think Hans could have avoided all of this by playing e5. Trade the bishops, and Black's attacking chances are greatly diminished. Maybe a little bit too slow. And of course, the eval bar is not going to change. It's like a blip on the radar, but I feel like there's been a subtle shift of momentum, and Jan is in his comfort zone now with all this tactical potential on the queen side.
Mm-hmm. So maybe
I actually feel like this is a huge moment. Like, Hans needs to now find a string of accurate moves, and I don't know what they look like.
I'm still thinking it might start with moving the bishop off of b1, giving the king an additional square, just improving his coordination. He gives his king a different additional square. Very.
It's like, stop
bizarre.
worrying. What are you worried about? I'm just doing my thing.
Yeah, just
Baron
chilling.
E65.
So he wants a rook on the e file because e6 has been weakened.
Whoa.
So now against ed5, there's material dropping, right? So he has to have like some winning counterattack on c3.
Some voice in my head just said knight c5, but is it...
Okay.
Sorry, I don't mean to make it sound like I don't know, an M. Night Shyamalan villain. It's just my intuition.
Yeah.
It's my 23rd personality. Knight takes c5, DC, queen c5, e takes d5. And you called it, David. This weakness of the pawn on e6 feels like eventually it's going to become important.
Yeah. And so rook to e1, that's giving the king a flight square on d1. So, you know, sacks on c3, queen a3, check. It's not quite mate, right? You go king d1, stay alive.
Multi-purpose move. Those are the best moves, the ones that have a defensive purpose and also contribute to your ultimate attacking goal. In this case, timing either e5 or e takes d5 correctly, and preferably so that you don't get mated as a result.
Right. So can I just play ed5 here right now?
But then cd.
Okay, and then queen takes e6.
Rook c3, queen a3, knight c3, mate.
So you still have mate.
This is actually a ridiculous pattern. Like, look at this. This is a gorgeous mate.
Not enough space.
You needed
with rook to e1.
Get that rook away from there. But this is why I like knight c5, because if you can get rid of this knight, at least to my eyes, if black plays queen takes c5, it's not as scary to play ed.
Right, now you open the game. And,
equal, of course, obviously. No.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Sorry about that.
So none of that is the answer yet for Hans in this position. He's thinking quite a bit, which I think is correct, even though he's getting a little bit low on time. That's correct here.
Yeah, this is a very big moment. Clearly a lot to calculate. And maybe we can zoom out because we do have 3 other games. This has been by far the most interesting game. So we've luxuriated in that position for a while. But nevertheless, let's do justice to all of our warriors and fighters.
Sure.
I was going to say including Chess Warrior, but that's Noterbeck.
Right. And he's already in Bison House.
Yep. He's booked his ticket. We have an endgame on the bottom right. Is Lazovic better? I feel like he's a little bit better. No, he's losing. Why is he losing? Because his knight is pinned. Oh, he's screwed.
So black's threatening like 96 or something of that sort.
Positionally looks so nice for white, but 96 is a huge threat. And if you put the rook on a protected square, goodbye. I can just take.
Unfortunate. He's got no way to sort it out, huh?
Knight g4 to f3. Just kidding. And let me just show. Let's say he makes a waiting move. Wow, there's just nothing else. He can just resign.
Wow.
Did he walk into this? Yeah, he did. He was much better. He did. He weakened his knight on d4, and then it's still equal, and then he blundered his knight, forgetting he won his lost to defender.
Oh, and he looks dismayed, and I can't recall ever seeing Dennis in this situation before.
Worse in an endgame, yeah.
Yeah, or like just having made a mistake. I've never seen what his I made a mistake face looks like.
And that doesn't happen often. He's just such a solid player, and
this seems to lose to e3, e2 as well as knight e6.
Even rook d1, I think, in e2. And
the one thing not to do is pawn takes knight. There was one trap.
But look at this, David. This is gorgeous, because no matter where the knight checks, the king follows it, and white loses both knights. These knights. Yeah. No more these knights. And Dennis is...
Yeah.
He must be exhausted. I mean, you just played an Armageddon. Yeah, go play Yu Yang Yi now. Okay, black still has to convert. And let's look at Sindarov Pragg and Fedoseev Duda. So let me flip over to Javahir Sindarov, the 1845 Grandmaster. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, notably, neither of these players have played a ton of freestyle chess on their chess.com accounts. I was looking before at recent action on the accounts of today's contestants, and some of them had recently been playing practice matches on here. For example, Parham and Wei Yi. They played a practice match against each other. They were in different areas of the bracket. So they'd been warming up.
Oh yeah, I saw that because I was challenging them to blitz, but it's like
they were like, no, chess
we have
960.
More serious chess.
Yeah.
And Sindarov, actually pretty incredible. His climb, he was over 2,700. He's 2,690.
Yeah.
And I just looked it up. Think about how quickly these juniors have risen. In 2019, Sindarov was 2,479. He's just...
That's crazy.
From there to 2,700. That's like a Hans Niemann-esque climb.
He was also like 12 and a half or 13 at that point.
Yeah, we're so immune to these like ridiculous achievements. Like now, GM at 15, That's
yeah,
like
there's 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
So here he's up a clean pawn, plus Prague's king position is bad, which means he can just enjoy this position forever. Even if he lost his extra pawn, he could still poke around happily.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Prague's queen side. If we rewind a little bit, because the situation was critical but not like lost, Sindarov just put on the pressure and eventually Prague cracked, missing this intermezzo, beautiful intermezzo. And again, forks galore. So Prague was forced to go for this horrible trade and lose another pawn on top of it.
Knight's busy on d7, so somehow that b6 move wasn't right.
Yeah. So should be a nice conversion for Sindarov with plenty of time. Let's quickly look at the endgame in Fedoseev Duda and then circle back to Hans's game, completing our tour. What do we make of this?
Well, he sacked a pawn for the 7th rank, and if he doubles on the 7th rank, the absolute 7th rank, it looks pretty pleasant. Yeah, I'd been watching this earlier, and it was a very, very equal endgame, and now I'm...
Alert! Breaking news alert. Jan has blundered. Sorry, David. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, do it.
I just saw... Wait a second. What is this?
I told you he was going for knight b2.
But what's his idea? Takes knight a4, king a1... Queen a3, knight f1. I'm trying to understand. And there's a lot of things I can do. I can also play bishop h7 first. So let me start. Let me start there. If you take the bishop first,
then probably queen a3 would be the try.
And then I thought maybe knight b1.
Ow! I'm done trying.
But forget all the complicated stuff. My biggest question is, what if king takes b2? Clearly, Jan, it's knight a4 and knight takes c3 maybe that he wants.
Yeah. By the way, Hans just traded on f6.
Which is probably excellent because it opens up a whole can of worms for black. None of this looks good for black, honestly, none of these lines. But f6 is super precise.
That diagonal there on f6 is pretty hard to ignore. And against gf6, he might even just play queen e6, right? And just say, like, forget about taking the knight on b2.
Or even king
on
b2
f6.
here. Like, king b2 here looks even more winning because you can play queen e6 at the end of the line or queen e6 here. I feel like Jan just threw his hands up in desperation and just like, knight b2 is not, you know, a move you play from a position of strength. Great call, David. You are the Hans Niemann whisperer.
Well, Jan heard you, and when you said, like, I think he messed up, he shook his head like, yep, I did. What can I say?
Yeah, sometimes Jan has these moments. I think his position is really bad after e5.
Right.
And he just lost his patience and 14 moves.
Yeah.
Hans is playing incredible chess right now.
You called me the Hans whisperer, but I was just guessing one move here in this position. The thing that I really predicted was actually how Jan was going to play this position. Do you see he played knight a4, then knight b6, and then knight takes b2? Like, to me, it was telegraphed. He just went straight gunning at that.
And that rook went straight down Telegraph Avenue.
All right, so now there's the knight hanging on b2, and there's this bishop f6 check.
Oh, Hans is... he is loving this. He's streaming.
Yeah.
Now I opened his stream. Oh,
well, I was wondering.
Go ahead.
No. What do you find
He's
on his
speaking
stream?
some Russian, so I was just tuning into his stream. Please continue. I'm listening.
He speaks Russian?
He's learning. He knows the names of the pieces and, you know, a couple of words.
Okay. So like slon.
Very good.
All right. So I was thinking about, you know, can the king escape from this to d7, hitting the rook and keeping you from playing bishop h8? But there's always rook e7 check, and then you take on h7 as well, right? So he's just got a lot hanging.
Oh my God.
Here.
Everything is falling.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, the business is closing, you know, 75% off sale.
Yeah.
Like, take whatever. Take everything. We don't need it.
All the black pieces available here.
Wow. There's a good Russian word, istreblение, demolition. Oh my gosh.
I thought that was going to be the Russian word for fire sale.
Well, yeah. And Hans is an истребитель, which is like a military aircraft or someone who destroys. He is the destroyer. And he is one draw away from the semifinals.
Yeah.
He has some words.
Man. I mean, so what Fedoseev told us yesterday is ringing truer and truer to me, because we went in today. I mistakenly said maybe Jan and Wesley are small favorites in this field. And Fedoseev had told us any two-game match, it's going to be just a toss-up really close at this level. And, you know, Jan is on the brink. He was on the brink against Bortnik in the second opening in the first match as well, right?
Indeed. And I forgot we had the other games going, so I'm going to put on...
Yeah, put on a game.
But, of course, Hans has a lot of work cut out for him. Jan is a fighter.
You want to give me the rook ending, maybe?
The rook end game, yeah, because this one looks...
Yeah, Fedoseev. Just quoting his wisdom, and it was really fun following him yesterday, and I think this end game is going to be rather instructive, because Duda's managed to activate his rooks despite White being in there on his 7th rank. He's turning it into sort of a mixed struggle.
Yeah. Lazovic is going to resign, by the way, any second now. And yeah, Prague is also borderline hopeless. So this is really where the intrigue is at.
That rook on g6 is a genius. How did it go from, you know, I'm stuck on h8 and you're taking all my pawns, to this useful square?
And really, I remember before the SCC matches, Hans was sort of widely viewed as the underdog, and people forget that he is over 2,700 and has been for a while. This is a blunder by Duda. And he's just dropping everything after rook g5. David, I think rook g5 is like...
Finally canceling that rook on g6.
Wait, can you also go... Can you go...
You want to play a4, a5 and mate him somehow?
How did you know? It's almost like you observed me playing those Mechanics Institute tournaments.
It's my little Danya sensor went off.
Ooh, I see a maiden one.
All right, so the issue here is that after rook takes g5, if he goes hg, there's h4. And if he goes fg, there's rook g4. So there's a little bit of a fight left in this position because that black rook on b4 can still participate.
I think the key is to play fg, rook g4, rook g7. I'm going to put this on the board.
Yeah.
And white is first to the party after rook h7. And of course, when you get connected passers, it's almost always winning.
Yeah. My friend and I would always do the little like propeller sign because we had studied Dvoretsky together. He calls them self-propelled pawns. So anytime you get that, we would just go like this and stop analyzing.
The butler. The word Dvoretsky in Russian, it means butler.
Sure. And plumber is what?
It's that's Fedoseyev's nickname. Yeah, if his name was Mark Butler, everybody would remember his name better. But yeah, Dvoretsky.
Okay, e5. There was maybe a threat of g6 check, rook g5. So this move order at least gets out of that. Dude is a little bit low on time for this phase here.
Wow. The way Fedoseev played this endgame chef's kiss, he might call his Dvoretsky over for a glass of champagne.
Yep, king comes up, gets ready to deal with the e-pawn. The way the pawns advance is a little bit slow, by the way, folks. But basically, you go rook h6, g6, h5. Rook h7, g7, h6. Rook h8. It's rather slow. So white has to be careful about black's e-pawn, and that's what Fedoseev is up to here, bringing his king around like this.
Duda had a couple of rook endgame saves in the World Blitz. He's very, very tricky. He is cunning in, these positions, which are never as easy as the eval bar makes them out to be, as you point out. Because ironically, when you have less pawns, you don't have to run with the weight on your back.
It's very clear what you have to do. Here I'm thinking king f3 for white, but I'm also completely agreeing with you. This is very, very tough to convert this. My worry is if I move my rook and black plays e4, then it's not easy choices for me.
Look at the time. Fedoseev has left himself with an eternity to calculate these lines.
Duda takes a leisurely sip of his water for a man with 30 seconds. I'd just be trembling. Knocking my cups
smooth
over.
Operator. My intuition is rook h6. I feel like if I had to choose a move now, I would play rook h6. Yeah. I'm sure there's more than one move that wins, right? There cannot just be one path. How is everyone still playing? Sorry,
my thought with king f3 is rook f4 check king g3, and then the rook is the e-pawn's frozen because it's defending the rook, and my h-pawn is protected.
I thought rook g1 has to be tried here.
Okay, but that also frees my rook, so I don't necessarily have to go inch by inch there. I think I go rook h8 now, maybe. Instead
and then I go e4 check.
King f2, and you go back to g4.
Yeah, but even there, I think it's easily winning. For instance, he's gonna go this. He's gonna zigzag his way, and he's gonna potentially even give up his rook for the e-pawn. So that's what he was calculating. Who knew? He wasn't choosing his DoorDash order for tonight. He was calculating this endgame.
Man, he's looking so strong, Danya.
He is an absolute beast, and always has been, really, ever since he crossed 2,700.
Yeah,
just a dynamo.
What a concept! Just give the rook for the e-pawn when the time comes. G6 versus h5 because of rook g1 check.
Fedoseev, actually, one of the players who's given Hikaru trouble in most formats. He beat him in the World Cup, knocked him out in blitz matches. They used to play a lot on chess.com. he was very competitive.
Yeah.
Now here you got to be very careful because sometimes you accidentally allow your king to be cornered.
Mm-hmm.
I think king f5 maybe is the key.
And he's got the time to double check it as well.
Or am I hallucinating? Rook h1. Oh, and you go with g7.
G7.
And now what?
A little taste of Saavedra.
Very good. I like the reference.
And probably you're going to tell me that Saavedra didn't compose
the
Saavedra position.
Saavedra, yeah. This is like a famous rook endgame study with a beautiful under promotion in the end. I feel like he was a non-chess player. Yeah, he was a priest, Fernando Saavedra, who lived in Glasgow during the late 19th century.
Sindarov and Yu Yangyi have collected the expected points. No draws yet.
Can you believe the journey of the White King? We thought that it would just hide in the shadows, but no, it's actually the game-winning piece. It's gotten its 10,000 steps in.
Beautiful. Breathe a sigh of relief. That was phenomenal. That was really, really high-level, difficult endgame technique. Those rook endings, you make one slip and they peter out into draws. And he had the time and the focus there.
All decisive games in this friend, I'm certainly not complaining. And that means 4 must-win situations. First and foremost, for Nepo, who gets moked and smoked in under 20 moves. Hans Niemann with yet another positional masterpiece. Jan will have to deliver a victory. If the side with a must-win wins, then they play 2 games of 5+3. And must-wins for Duda, for Praggnanandhaa, and for Denis Lazovic, who made a very unfortunate blunder, David. So hard to compose yourself mentally when you're not even supposed to have lost.
Yeah. Right. But he showed toughness yesterday. So I think we would definitely not count him out at this point. You know, he had a couple tough positions yesterday that he had to like save to draws, and then he was behind the leaders and he had to win in the last round. So I think he still can continue to dig, but maybe the match with Wesley tired him out a little.
Yeah, it's been one game after another, and there's more to come. We will take a short break, folks, and 4 must-win scenarios. Will Jan Nepomniachtchi come back? Will the 3 others come back and force a second round of games? We'll find out on the other side of the break. Freestyle Chess returns in a few minutes.
Who is your favorite chess player? Your mom or your dad?
My mom.
True.
I'm sorry, Dad.
It's so hard to choose between one's parents, right?
It is, but I think I love how creative my dad is with chess, and I love that he's always been such a tactician, and I think I've learned a lot from that, and also he's the person that's mostly taught me openings. My mom is just so good at being so solid and finding the best moves in so many positions, and I just love how she's so kind and humble in real life, but then she's so like fierce on the chessboard. I think that is really cool. So I think I would have to pick my mom out of the 2. But this is obviously just in the chess. There's no bigger meaning than that.
I think you're like both of them. Well, obviously you're their kid, but I think you embrace all that you said about the best characteristics of your dad and your mom, and you're such a kind and humble person yourself, and at the same time you're trying to kill me over the chessboard, so yeah, you've got that in you.
The difference between me and my mom is my mom would be able to kill you over the chessboard, and I cannot. She did?
I once played against her in a classical game in the French league, and she gave me a master class. I didn't know what I was doing. Every move was like, oh my god, I'm just getting worse and worse and worse.
It hurts, right? It's like you're slowly but surely just
squeezes you slowly but surely.
Yeah.
I felt that. I know it.
So I wish I had my mom by my side right now that could help me out a little bit.
Our last set of tactics is drawing tactics. Sometimes the position is desperate and you seemingly have no way to save the game. But an incredible resource can allow you to eke out a valuable half point. The first drawing tactic is the perpetual attack. This is a bit like the trapped piece, but in this case you aren't able to actually win the piece. However, you can continually attack it, and your opponent is unable to escape the threats. Eventually, the game will be drawn after repeating the position 3 times. The study composer Votava showed an incredible piece of geometry, with a pawn sacrifice setting up a perpetual attack from the king against the black rook, securing a draw. The most common case of perpetual attack is perpetual check. This is naturally a case of perpetual attack against the opponent's king. Stalemate tactics are often in play to save positions when you are down oodles of material.
Hey, it's the Rosen Trap.
In many cases, stalemates occur as a result of catastrophic inattention from the attacker, but sometimes they can be the result of great ingenuity on the defensive side. My favorite stalemate trick ever occurred in a computer game where bishop b3 allowed white to follow up by sacrificing the remaining pieces and securing a miraculous half point. Finally, and truly finally, a fortress is another defensive fallback where, down material, you are able to construct a shell that the opponent simply cannot break.
Game 2 of the quarterfinals of a marathon Game 2. We are watching a scintillating display. The freestyle Grand Slam is underway, and only one player will punch his ticket to Wiesenhaus in February. The field continues to thin out, and it will thin out by half, as 4 players will be eliminated when today comes to a close. International Master David Pruss, we've seen so many masterful displays. Where do the players who need to win find that inner resolve? Where do they find that extra bit of gas left in their tanks?
Yeah, I mean, for Lazovic, it may be a little bit tough here. He may be tired, you know, playing sort of a blunder, so to speak, in that game. In the first game against Yu Yangyi, and now he's got black in the second game. It's going to be a little bit tough. But I think they just go into the focus mode where, you know, it's just the next piece in front of you, the next move you've got to play.
Indeed. And there's Denlaz. We will get the next position momentarily. And for Hans, you know, I was saying this before he completed that demolition. It's time to stop considering him the underdog. I remember before his SCC match with MVL, people were thinking of it as a huge upset. Hans is higher rated than MVL. By a point. The difference between Hans and Nepo's FIDE ratings is, I think, 19 points. So Hans certainly does not feel like the underdog. He plays with a lot of moxie, a lot of confidence, and the top guys feel that. He's a disruptor, first and foremost, on the board. And he puts his moves where his mouth is. That's for sure. You cannot fault him for that. His moves do speak for themselves.
And you were also right. He is finally completely underwater.
Yep, it's been the descent.
Oh, he came back. He's coming back.
Back up.
Clawing his way back up to the surface.
Good horror movie, by the way, The Descent. But Hans performing the ascent.
All right, and we've already got our position, so we can start looking at where they're going to focus in the first few moves to try and get a grip on this second round for all of these players. Any hanging spots?
Any hanging spots? Well, the knights are guarding like each other's children. They're, like a child swap. That one's guarding f7, that one's guarding h7. No hanging pawns. And interesting bishop arrangement. They're close together, which means, again, I'm looking at like b3, c4, and bishop b2 as a possible way to coordinate them nicely.
Yeah, it's actually strangely awkward to castle queenside, even though your king is on d1 or d8 and only has one square to go to castle queenside. But to get those bishops out of the way requires at least 4 moves. Not
so close yet so far.
Easy. Definitely.
A journey of a single step begins with 1,000,000 miles in this case.
I might just start by fighting in the center if I were white here, just some e4 kind of move.
Well,
when you've got these same colored knights, you're going to have a hard time covering the dark squares as white early on.
Yeah, and Jan got plenty of practice in must-win scenarios. He was down 2-0 against Carlsen, won twice in a row on demand. Yeah. Which was, apart from everything that overshadowed the tournament, let's focus on the chess. That was an incredible achievement.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of inner resolve.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this on the road. Mm-hmm.
Just may need to tame his aggression a tiny bit now and then, Danya. I mean, it's always awkward to be a commentator on people who are so many galaxies ahead of me, but
yeah, Jan sucks. I mean, yeah, he really should play better. I mean, honestly, just kind of weak sauce.
Yeah. But the position forced upon us, he played very, very aggressively against Bortnik in that game. The second game, remember, he had survived the bad opening and then he chooses to sack the exchange rather speculatively, manages to win that one. And then last game against Hans, forcing knight a4, knight b6, knight b2, super aggressive. So yeah. Maybe you should go for a slower game.
I mean, I feel like I can criticize them because I've, when I played my first World Championship match, against Johanna Zukertort,
right?
Yeah, just kidding. It is such a privilege to watch these players, and honestly, the field for this qualifier has been not just strong, obviously, but exciting. You've had matchups that you just don't see that often.
Yeah.
And right off the bat, they have to use their brains rather than the space bar.
Yeah, this format actually gets a few more players in compared to what we're used to seeing in a super tournament. Normally, you would consider the Grand Slam in Weissenhaus to be a super tournament, but to my eyes and to my level, this knockout is already a super tournament, with a general level above 2,700. And by having 16 players and the qualifier to pick 4 players and the knockout, we're seeing some different faces and some different matchups, like you say.
The computer criticized Jans. It's like you woke up and already you sinned. It's like, but I didn't do anything. I just rolled out of bed. E5 apparently already inaccurate.
Wow.
Wait, how can it be +1? Is there a tactic here? Wait a second. Can I just pause for a moment?
Yeah, that's a weird move to give a question mark to.
I'm just like, I smell something here.
Very often in Fischer Random, you can play these sort of center counter style openings if there's no knight to attack the queen after DE5.
Yeah, I mean, maybe DE5. Okay, anyways, he didn't do it. It's that ship has sailed. He played C3, which is also totally reasonable because let's not forget Hans only needs a draw.
Yeah.
And he's getting his knight around to F3, which I like. I think he's adopting a very solid strategy.
Yeah. Nepo has white.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
I do that.
I was trying to think, is there another way for me to give you that piece of information?
No. Please give it to me directly. Sorry. I don't know why I thought Hans was white. Yeah. Hans is black. Okay. So then E5 is a very bold strategy for someone who only needs a draw.
Yeah.
So what I said was so meaningless, I feel like you could take its inverse and it would still like vaguely make sense. This is the key to commentating. It's like the opposite of what I said can be made to fix. Yeah, like what I meant to say is actually Hans is playing for a draw by playing for a win.
Yeah. Right. You can say nobody ever got a draw by playing for a draw.
Right.
Gotta play.
So does Nepo castle queenside, kingside, or does he actually play h4 and go for the attack?
Right. He had a chance. It's always committal to castle. We feel it more in freestyle chess than in normal chess. But once you've castled, your opponent kind of can gun at you and not bring their king there. They can just start sending the troops.
Maybe he hasn't learned his lesson from the previous game. No, he has. He really telegraphed. I just don't like the look of queen d2. It's an awkward move. He's going to have to waste another tempo to open up his bishop.
Yeah.
And look at Hans just sending his f1 up the board.
So I was really looking at queen d2 myself, Danya, but then this is again what I said about Hans. Like, I didn't see the f5 move coming. And once I see it, I say, okay, that makes sense. Even though there's so much development to do, this is like a reasonable space grab.
Yeah. Hans just keeps you on your toes. He just does not forgive sloppy play.
Mm-hmm.
And f5 was just immediate because this knight on g3, if it is dislodged, it has to go back to h1.
Right.
And it's not getting out of there for a long, long time.
Really unpleasant choice.
Facility.
Really unpleasant choice for Nepo here, right? Because if you go rook e1, f4, knight f1 doesn't look very good. If you go e3, your bishop on c1 and queen on d2, they're mad at you. What were we doing up till this point? And black's well placed to muster a kingside attack, Danya. Like, space on the kingside is great with both sides castled kingside and all the knights there. If white plays something like e3 and black goes knight h7 and brings that knight towards the kingside. Knight h to f7.
Man, these knights are just, they're controlling all of the key squares on the king side. And, you know, it's like two relatives who keep passing the job off to each other. I heard they're getting tried for nepotism. Do you know that Nepomniachtchi basically means like one who doesn't remember in Russian?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, not that you use that. I don't think I've ever, like, in a different context, used describe someone as a person who, like, exhibits the quality of not remembering things.
Right.
You could also say forgetful.
Yeah. I've reached that point in my chess career where I forget lots of things I've learned earlier.
Yeah, and anytime we reach the Najdorf, like Tabia, I feel like I briefly become Nepomniachtchi in terms of not remembering the theory. Knight f7 by Hans, leaving his pawn on pre. What is he cooking up? Oh, I'm seeing exciting things. Takes. I think he wants a discovery on this bishop.
I knew it. You finally said takes, not as a joke. I knew it was going to happen on this move.
This is winning for black if Jan takes the pawn. Why is it so bad? Because if knight takes, then queen takes, double attack wins the bishop.
Yes.
And if you move the bishop, then you have to ruin your entire structure. Unthinkable.
Or even rook f3, depending where you put your bishop.
Yeah, and something like e4, black just circumvents all of the noise and just goes for mate.
Yeah. Simple as that.
Hans is on fire right now. You just feel the energy in his play and the speed. He's in control.
Yeah. Unpleasant decision, e3 from Jan. He took a while doing it, and then Hans was able to just knock the ball right back into his court. Just saying, yeah, we're going to bring the knight towards the king side.
Yeah.
And that eval bar is misleading to me, Danya. Or, I mean, maybe I shouldn't call it misleading. Maybe it's properly leading. But I will say that as a human, if I'm playing this game as white, I'm already in desperation mode. Like, what do I do about my king? And if I'm in black side, I'm like, he's dead. I got him.
I'm chilling.
You know, Jackson, that's it for him.
No, it's of course also because black is okay with the draw. So Jan has to be patient, right? You can't just throw something at your opponent because Hans has shown complete like tactical command. And I like this move by Jan. B3. That's a move from a veteran. Because he's going to try, I think, to go like A4, bishop A3, and maybe Hans, he sometimes tends to rush in these moments. We saw against Magnus when he was 2 minutes ahead. He made a couple of hasty decisions, and that cost him. Will he pay the price here? Knight D4, David, maybe?
I mean, he is playing a game without that rook on A8, so he's got to deliver mate, more or less, right?
But why did Hans rush to get his knight to E5? I thought he was going to E4, honestly.
You thought he was going through G5 or D6, huh?
Yeah, like knight G5. I mean, knight D6, bishop A3 is maybe what discouraged him, but I wouldn't have committed so quickly to this square. And now F4 is possible, shutting down the bishop. And I don't know. A little twist.
He's actually managing to pressure that F5 point finally. I mean, that was a sick tactic where he couldn't take it earlier, but you know, in this position where he played knight H4, I slightly wanted to play queen H4, but presumably he couldn't do it because the F5 pawn was too weak.
He is getting Nepo into time pressure. I mean, you do not see Nepo 5 minutes down like ever, but definitely not in rapid play. So that's an encouraging sign. But opening up the center is Jan, and his bishops will finally get their moment in the sun soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, again, my internal evaluation does not match the engine at all. I would still think black's great with knights just living on G4 and H4. E3 pawn backward makes me less worried about bishop B2. But he's got to do something about that rook on A8. He owes some tempi. Like, you're not actually going to win the game without moving any of those three pieces.
Yep, exactly. And it's like you want just the rook part of the castle. It's like I want an open face sandwich. I don't need the king part. Just get my rook into the game.
Yeah, I would retuck the bishops immediately once I played rook D8, but bishop C7, bishop D7, rook A to D or E8. That's a while.
Bishop C8 is always very interesting. But also, black's knight could get evicted any second with H3. And another complicating factor is that you can't easily go back to F6 because F5 will hang.
Right.
Bishop A3 is always lurking. So you have this uneasy feeling that you're like dangerously close to losing control of the position. And maybe already have.
This has strangely turned around. Like if he plays G6 to defend that F pawn, which is so annoying, then the knight on H4 is stuck.
We have some huge developments on some of the other boards. Lazovic is, I think, getting destroyed with the black pieces. Let's quickly go around the horn if that's okay.
Yeah, do it.
He needs to win this position with black, and that ain't happening.
Whoa, that G file.
This is the perfect position. Yeah. Like if you had to, you know, like that old astronomy experiment where they tried to communicate in case like Martians found this dictionary, they tried to communicate certain like human values. If you had to communicate like positional chess with one position, it would be this.
Give them
this is how you want your pieces to be arranged if you ever play this game that humans call chess. And Duda, he needs to win, and he's doing a lot better, comparatively speaking.
Yeah, they've got an interesting position. Positionally, black's busted because of the weakness on the C file and the strength of the D5 pawn. But there's a lot of dynamics to happen before that matters.
But positionally, the position is positional, but strategically speaking, in positional terms, black might position the queen on B5.
Yeah, I
Maybe
keep thinking I've got a queen on d1 and I can go bishop a4. Can't.
We've been very aligned on our instincts, I think.
Yeah. I was like, oh, maybe I'll play rook c1 first, so that after queen b5, bishop a4 is even stronger.
Mm-hmm. You want to plug this hole on a4 somehow. Maybe you can do it with a pawn.
Yeah, but what I need is development. The move I would want to play coordination-wise would be knight e3, but it blocks my bishop's retreat.
Wait, knight d2. It doesn't address any of black's ideas, especially queen b5. I don't get it.
Developing somebody.
But I thought that knight was going to go out to e3. I feel like knight d2 is a frustration move by Duda. Fatigue and frustration.
He didn't want to run out of time on this move, and he just gets something on the board.
Yeah, it's like decision fatigue. It's like, I have 3 candidate moves again, and I'm down on time again, and you get annoyed and just sort of throw out a move.
So what's he thinking? Maybe queen e3 here?
But then knight h... Well...
Yeah, knight h4.
Smells tactical after queen e3.
Yeah. My other option is like bishop e3, knight d3, where it's just...
Exactly.
You know, I can't go queen e2 because knight b2 is check, so I have to just give my bishop.
Exactly. Also, but yeah, bishop a6. Like suddenly black's pieces are going from awkward to, stars of the show overnight. It's like Revenge of the Nerds, Good movie. Okay, so how is Mr. Sindarov doing in his attempt to hold Praggnanandhaa and advance? Not very well. I think Pragg has the best winning chances by far of, Jan, but definitely Pragg is on the move here on the king side.
Yeah, that should be a pawn on g7. I'm still waiting for a book of best games with a fianchettoed knight. Have yet to see it. Empty game collection so far.
It's funny. I would put Naroditsky and Muradli in that collection. One of the games I lost in the World Rapid. It was one of these exactly this structure: pawn on f7, knight on g7, pawn on h7, and the knight can be a very powerful defender. It can always control the right squares and prevent all of the mating patterns. Like sometimes the knight's a great asset, depending on the other circumstances. Let me tell you what's not a great asset is the bishop on b8.
Right. So black, I guess, is playing for counterplay here, right, Danya? Like defending the king side is sort of not going to happen. So black's looking at options to play some combination of a3 and d4 and just throw a spanner in white's works.
Well said, and great call. And d4 is how he starts. Maybe he wants cd rook b6 also. Obviously, Pragg has to seriously consider a move like c4 because he has to juggle a well-timed defensive move with his attacking campaign, which involves getting the knight out of the way and putting a rook on h1.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Hans is also in trouble. I think we should go back to his game as well.
He could also just play rook h1 here, right? It's not...
Oh, yeah. It would be nice to move the knight out, but you don't have to. You don't really need the second rook, I guess.
Already
Actually,
possible.
Yeah.
Opposite side castling positions often feature this pattern of, ignoring the opponent's threat as long as you can, and you make your threat, and they ignore your threat.
And the knight actually has a perfect pathway to d5, which slices off the king's escape square, which is a horrible thing to have to reckon with. So that loses.
Yeah.
What if black puts a pawn on h5?
Possible.
And then you decide. You do this first and then cross that bridge when you get there.
Yeah.
But I also want to take a look at Hans's game.
Yeah, because that game is super open.
We'll check back in because this is also very exciting as soon as Pragg makes a decision. But looks like Nepo has just set the board on fire.
Yeah, his bishops are amazing now, and he's taking over the center with e4.
I mean, let me just show you a position after f5 and 14 moves later. It's like there's before and after transformation.
Yeah, I don't know how it's happened. But whatever program Jan used, I want to use that program, you know, that training program.
CT art.
King H1. Good.
Yeah, there's just not much black can do. I mean, there's not much to say. It's just a picture tells 1,000 words. You just look at the pieces visually and things become pretty clear. But Jan, of course, still has to demonstrate tactical control. He's got 5 minutes. It's not over.
Yeah. I mean, F5 is just getting harder and harder to defend.
Whoa. Okay.
Sure. Surprising that he would simplify, right? I guess he's going for knight h5.
I thought he actually maybe could have just taken a million times on f5 and then taken b7 at the end, but we don't have time to analyze that. He is offering the c4 pawn, which I don't think Hans will take because of bishop b3. Knight h5 is also a nasty little concept.
Yeah, I think knight h5 is the main idea. So the question is, what's the answer? And he's going to clear the way for bishop f8.
Well done to parry the immediate threat. I feel like maybe a little bit premature, but already an exchange sack on d7 is maybe in the cards with e takes f5 and like a quick f6. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from White's perspective, the position's beautiful, but how do we push it? I don't see any tactic if we trade on f5 and d8.
You have to look at queen h5 as well. In fact, I can hear Dvoretsky like, always look at the queen trade, even in tactical positions. And again, the slow move.
Yeah.
This is what the super GMs are so good at doing. They don't always overcomplicate it. They know when to press on the gas pedal lightly.
Yeah. I mean, you call it slow. It's the move that I was looking at. It's just putting the rook on the file that's opening.
Bishop f8. The logical follow-up to Hans's previous move.
I think to clarify Black's problem, the basic problem is if Black ever takes on e4, knight e4 has been annoying up to this point, right? It gets access to d6 and g5. It was always coming with a tempo on the bishop c5 previously. So Black's like on the back foot defending this f pawn while not feeling free to trade on e4.
And actually, now that you mentioned this, it occurs to me that White could take on f5 and position the knight on e4. But is it too much of a price to pay to let Black's knight back in the game?
Right. The tempo is very different if we trade on f5 than if Black trades on e4.
I would be considering c5 is interesting to set up rook d6. Oh, you had
yeah
that at the same time?
Yeah, c5.
And then bishop c8. Always look at bishop c8. The bishop took. e5 would get you kicked out of the local like Dvoretsky school.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking, can I somehow go c5, e5, rook d6 and stay in the school?
That would get you readmitted. Or good behavior in sacrificing exchanges.
Yeah.
And he's taken.
He takes. Okay, so he reduces the knight's sentence, commutes the knight's sentence. If knight f5, does he have rook d7? There's knight g3 check.
Yep, that's crucial.
As well as rook e1 check and every. Okay.
At the same time, Hans has two things he can do. He can take on e1 first, which I would be very tempted by. Just in general, you want to simplify. And of course, he can play bishop takes f5, which doesn't make much sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would start with rook e1 and then go knight f5, just intuitively.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to calculate. I'm going to look at Hans here on his stream. Hyper-focused. Just hyper-focused.
He still has that time advantage that he got in the opening.
Quick status update. Fedoseev still in control against Duda, looking like the Poles' hopes are beginning to get extinguished. Okay, Lazovic is still completely lost. His journey will come to an end. And Sindarov, still on the ropes. Wow. He plays bishop f5. The least likely of all the menu options, I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, letting the bishop pair
I don't
stay
get it.
free here.
Queen d3 at the end. Isn't that just going to end the game? Like takes. Hans must have cooked something up, but queen d3. What am I missing?
Rook e2, maybe.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Proust. See, this reminds me of our Berkeley International game in 2008. That's how you crush me with moves like these. What a move. That's so easy to miss.
Yeah.
And at the end of the line, rook d8, you have g6. Only move.
Yeah.
Rook f8, king g7. That's absolutely gorgeous. But let's see what happened in the game.
It's a real shock.
Very similar. But you can't go queen e4 because, again, there's a fork.
Yeah.
Damn girl.
Is he also considering rook e1 check? He's not recapturing.
Rook e1 and knight e3. I don't know why Nepo gave him that option. But he declines it. He lays rook d8, and
I mean, he'd probably lose on the on his own 8th rank while trying to win on the 1st rank.
I feel like Jan's cardiologist probably wants king h2 to be played, so just
right.
There are no four. But then knight d4.
Stop getting forked on g3.
This is why it surprises me that Jan yielded control of the d file, because it gives Hans this additional simplifying resource. And now Jan under 2 minutes.
Right. I guess a big question is even queen g4 here.
Yeah, Prague has blundered as well against Sindarov. I'm going to take 10 seconds to show people what's happening in this game. Just, we have to be fair to everybody. Look at Javahir Sindarov.
Yeah.
Prague's attack is in the toilet. Sindarov, I think, is very close. He's knocking on the door here of a successful attack.
Oh my God, how did that queen go to h1 instead of the rook? I can't imagine under what circumstance.
It was just like a bunch of sacks by Sindarov. Absolute tactical craziness that I'm sure will be analyzed in recaps after the fact.
Right.
Congratulations to Yu Yangyi for making the semifinals. He won his second game. Didn't even draw. He flat out won.
Yeah, no, it was that crushing G file, and then the space just got more and more and more.
No, this looks... Oh, we got to go back to Hans's game.
All right, queen d3, stopping knight takes c2.
Oh, rook e5 was played. Hans responds instantly with knight d4 and blunders. He just flat out blundered this move.
I'd seen it, actually, because I was thinking about about how to handle knight d4. And I thought, oh, if knight d4 gets played, you play queen d3, and the rook's undefended.
Insofar as Hans has any tendencies, he sometimes will rush the move. Like Nepo played rook e5. Clearly, he anticipated the knight moving. He had to slow down, but the game is not over.
Wait, was queen d4 not winning?
Queen d4, rook d4.
Bishop g6.
Rook d1 check.
King h2.
Yeah.
HG, rook e8. King g8, bishop a3.
Oh. Oh my God. The Puzzle Battle Championship's coming up. You better be in it. Oh my gosh. That was winning on the spot.
Yeah.
And then c5. Give me that pawn. Beautiful. Let's go back to the game, though. Great find by you. Nepo trades queens. Obviously, he is winning. Completely winning. Yeah, this is also resignable. Rook h5 is mate.
Oh. Rook h5, that's handy. So he's preparing bishop takes d4 before going rook h5.
Hans resigns. Wow.
Wow. Okay, so we're getting at least one playoff here.
And that's...
Jan strikes back.
Hans will be kicking himself. He played knight d4 in... Okay, he took under a minute. I mean, queen d3 you have to see. Yeah. And if he would have moved his knight elsewhere, maybe some chances. But ultimately, all credit to Jan. A good game. And just great composure by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hans, he went off to a good start and maybe rushed that knight move into the center.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't know what Hans was supposed to do after rook e5, but he did have time on his clock, so maybe he could have found something.
Yeah, knight h4 was the move and knight g6, but the position was already very difficult. I think, yeah, the opening is where he should look for, you know, the more substantive improvements, but they will go on to overtime.
Queen is still on h1, and Sindarov is still sacking things. Like, how many moves in a row can you play violent moves? At some point, you're supposed to run out of fuel, run out of firewood, and just be left with cinder. But
oh, good.
He's still finding stuff to throw on there.
Can you explain? Like, I thought, like you said, he sacked all his queenside pawns. Where is he pulling these pawns at? Suddenly, he's got a c pawn and a d pawn. Didn't he give all that away to open White's king?
He sacked all of those already.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
he starts the game with 9 pawns. Okay, so unless we have a crazy turnaround in this game, and unless we have a crazy turnaround in this game, where Fedoseev is demolishing Duda, there's seen Duda.
Nice positional game here for Fedoseev at the moment. Duda throws a spanner in the works.
Fedoseev might have missed this.
Yeah, I think he expected a recapture there.
Yeah, he was already expecting a recapture and expecting to go do the recap. But no, he's going to have to work a little harder. King d3.
He's got his traditional 2 extra minutes, and he only needs a draw. So,
wow. But okay, let's go to the Sindarov game, because this is where the party's at. The queen left h1.
Yeah, finally. I just want to mention, sometimes queens get stuck on squares like h1 in freestyle chess, and it's no good. You've got to get them out of there.
The death crew is moving in.
You didn't want to take my sacrifices? Will you take them once they get to c1 and d1?
Welcome to the, you know, they talk about Clark Kent. What about Clark Tashkent? Take that. Get off my lawn, says the rook. Rook takes c5.
What is that doing there? He wants to take on d3 and erect a blockade.
Yeah, but he has the must win, so no, this is not happening. I would play rook c5 and then I would not rush queen takes a5. I think queen c4 might be more accurate, actually. Like, probably that's what he's thinking about. I can bet a silver dollar. Or even c2 check first. All right. Let's do it. Beautiful.
Oh, man. So now he just wants to mate that king, right? Use the pawns as an artificial rolling back rank. Yes, I like to bring my back rank with me everywhere I go. King tries to run away from it.
50 seconds for Javik here.
D2 would bring him back.
Yeah, he has like... I mean, again, he only needs a draw. Can we... Oh, d4, queen a4, queen a5 is what I would do.
Nobody only needs a draw when their position is this good. They need mate!
But okay, you need your internet to work for 30 more seconds.
That too.
Oh, I have an idea. No, never mind. It almost works. I was looking for some under promotion, but I'll show you after he demonstrates the actual win.
Queen A4, Queen A5.
It's not even worth showing. Like C2, C1 knight at some point, but no time for stunts like these. Okay, Javahere's making me a little nervous with his time usage. Fedoseev has won.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of the most impractical possible solution. Queen A6 check, Queen D3 C2, leaving the queen and the bishop on B8 all hanging.
Check, 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 check. Speaking of under promotions.
With the rook off of D1, this move is easy.
Pragg has had enough. He throws in the towel. What a run for the Indian Grandmaster. Valiant fight, but Sindarov, he's one of those guys when he's on fire, he's a dynamo. He just tears through opposition. This was a back and forth game, but Sindarov, the Uzbek star, not named Noterbek. No, the party is Javahere, and Javahere is in the semifinals to be contested tomorrow against Yu Yangyi. And Vladimir Fedoseev is playing himself. Just kidding. He is playing the winner of Hans Niemann versus Nepo. David, we are not free.
No.
We get to watch more freestyle chess because Jan Nepomniachtchi, for what seems like the umpteenth time, has won on demand. He did it in the World Blitz Championship, and he did it again here, and there will be no sharing. There will be no sharing of the title because they are going to fight to the bitter end. And we will take a break, but before we do, remember that registration is open for the next Collegiate Chess League season. If you want to compete for your university in the 2025 spring season and battle for the most prestigious title in college chess, visit go.chess.com/CCL2025 or !CCL in chat for everything you need to know. Well, what you need to know is that Hans and Nepo are playing a fascinating match and you do not want to miss it. So cancel your plans, stay exactly where you are, and join us for the final stretch of freestyle chess on the other side of this break.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any Chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan. Diamond, Platinum, or Gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
I learned chess from my grandfather and started going to the chess club when I was 8 years old. But unlike many other grandmasters, I didn't accomplish much those early years. I didn't place highly in national competitions, didn't take any grandmaster scalps. But I loved the game. I loved the complexity. I loved the feeling of independence. And around the time I moved out of my childhood home, that love sparked something powerful in me. I had to become a grandmaster. I devoted all my time and energy into it. My school grades dropped drastically. I did not see my old friends anymore. I stopped playing soccer. I was never a sore loser or winner. But at the board, my opponent was the enemy. And I had to beat them. And away from the board, I spent every spare minute preparing for that. I didn't socialize much between games. My goal was to stay totally focused on my mission. But looking back, that's not how I became a grandmaster. It wasn't by being a lone wolf. In fact, my chess really took off when I started practicing with my opponents. Learning from them, collaborating with them. They may have been my enemies over the board, but in real life, they were chess lovers just like me. On the same mission, to become the best they could. There were many of us in Lund. There was Hans Tikkanen and his woodpecker method training tactics. Nils Grandelius with his bulletproof opening preparation. Daniel Sensesen and his prophylactic play. And later Arjan Tari joined the club as well. I modeled each part of my game and my training after their specialties. They spent countless hours refining their methods through trial and error to find what actually worked. And that's what I was interested in. So I adopted their methods and kept the ones that worked for me. It took sacrifice, it took growth, but in the end, I accomplished my mission. I'm Grandmaster Axel Smith, I'm a chessable author, and I'm here to share what I've learned.
Overtime, and there is just no more way more fitting to end this epic Hans Niemann versus Jan Nepomniachtchi match and an epic marathon day of freestyle action to determine the final spot in the semifinals and, of course, the finals, ultimately to decide the one player who punches his ticket to Wiesenhaus in February. I am David Prus, GM Daniel Naroditsky. We've joined you on this marathon adventure. And now the final chapter about to be written, an unforgettable one. And it'll be written in the language of Blitz, David. 5+2 will be the time control for the next 2 games.
Yeah. Again, a best of 2, 1 game with white, 1 game with black. Each game with a different position, of course. There's no repeating positions here, 960 of them to choose from. And they will, if tied 1-1, have 1 more game to go, an Armageddon to decide it. We've seen one of those already today between Lazovic and So. And you think we'll see one more?
Entirely possible. Jan has won on demand. Hans, in general, I think, has shown more of a good feel in the opening. So I think for Jan, getting the first 5-6 moves, not necessarily perfect, but getting a decent position is going to be very important. Hans will have the white pieces in the position that is in front of you, folks. Your thoughts, David? I'm already seeing a 2-mover, potentially.
Immediately, the H7 pawn. Yeah.
A pre-move C6, or pre-move D6, and resign after Queen H7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you lose your rook.
Definitely not advising any pre-moving here. Yeah, that's the only pawn that seems to be hanging in the starting position. And the bishops sitting together next to the king. As we've learned, they're a little slower to come out than knights, so queenside castling will probably be easier. But I could also see a player playing for queenside space, right? We could see some c4, b4, c5, b5 kind of moves, in which case the kings won't be so comfortable heading to that side of the board.
Yeah, and of course with the possibility of a fianchetto. And it is 5+3. I might have misspoken. 3-second increment, indeed. If these
sorry, no, I'm wrong. It's 2 seconds. It's 2 seconds.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
It's 3 seconds in the 15-minute games.
15+3 and 5+2. Yeah. And if this is tied 1-1, as we already saw in the Lazovic match, we do get an Armageddon. But wait, we are living in the now. For Hans, I think slowing down in critical moments, even with 5 minutes, that's enough time to, invest 45 seconds a minute when you feel like a critical moment has been reached.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And I feel with his positional style, Hans might like to get some kind of setup like d4, e3. Something like that here. If he could somehow get like a collie type of structure.
Yeah. And of course, like deciding where to put your king. There's all these questions and decisions that you don't always have the machinery to solve because you're used to your pieces being on more luxurious squares.
Yeah.
And
maybe it's a good position to grab that tempo you mentioned with c4 and then play d4 and
you never know.
Try and play a d4 style.
You never know. Maybe your opponent, mouse slips on the first move.
Yeah, I would not be counting on that, but I think c4 might be legitimately good. c4, knight g6, d4. You just stake out some space in the center and ask black how they're going to equalize.
All right. Seat belts fastened. Let's get the show on the road, boys. And there we go. And c3, indeed. The Saragossa.
Yeah.
And I know I've been like spamming this move, but I mean it non-ironically. Like h4 actually is a serious idea as early as this position. In fact, I think that's why he's thinking he might be onto something.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he played it.
Yeah, it's not his normal style.
Similar.
F4. Whoa.
I like it. I really like that move because he also opens up his bishop, so it's like a multi-purpose move.
Yeah.
And
Jan was ready for it, though.
Let's g4. Ray Grobson.
Oh my gosh. This gives me feelings of his style in the first game with MVL, where he was just letting it all fly out in that first game with black and could have been a disaster.
And
then I feel like he settled down and was playing nice positional chess in between.
Making the Grob look good. I was going to make a multilingual pun because Grob means coffin in Russian. So final nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Nail in the Grob. Jan needs to pause here, and he's doing the right thing. I would even consider something drastic like f5 because you can't let the pawns just run you over.
Are you aware that f5 is a pawn sack?
I am.
Yeah. Okay. You're going to take on f4 with the knight or something?
I was actually going to invite the queen to f5 and go like knight d6.
Knight d6 and just get your guys going.
Yeah, get the pieces out. Jan senses the danger. You can tell.
Yeah, he was ready for those first two moves. He answered c3 with knight g6 and f4 with e6 nigh instantly, but I don't think he'd really expected the Grob. Whoever does.
Yeah, it's like move 3. It's like, why am I thinking on move 3? f6.
Nice.
Okay. Bishop g3, logical. Now bishop d6 is something to explore for Jan. It's like we're playing hand and brain.
Yeah.
Except he's both the hand and definitely the brain.
There's some danger of white getting all the pawns to the fourth rank here.
Now for Hans, there's a lot of tempting things that you can go h4. I would be very inclined to put the bishop on g2. There we go. And if you try to blunt that bishop, then the other one will reopen. Rook a6, rook a3. Ooh, hitting the rook.
Hitting the rook.
How easy is that to blunder?
And you cannot castle here and put your king on g1. So
it takes g1, yeah.
I think the candidate moves are knight f2 and d4. Don't like e3, but...
Actually, wait a second. Like e5, f5, and like knight f4 or something is a very... Jan likes these tactically creative solutions. He's very good at seizing the initiative from his opponent.
Yeah. But this opening, he's a little bit on the back foot, a little lacking in space.
Queen h7, bishop g6 imprisons the queen on the h-file. We saw like Maksudlu's queen did not live to tell the tale ultimately.
Yeah. All right, my solution here would be knight f2. I'm still dreaming as white of taking the whole center. I think I could maybe get it all here, d4 and e4.
Very similar idea, I think, and maybe he wants to reserve the g3 square for the knight. So much tension, David. It's like every time a new front is open, it's like they played a4, a5, now h5.
h5 I really approve of.
I mean, Catan is settled.
When he played a5, I was really worried for him. And I didn't think that Hans needed to play a4. When he played a5, I thought, okay, you're groveling now.
You're groveling?
Yeah, groveling against the grob. It's the saddest thing that could happen.
That queen is living a very, very risky life, especially with a knight coming to c5 potentially.
Mm-hmm. It's like that variation in the Gioco Piano with queen b8, queen a7.
I mean, the problem is Hans has so many tempting moves. Sounds like a good thing, but in a blitz game, it really isn't.
So bishop f1, where does the queen go?
Well, it's queen c6.
Queen c6 and e4 is hanging, so white can't keep pursuing you.
And here's the thing. Jan should play b6 here. You saw the blue arrow appear because e5 is not anything to worry about. First of all, it allows bishop g6. Second of all, even if you take the rook on a8, I don't think it's worth weakening the light squares. So now I think Hans is aware that b6 is likely. And he might just play like h3 or something. The game continues.
Yeah.
He will not play e5.
I mean, he's thrown everything else forward this game. And the decision around the g4 pawn has been delayed, but I mean, eventually he's going to have to deal with that.
My instinct is to actually go d3 and c4. I don't like h3 because he opens the h file. I would have sacked that pawn.
H2 is open.
Jan.
Yeah, Black's managed to craft a little bit of a position for himself.
Yeah, Hans needs to be very careful suddenly, and this is what we talk about, like the overextended center.
Yeah.
It's just poking and prodding and chiseling and knifing, and e5 is an idea, actually.
Yeah, he's pushed so hard, and now it's starting to look like weaknesses. It's the beginning, but like if you go bishop e3, there's both e5 and knight c4, which both mess with your business.
Yeah, maybe just like
f5, knight e5.
I would try to sack a pawn somewhere, like bishop f1, d3, and long castle. Maybe even just give up a pawn, but make sure that the integrity of your position isn't compromised. Rook h2 there was a possibility. Jan playing
knight h4 so fast.
Well, e5 was definitely better than knight h4. That was played way too quickly by Jan, but he's looking at Hans's clock, and you can understand. I feel like Jan, one move-itis. He was attracted to the idea of chasing the bishop away.
Look at one move that's pretty funny. If instead of defending the e-pawn with the knight, he played d3, Black plays knight f3.
Yep.
And one move at a time, okay. But if the rook moves, there's rook takes h1. So
yeah.
Oops.
And somehow white holds on in this particular line. Jan thinks, and now he plays e5. He's like, never mind.
Never mind.
Let me do it. F takes e5. Is he going for, who knows?
I mean, fe5 and bishop g5 check was like a clear candidate.
I like this move by Hans. Immobilizing the knight. What a complicated freaking position. Maybe bishop e7 to prepare g5?
Right, or ef g5, just anchor the knight for now.
Ooh.
Oh.
Take it and bishop g5 check. Oh, no. Jan just kind of giving away the initiative there. And both sides might castle queenside at some point.
Yeah. And d4 looks pleasant.
He's put on his boa constrictor hat.
He's been handed the space. Oh, he just got excited. Look at that.
He's put on that boa constrictor hat. That's like the kind of position he had against MVL, but he's down 35 seconds. Jan has to complicate the game somehow. Maybe with b5.
Yeah. Oh, Hans is looking eager.
Maybe with a g6.
That's a bit of a tangle, those 4 minor pieces.
In a bullet game, I'd play g6, fg, knight h8. Time situation equalizing. Jan looking desperately for ways to muddy the waters. He's getting squeezed on all sides. He's under a minute.
I'm surprised how excited Hans is. I expect these players to all be like cool under pressure. He's really psyched up.
Well, this move tells you everything you need to know about Jan's position. Queen b8.
Oh,
I mean, what?
Where is it going?
Preventing his own king from... Ugh. But okay, king c7, queen d8. The world's most convoluted manual castling.
Mm-hmm.
And I like it. b5. This is what Jan has to do. He's got to play creatively. But his pieces kind of stumbling over themselves. But he's solid. Yeah. Listen, e5 is well protected. Hans has to make something happen on the king side eventually.
So this is what I would find in the dictionary as a picture under solid now.
Ooh, nasty move.
Looking at b6, among other things. f7, g8. Oh, yeah.
Bishop b4. It's like Jan is one little mistake away from collapsing, but he is holding on.
Mm-hmm.
Hans getting ready to activate his rook.
Yeah, perhaps to h1. Where do you think?
Finally, one side castled.
Sigh of relief.
Hans taking his time there. Rook g1, preparing g5. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Perfectly understand. Ooh. d5 instantly by Jan. And it's pandemonium.
Yeah,
it's anybody's game.
Madness.
It is anybody's game.
He was getting squished 10 seconds ago. And now...
Well, now Hans has 10 seconds left on his clock to 23. Uh-oh. Allowing the knight to get active.
Knight gets in.
The game is turning around suddenly. A check. And now Jan's going to move his king.
I feel like Jan's going to have something here. Look at that A pawn dangling with the clock. The E4 square, the white king.
Like zombies rising out of their graves. Human flesh on their mind. Nepo is crushing. Suddenly it's knight d6, another threat. Hans doesn't know what hit him, but bishop b4. It's still a game.
Wow, that's a heck of a move. Bishop b4, he needed
What
that
a
right
move. A, B, queen b4. And Hans says, no. The zombies will wait. The zombies are back, queen e3.
Got to get that rook to a1.
2 seconds for Hans. He's lost, but trying to get counterplay against Black's king. It's futile.
Mm-hmm.
Knight b7, David, or even bishop b7.
Yeah.
And Hans...
Take the g pawn maybe, but there is rook d4.
Ooh. Rook c7. Fantastic move with no time. Hans is still fighting and kicking and clawing. Nepo getting nervous. The pawn on g7. Rook e7 hitting the queen.
Tries to overprotect g8.
Trade should be winning for Black, but chances for Hans, absolutely.
Huh. That was surprising to me that he traded like that. Wow.
Knight g4, knight f5. Nepo. Look how confidently he's playing. 14 seconds. He can slow down. He should have slowed down. Knight g4, knight h6. Oh, Hans might save the game. And Hans still work to do. Still work to do.
Right.
And he might lose because his knight is trapped. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh my
Offers the
gosh.
knight trade.
Knight g8 only move.
Yeah, that's necessary.
Oh my gosh, I gotta watch this. This is crazy.
This knight's threatening to go after the a pawn, right? That's what it's trying to do. He's
King
trying to go
E5.
knight h6, knight f5, and then rush over there.
No, but knight h6 and king f4. I mean, with no time, it's almost impossible to save this. But somehow Hans is surviving for now.
Yeah.
Nepo can't make progress. Knight f7 should be tried, I think. Knight f7.
Highfalutin move. Knight c8.
Jeez Louises. God, excellent. King g5. Fantastic move.
Focus. What
King
focus
F7.
from both of them here?
King f6. Hans
King
is
F6,
calculating.
F4, King e7, f3.
And black, knight h6 there, I think. f2, knight g4, but easy for me to say. He's going to save the game.
The knight chases. Goes after b6. He can repeat moves with the knight here, basically, right? Like knight b8, knight d7 or something.
I mean, I feel like maybe he had a forced draw, but he can just keep the king on e5 at the right moment and the knight on c4.
Mm-hmm.
a5, b5 is questionable. a5 now. a5 now.
Knight d7 now. Back.
A repetition is close.
Yeah, he's holding it together. He goes off his normal route.
The champion's composure being demonstrated by Niemann right now.
Yeah.
Just championship willpower. And
Wow.
Hans pulls out the draw in the first 5-minute game.
Wow. A deserved celebration from Hans there. Saving that one. Incredible. Incredible.
Man, you talk about someone who plays every game like it's his last. I mean, and of course, hats off to Nepo for turning that around in just unbelievable fashion. There was skill. There was a lot of skilling shown by both players at various points in that game. Jan with a dazzling array of activity just when he was about to win. He was a piece up for what seemed like forever.
And this is what we're here to see. This is exactly what we're here to see, right? With these knockout formats, with these matches, the players recovering, focusing, giving it their all, that level of effort. You know, every time that we can feel, oh, this is the moment where I would give up, and then they don't, right? Or this is the moment where I don't see any more ideas, and they come up with more ideas.
And the decision to trade queens, it might not have been approved of by the eval bar, but I actually really like it because Hans had that far advanced passer. And as long as you have a knight, you have hope. Like knights in time pressure situations are a huge asset.
Yeah. It blew my mind, that decision, right? Like realizing that he's in such danger of his king getting hit with a tactical shot and just going for that end game and knowing that it's going to be practically difficult with the pawn on g7.
And Jan is, his pieces somehow are always ready to get active, even when everything is on the back row, even when everything is on the Etienne. He somehow needs only 2 or 3 moves to turn everything around. And the final game, potentially the final game of the match, or if it's drawn, the penultimate game, will be coming your way. The players need a couple of moments to catch their breaths. So do we. We'll be back in a few minutes with what promises to be an unforgettable game in an unforgettable match. Freestyle returns in a few.
Looking to deck out your closet this fall, or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally. Never forget that it's always chess o'clock somewhere, with clocks in a brand new colorway. And keep your mouse speed on point with a classic green or bubblegum pink mouse pad. Oh, Mittens wants to say something too. She says, check it all out at chess.com/shop. And yeah, you might want to do what Mittens says.
It's crazy. Oh my God. I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. Turn the thermostat up. Please, no milk. No milk. No fucking milk, James. I'm gonna go to the ambulance.
What's up, everyone? Chess is hard as it is, but we're about to make it even harder by playing chili chess. For every type of piece we capture, we are gonna eat a chip with some hot sauce on it, starting with the pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, a queen, and then the loser of the game is gonna eat this drenched chip over here.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Here we go. And here we go.
Oh man, we battled a lot in the. It's like you're letting me take it, bro. We get
Instant, you must be hungry, bro.
I'm too scared to capture.
Take it, bro.
No, because then we have to eat the.
You know what? Now you gotta Eat the freaking chip.
All so big. Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Right.
man. Oh. It feels like I'm inhaling a barbecue. I hate that one.
That's pretty good.
God. That is the official.
Your turn, buddy. Beautiful.
That one's weird, man. It's like citrusy, but like
Correct.
kind of tastes like.
You know what? That's exactly what it would taste like.
I'm rolling up, man. We got the end game of the chips. This is
Hey,
torture.
which one do I want? Okay. None of these. I'm back.
I like how silent psychological battle. Nobody's drank milk yet.
Right.
We're like, okay. All right. Word looks different when you high on spice.
Oh man. That boy hitting different.
Oh.
Shit's kind of hot to be chilling like that. It's definitely getting hot in this room, guys. You didn't turn the thermostat up?
Oh, I took a pawn, mister.
Oh, you took a pawn. You did. Damn, bro, you catching everything.
Ah! Oh!
Let's check.
Oh my God, I lost on time. No!
Oh, that's not what?
Oh my God.
You know. Okay, so the problem is, I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. So it's probably gonna be like how Magnus said, creeps up on you. Yep, now it's starting to creep up. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance. I'm gonna call them people right now.
On my hand.
Please.
No milk.
No milk.
No milk. We're doing this with no milk. No fucking milk, James. It's like two brothers. We in a ditch somewhere.
Yep.
Explosions all around.
No milk. We asked them, like, you need a Band-Aid? No, I need no milk. No milk. I'm gonna feel that for a few days, 2 hours.
Bro.
I did, bro. I did. But your brain don't work right when all the spices and
No,
stuff.
man. Bro, I can't feel my fingers. Same time next week?
Sure. It's a date.
The final semi-finalist is about to be decided here at the Freestyle Weisenhaus Grand Slam, and it's going to be one of these two lovely people, a world champion contender, two-time world champion contender, and world Blitz co-champion Jan Nepomniachtchi, and of course Hans the Moke Niemann. His moves speak for themselves, and indeed, that has been pure, raw fighting spirit, David. Just desire on both sides. What a match so far.
Yeah. I think that sometimes we read the psychological situation wrong because these players are tough beyond what we have experienced ourselves or what we are used to.
Mm-hmm.
Because like watching that last game, I would say the psychological initiative is with Hans. And when I'm commentating, I often say things like that. I'm like, oh, Hans must feel like great saving that. Nepo must be frustrated. Hans has the initiative going into the next game.
Mm-hmm.
But then like you forget that, you know, Nepo is not like me in the inside, right? He doesn't have weakness or whatever, right? He just guns for it the next game.
Yeah, I think sometimes we think of, you know, players like they're not snowflakes. They're vastly, I mean, Nepo's played 2 world championship matches. Pain is no stranger to a chess player. Like the pain of losses, of devastating turnarounds. You experience that from the very beginnings of your chess career. So it's par for the course. You know, you swallow it, you move on. You got another game to play. You reset the pieces, except you don't, because you don't know how the pieces are going to be reset.
Right.
Until now. Let's do our usual process of observation. No hanging pawns. We actually have a similar position, very similar position to chess.
Yeah.
Like
the rulers and the clergy have switched places, right? Like who's the real head of state here? It's
yeah. Well, the Archbishop of Canterbury is like, hey,
move over,
my
queen.
center. No, it didn't end well for Thomas à Becket, but how do you castle here?
I think, for example, I'm going to give you the easy one. You give us the hard one. Knight f3, followed by king h1.
Oh, easy clap. You know, it reminds me, Aravind Chittambaram, the Indian GM.
Yes.
A couple of years ago, he played this troll opening. He played 1 knight f3 and 2 rook g1. And I was like, I didn't even realize it was possible to move a rook on the second move. Well, here, you might see like the accelerated King's Indian attack. Knight f3 and castles. In fact, I would not be shocked if that's how they both started the game.
One thing that's going to feel familiar to the players is going to be the knight's influence on the center, right? The ability to quickly hit the full central box with knight f3 and knight c3 permits both players to sort of find their footing.
There we go.
Central fight. I would go d5 here as black.
Good call. But the good thing for white is that the bishop can swing out to b3. And also you can't play a Slav because of c takes d5.
Yeah.
You can play a Botez Slav.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Also, if you're a hater of the Slav, not available here.
Jeez, but you can't play a Queen's Gambit decline either because of bishop to b4.
e6, bishop b4. Unpleasant. Unpleasant.
Where
So what are we left
Capablanca
with?
would have left the room.
Taking back on d5 is the Marshall variation of the Queen's Gambit.
Jeez, you had to give up the center.
Yeah, settles on the Queen's Gambit, accepted.
Yeah. And Jan, I think, is quite happy. I don't think Hans anticipated having to give up the center. So maybe he can switch to sort of a Moran-style approach with a6 and b5.
Yeah. Thing is, there's no bishop coming to b7.
Yep.
Maybe e6, bishop e7, and we just try and play some kind of c5 position. How does he play c5 already?
Well, he's I mean, it's a Grunfeld idea. A very Grunfeld-esque idea to play c5, just sack the pawn and then worry later about winning it back with the moves like knight a6.
Yeah.
So for Jan, like d5 is a move I would consider. I wouldn't play it because of b5, like the Benko style idea. Whoa. b4, b5.
He was ready for it. He was ready for it. Good Lord.
He was ready for that too.
Yeah. And he just shrugs like, yeah, well, you know, I analyzed this 5 moves ahead.
Yeah, I analyzed with Boris Savchenko in training camp in 2008.
Queen to a6.
But what's the follow-up? A4.
That c-pawn is under a lot of fire right now. It's like, gotta be feeling pretty lonely.
Yeah, and Brandon's like, should have done this 8 moves ago. But Hans is... I actually don't think black is too unhappy here. Like, from a dynamic standpoint, it looks pretty good after something like knight c6. Like, white's pieces feel loose.
Right.
But
Or
if Nepo
E5
castles and plays e3, like, the game could end. That's the problem.
Yeah. What about e5 first? Like,
Knight f5?
oh, you win again. You win again, Danya.
You're the Nepo whisperer. Maybe knight b3, but then knight e5. In a bullet brawl, I'm taking black.
Yeah, I mean, waiting or retreating moves, just walk into rook c8, right? Which black is happy to play.
No. Bad.
What?
Bad.
What about?
Bad because of queen b7, and you can't you have to play the incredibly weakening move f3 to defend g2. This is a huge moment. Can Hans find queen b7? What a clutch move this would be. And I think Jan, you know, David, you're so used to being able to, like, you have a knight on f3. Like, when do you have to worry that much about the g2 pawn? And he's found it.
Yeah, in freestyle chess, that's when you got to keep your eyes on different weak squares or weak spots. And he'd seen it coming by now. You see the speed with which f3 comes out.
Man.
And he's got a minute and a half.
A storm is a brewing. A storm is a brewing. The bishop's coming to b6, and We aren't talking about full-fledged compensation. We're talking about We're talking about overwhelming compensation.
Man, Hans is pumped. He was just like going like this already. Like, here it comes. So against bishop f2, is black threatening bishop takes f3?
Absolutely. Great spot. That's why Jan had to move his queen back.
Aye, aye, aye.
Let me tell you what Hans is not going to do. He is not going to just bail out, I think, with bishop b5.
I think his position was so mouth-watering, he just pulled out a napkin, Danya.
He did exactly what I said he wouldn't do.
Just taking the...
Did you hear that? That was perfectly orchestrated.
Yeah.
Because his point is this. First of all, you can't take on a7. And he's not bailing out. He is playing for the advantage. And what I missed, I'm not ashamed to say, I thought white had e4. I forgot that the queen was then making contact with the rook. And Hans would still have this devastating check on b6. So
Why
this is
that
actually...
so devastating?
Well, because you have to play bishop f2.
Mm-hmm.
And then black plays rook fd8 and white is paralyzed. It's actually incredibly deep positional thinking by Hans, understanding that even though white has the bishop pair, the bishops are completely paralyzed. And it's very hard for Jan to make a move.
Okay, so... Oof.
Like, make a move.
Yeah. It's
Bishop
coming any minute now.
Bishop c3. You also have to worry about the e3 square.
Right. No, I can't give up e3 because you also have knight d5 coming at will, right? So maybe bishop f2.
Maybe e3 and bishop f2. This is where Jan has shown such like sang-froid. He just doesn't panic. He finds the practical solution, and he always tries to find an opportunity to get his pieces active. But this is a very difficult situation for him. Maybe queen d3.
Yeah, I was going to suggest maybe like queen a4 with bishop f2, bishop b6 to try and diffuse things. But black trades on f2 with check and maybe keeps the queen going.
If white plays e3, Hans probably is hovering over the d8 square with his rook to infiltrate d2, and that will be potentially an overwhelming amount of force.
Yeah.
So he takes.
Yeah.
Great decision by Jan. This is the lesser evil.
Yeah, I wanted to play e3, but I was seeing lots and lots of problems with it.
I'm noticing a pattern like rook c6, knight h5, knight g3 is nothing to laugh at in the future.
Oof. Especially if white concedes king h1 versus playing e3.
Look at how Jan gets his bishop out. Nevertheless, he's like bullets raining around him. He's finding ways to coordinate his rooks, but still so many weak squares like knight e3, rook c3, and he's down to 90 seconds. Whew.
If he played rook fc1, could Hans even take the pawn on b4 with the knight? You think you'd go for mate?
Well, queen at f2, maybe there's... Okay, yeah. No, also b4 was hanging, you're right.
Forces the knight to pick a spot. b4 is one of those available, right?
Yeah, b4, e3. I mean, rook c3 is tempting, but then queen b2, and your pieces get kind of stuck in mud. Nepo with a very practical move, forcing Hans to make a decision, which will force him to burn some time.
Right.
I don't see a problem with knight takes b4, honestly.
Yeah. Nepo has very little time himself.
But he goes mining for gold.
Yeah. Wants something great. Maybe potentially the problem with knight b4 is even though you can support it with a5, maybe you just can't ever reposition it because white covers, c6, d5, d3, c2 with the bishop. You just get frozen where you are.
And now the knight is a parachute. If it needs to press the eject button, it can come back to f5.
And he's limiting that bishop. He's trying to make the bishop on e4 bad, or as less good as he can.
Back rank is weak for white. It's very important to note that the knight is controlling g2. So Hans might play h5. No, h5, bishop takes g6, actually.
Queen G6, Queen
And
E3.
Queen E3. Easy to blunder. Something
Yeah.
like that. I just did.
Okay, and there could come a moment where you play
What about-
A5, but for now, A5, B5 doesn't look.
I'm partial to Rook D4, actually.
How about King G7?
Your predictions, ladies and gentlemen. King G7, probably much more mature.
Getting off of the light squares.
That's the adults are back in the room. I'm a kid in a candy store.
Centralizes, perplexing Jan. Jan
I think
did not think that was good.
Hans has an idea of eventually dislodging the bishop with F5.
Mm-hmm.
And Hans is like, make a move. Well, Queen D3 is possible.
Yeah. He also has this Queen D1 back rank mate if white wandered in the wrong direction.
Ooh. Wait a second. So trade will drop the B4 pawn. And it's probably still a draw after that with a rook coming to C7. But Jan keeps the queens. What a gutsy move.
Yeah.
Holy mokes.
King G7. I was
Bishop
thinking a
E7.
while about this, but F8 a little bit looser, but defends the E-pawn.
Yeah. Maybe he was afraid in the future of some check that the white queen could deliver on the long diagonal.
Right. But here
Now
he's got to
Hans-
watch out for a rook check on C8, right? If he ever wants to use his rook.
He's down on time. Maybe he'll send the G pawn down the board. 20 seconds. Gotta move. Gotta move. Jan is so good at keeping the tension.
Wow.
Just like
G4.
doesn't budge.
Yeah, it's all these little positional decisions that really...
Uh-oh. This is right about where Hans would like his king back on F7.
Yeah.
Rook C5. Or B5, Rook C6. Jan's doing it again, seizing the initiative.
Yep. He can take the C file here, double.
Building it up. Here's the thing, though. Hans has that knight on E3, so things could turn around very quickly.
Yeah.
With a queen.
Now
with
he
a queen
seems to
sortie
have,
at H4.
seems to have just traded a superior rook for an inferior rook, right? So
Black is not risking here with a knight like that.
yeah, he comes back to cover Queen E1 mate.
Like, road's closed.
Mm-hmm.
Take the other freeway. And the dance macabre begins with the queens.
And with the clock, they're each dancing a death dance with their flags here.
And their hearts. They're beating fast.
Maybe like an E4 shot at some point.
Queen
Weird.
C7 was a Hans with a very risky move there. He is flirting with disaster. And Jan is threatening mate in 1.
Yeah, Queen F8.
He's got to move his king back. He blundered mate in 1! He blundered mate in 1! The nerves got to him at last.
Yeah.
And that is how it ends. That is how abruptly this match ends. And how cruel the twists of fate can be. Jan Nepomniachtchi stays the course and punches his ticket to the semifinals. David.
Yeah.
Round of applause for both of these gladiators.
Yeah.
This was
that Queen F8. It shows you like the precipice that they were living over the whole time they were playing, right? Every move, they're standing over these kind of possibilities. And Nepomniachtchi versus Fedoseev will be one of the semifinals tomorrow.
Frankly, I'm shocked that they didn't blunder more and sooner. That they kept their composure for marathon stretches at a time. And by the time Hans blundered the mate, it felt like his position had gotten dangerous because White's king was out of the checking zone of the black queen. And he finally panicked. Hans just flew too close to the sun. And it is all credit to Nepo's resilience. What a story. What a game. And we will get a short interview with Nepo It is very late for him, and he has just worked his tail off. But congratulations to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hans Niemann put up a hell of a fight, and you know he'll be back the moment that he can rejoin the qualifier. He'll be the first one to enter. But Jan Nepomniachtchi showing his class.
Another piece of credit to Jan, I think, was this queen back to E1 maneuver, setting up H4, which gives his own king some life room and starts to take space away from Hans's king. That was a subtle choice that paid off really well.
It was. And we will ask Jan about it. We won't keep him too long, but let's go on a break, folks. We'll be back with Jan Nepomniachtchi, the final semifinalists, in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
I was banned for foreplay without any reason.
I don't think foreplay means what you think it means.
I was trying to think of a chess word that was even closely related to that, and the best I could come up with was prophylaxis.
Chess.com appeal, not cheated, default, GPT 3.5, user, write to appeal message that I have not cheated on chess.com, chat GPT, subject, appeal for fair play on chess.com.
Oh my gosh.
Templated responses, you know, are similar to me as templated chess games, right? Using engines, like, you know, own up to the, you know, the decisions you made or the mistakes you made. Give us a candid response, and you know, our team does read these messages and are pretty receptive to folks that are forthcoming. So, you know, you basically told on yourself. That's what you did with that the GPT response.
Or at least get better at copy and pasting and remove that it came from ChatGPT in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you said the quiet part out loud, basically, in the way you delivered that message. What are we doing? So, you know, you gotta, again, do better. Do better.
Eat your with ketchup. Happy New Year, stupidchess.com.
There are a few things we have to run with there. So first of all, you took the time to wrote that. You did that. You know, like, we just got to acknowledge that you took the time to do that. So shout out to you. Secondly, I love the holiday spirit embedded in that. Like, it did remind me of Home Alone and Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. You know, like, that was the vibe it was on, but like chess wise. And then, yeah, I mean, you did that. So, you know, hopefully you're ringing in the new year, or you rang in the new year well, and you know, 2024 has gone a little bit better than evidently 23 did on our site.
And after a marathon day, Grandmaster World Champion Challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi defeats Hans Niemann in incredible fashion. Queen F8 mate. That'll be in your dreams tonight, Jan. It'll be in Hans's nightmares. And it is a fitting end to an epic day. What are your emotions, and what were your emotions when Hans decided to jump back to E3?
Well, nicely said, a fitting end, yeah. Absolutely, since, I mean, I didn't think I'll make it too far because I'm terribly jet-lagged after New York. And, like, I would ever, like, woke up, like, at 5 p.m. and, like, local time, and 7 p.m. is, like, the round, so, I mean... at some point, I was like, okay. When I was lost after 2 moves against the Bortnik, I thought, okay, that's it. But then somehow I could even turn that game around. So when he played knight e3, actually, well, I guess queen e8 was anyway my intention, yeah. So in case if he doesn't play king g7, so it was more or less a pre-move, yeah.
Yeah, and I have a question for you. Congratulations, first of all, from me as well. But I'm curious, like, how important is it for you to qualify for Weissenhaus? Does that put extra stress and tension? Or as a chess professional, do you just take every day as, you know, you're just playing chess?
Well, I don't know. I didn't have some special hopes once again because of, like, all the jet lag. I think, like, I'm far from my best and I didn't see things today. I, like, was playing quite poorly. I mean, at least I found out, like, there is my mate in one. So probably my Puzzle Rush, endless training in Puzzle Rush paid off. Well, I mean, it's good to qualify and to play like Fischer Random with long time control, yeah, like 90 minutes. It's quite interesting because, here you can think of some, I would say even like concepts, yeah, of how do you develop your pieces, what do you do first. And it's easy to see that, I mean, I wasn't doing too great every time out of the opening. Yeah, maybe I should like change my strategy a little bit because, maybe some, I mean, apart maybe the last Blitz game, I was struggling out of the opening every time. So it's just an interesting type of chess. Yeah, and of course, in the event, if I finally qualify, it would be fine to face some strong players. But of course, that's not my first and foremost goal for this year. Yeah.
Jan, we have 2 chat questions, but before we get to them, you, of course, just came back from New York, where you had a great performance, of course, in the Rapid and our Blitz co-champion. When you play 2 events like this, one online, one over the board, subjectively, does your vision of the board change? Does it feel different, let's say, to play Hans over the board and online? What kind of psychological differences are there when you compare your 2 experiences, or is it all the same for you?
Well, it's hard to say. I think it's more or less all the same after all these years. So I think it's not my first tournament. OTB, not my first tournament online. So, well, normally you have to make the, penultimate mistake. Yeah, that's the goal. And I think it applies equally to OTB and to online. Yeah, and everything else, like if you, I would say, care too much about the persona of the player you're facing, it's sort of like, I think that's a little bit of wrong approach, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and from Septimus31, he asks, "Dear World Blitz Champion, what is your next OTB tournament?"
What a fine welcome, yeah, from and thank you for the question. I have no idea, honestly. So I thought somehow, like maybe in October, I thought that I will start with Vakanze. Obviously not, so I was not invited. Though I guess I will play some games in the Bundesliga, and I'm not sure this should be counted as a full tournament, but this is probably the closest to this date event I will participate. And so the January I think is more or less it. So I think I'll play this tournament and maybe then focus on like I don't know, like restoring some energy and like training and preparing for the tournaments this year.
And final question, Jan, from Best of All World: how is playing so late in the night affecting your play in online tournaments like these? And will you celebrate by playing the late title Tuesday?
It's a good question. So I'd say after I lost the first game against Hans, I finally woke up. So I was like barely awake. I mean, honestly, I was struggling. So I drank like a lot of tea, I ate a lot of sweets, but it never helped. And like closer to the midnight, suddenly I felt like there is some energy. Probably maybe I'm still like live more or less the New York time. So yeah, it's like whatever 4 p.m. New York right now, or like even like 4:30. So maybe it did me finally. I mean, it did some good job for me, but normally, of course, I think. I mean, for me, maybe it's not so difficult, but let's say players who play from Uzbekistan or from India, it's even more difficult because it's like 3 a.m. or China even, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. and something. And this is a bit unfair, so this surely gives some advantage to US players or even European players. But it's difficult, then players who compete, they like spread well around the globe. But, I mean, it happens this or that way.
Well, I'm sure Title Tuesday, a good way to wake up, face all the
Title Tuesday, by the way, I would consider, but I think it's like I had enough of shameful moves today. Like played enough of shameful moves. So if it will be like a couple more, probably I won't be too upset.
I'm glad to go for the record and take up the mantle. You had a lot of really good moves, and Queen F8 was the final move you played today. Although I guess it is already January 8th for you. It is late. Jan, congratulations. It was awesome to watch your matches. And best of luck tomorrow in the semifinal. Get some rest.
Thank you very much. And thank you guys for hosting.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi finishes with a checkmate and punches his ticket to his match tomorrow against Vladimir Fedoseev. A really tough pill to swallow for Hans, but he put everything on the table. You cannot fault him for lack of effort. These matches, they're pendulum swings, and Jan's experience, his resolve, it made him the deserved winner.
Yeah, they were both fighting very, very hard in that match, and I feel like both of the matches that we saw that went to Armageddon had something especially gripping about them. The Lazovic-So match, and then the Nepo versus Hans match that we just saw the end of. It was really, really intense. They have to dig so deep, and either player maybe had some chances to make the game more peaceful at some point. Sorry, there was no Armageddon in that one. My apologies. But
yeah,
but it still
they didn't even give us an
went the
Armageddon.
distance.
Oh, it did. Yeah. It's been a long show, and as a commentator, I just feel so privileged to see this effort being spilled out to have courtside seats. So if you're Hans's coach, you just say, "Listen, you did everything you could. You take your hat off. It was a valiant effort." And even if the maiden one might make it into the news headlines, what really stood out for me was the total exertion that both players put for every game. This is what they're meant to do on this earth. And it was awesome to watch, not just that match, but all of the other matches. So we congratulate the 4 semifinalists: Jan's opponent, Vladimir Fedoseev, Javahir Sindarov from Uzbekistan, really exciting player. And of course,
Yu Yangyi,
who defeated Denis Lazovic
from China.
David, it's been a long day. I'll give you the final mic. Go ahead.
The last thing I want to say is I just want to point out that Fedoseev went 4-0 today. After going 8 out of 9 yesterday, he is still undefeated in this event. And we'll see how he can do against, a world championship level player like Jan tomorrow.
Mouth-watering matches await. You will not want to miss the action starting at 11. International Master David Prus and GM Daniel Naroditsky holding the fort on this incredible day of freestyle chess action. Thank you to our hardworking production team and to all of the fans taking time out of your busy work days. We're both exhausted. I'm going to play the Title Tuesday in a zombie-like condition, but, inspired by all of the play that I've seen, I'll do my best. Folks, thank you so much. What a fun day it was. David, you're awesome. This was a pleasure. The hours flew by. And we'll see you tomorrow at 11 for more freestyle action as the finalists and the man who punches his ticket will be decided. So long for now, and see you tomorrow. Bye.